Okay, hello. So, should be working yet. Interesting thing that I noticed just while I was getting the stream set up. I talked before about, like, in a previous stream, right as I started it, there was an immediate message in chat, which I think was, like, a holdover from the previous stream that didn't get sent or something. This time, the same thing happened, but with likes on it. So, the moment I, like, started, because you have to go to YouTube and stuff and start setting it up and whatnot, the moment I opened it up and began, setting up all the title, thumbnail, etc., there was already a like on it before it even existed. So I think somebody liked yesterday's stream literally as it was ending. And I guess, however that works, it, like, carried over into this stream instead of being placed on last one. I don't know. Weird shit on YouTube. But I just think it was interesting that according to the, like, YouTube studio thing here, the stream got one like before it even existed. So, maybe that's a good omen. Azaro, yes, you are first. Hello, good to see you. Like I gave you Mark of the Wild, but I'm also a druid, so I don't need Mark of the Wild. So today, for streaming stuff. So, obviously, I've been streaming the past 2 days on and off, right? And I did a little bit off stream. So I think I ended at level 14 yesterday, and I got, like, basically a level and a half. Just did a bunch of random stuff, nothing super big, some Westfall quests. I actually did, notably, I found Faux Reaper 4000, the rare, so, let me... yeah, like, I always try to, like, with these streams, since I've been playing it, a decent amount, off the record and whatever, I like to give a quick recap of all the interesting stuff that happened. No deaths yet, nothing crazy. It's so hard to click on Westfall without clicking these things. Yeah, so this guy, Faux Reaper 4000, I found him right here in this field where the skull is, and it's a level 20 rare mob. Unfortunately, I didn't get the loot from it, but it does drop a 10-slot bag, which is pretty sick, so... I stumbled upon it while doing Westfall quest this morning, and then I got, like, 4 other people in Westfall general chat, and we killed the rare. And somebody got the bag, which, cool. I thought it was going to be more challenging, but I guess killing a level 20 elite, even with, like, 5 level 15s, it just melted in 2 seconds, so not really spooky. Hello, Tdupe08. Yes, you are second, and Damadeus is also third. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for watching. And what else? I guess outside of, like, generic farming, like, I got skinning and herbalism up a little bit, but I did kill Hogger. So you can see I have the staff from doing the Hogger quest. And something... I wish that this had happened on stream. Unfortunately, can't control that, right? But I've said yesterday that I still hadn't managed to see somebody die. I was waiting, like, I saw dead bodies, I saw times where, like, somebody basically off-screen died when I wasn't looking, and then I found their dead body later on. And I was like, oh yeah, I ran into that person before. But up until yesterday, throughout my entire time on live servers and the PTR, I never actually witnessed somebody die. And this morning, that finally changed, because while I was doing Hogger, there's, like, all those null camps, right? And some group of 3 people, I don't know what the fuck they were doing. They just, like, barreled through all the way down here towards where Hogger was, pulled 2 camps of gnolls and had 8 of them, and this poor fucking warlock just got the threat on all 8 gnolls, and they all just converged on him and fucking deleted him from existence. And of course, I was a safe distance away, so I wasn't in any danger of getting in combat, but I could see them on, like, the other side. I was, like, somewhere over here, and they pulled, like, 2 camps on this little river. So I'm watching the entire thing happen, and if they had tried to fight it, maybe I would have helped them out, but literally within seconds before I even knew what was happening, that warlock was just gone. And it took me a second to process, but I'm like, oh, I just watched somebody die. Cool! If I could have saved him, I would have, but I cannot overstate how quickly that man got deleted. It was literally before I could even react, just 8 gnolls. I think they all landed a single auto attack on him, and he just went 100-0. But I mean, he was kind of asking for it. They were just kind of barreling through here, just walking right next to the gnolls. No care in terms of, like, staying close to the edges or whatever. kind of, like, rest in peace. And there were 2 other people with him, but the moment the Warlock died, I just saw them piecing out towards where you pick up the Hogger quest, and I think they lived, because I didn't find any dead bodies in that area later on, so I don't know. But I did see that one Warlock die. That's the only one, though, so I haven't encountered any other deaths out in the field. Fanchus said, died at 14 about an hour ago. Ah, I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. Thankfully, I have passed the accursed level 14, so at this point I am already at least a little bit ahead on that. But yeah, 14 is the cursed level. That's when everybody dies. I can, if I go to Lochmadon later, I can pick that quest up then. But now that I've turned that in, I am going to... I should pick up this quest, Humble Beginnings, because that tells me to go to Westfall, I think. And anything else? No, just that one. I can also do the quests in Trade District while I'm at it before I head over to Westfall. But that is basically what I'll be doing today as far as leveling. I don't really think I'm going to do any special stuff on my alts. I might go ahead and craft some additional elixirs before I continue, just because I have run out of that on this character. So I mailed a bunch of herbs over to my alchemist alts about an hour ago. They should definitely have arrived by this point. So I think before I go to Westfall, I'll just quickly head over, craft those potions, and then go back. In fact, I can actually do that right now. Just so I can get the 1 hour mail timer started. That would be my Warlock. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Fanchus. Hello, Bastion Fontaine. Good to see you. Nix1095 said, hi, love your guides. It's helped you a lot. Leveling your 6th character at the moment. Awesome. I'm glad to hear you found the guides helpful. I might need more bag space. Yeah. Definitely gonna need more bag space. Fortunately, I've been using all of my linen on my Druid. Because now that I have all bag slots covered on that character... Oh, I forgot I already have elixirs pre-crafted. I just didn't send them over last time, so I can do that. But yeah, I sent over a bunch of linen cloth and stuff to my Paladin, which is my tailor and leatherworker, and I crafted bags before, but now any linen cloth that I've been getting on my Druid, I've just been using to make bandages, because I do still need to get my first aid leveled. Now, if I had to pick between first aid and bag space, I honestly preferred bag space, at least early on, but bandages are going to be increasingly more important as I get to higher levels, so... Can't really make any tailoring stuff for now, and so I'm, like, very safely ahead on bandages. Hello, Frozen64. It was in the Trog Cave in Lochmadon, the 3 boss ones. Which is the Trog Cave in Lochmadon? Was that the one in, like, the southwest area? Like, near the entrance? So... If I... Where's Lochmadon? Like, this area, down here, south of, Thelsimer? I think that's the main Trog Cave. I can't remember if there's another one.
What's on your mind?
Store all this here. I probably won't be making anything with Swift Thistle just yet, so I can put that there. And then... It was, yeah, just after the South Gate. Yeah. I didn't even bother with that one on the PTR. I just skipped that quest. I did all the ones, like, in the open area near the cave, and then when I got to that final quest where I had to go into the cave, I just noped out. Because, I mean, it's just a recipe for disaster, right? Alright, so I got those sent over, and I'll put the Swift Thistle back in my bank. While I'm on this character, I can get my alchemy up a little bit. At the very least, I would need to get to 10 in order to train the 2nd level of alchemy, but I could try to get to 75 skill points since I have more than enough materials to do that. Let me just get 5 more of each elixir for whenever I need it. But I can send that over. I also... I think I have enough leather on my Paladin to maybe make some better stuff, so I'll check that out also before we start. That shouldn't take too long, thankfully. But, you know, it's all important. Like I've said many times, I'm taking things a little bit slower. Like, I'm not rushing through anything. I'm getting my profession set up. And in the long run, I think it's going to be worth it. Because once I get to, like, 30 and 40 and stuff like that, as long as I keep my alts kind of caught up in tandem, I'll have way more resources at my disposal. And overall, it'll just be much more, or much easier. You know, smooth sailing and all that. You know what, I might as well make mana potions. I mostly will probably use healing potions. There aren't many situations where I'll actually need a mana pot, but I think having at least 5 in my back pocket, in case I happen to need it, can't hurt. That's only 4. Whatever. Hello, Heck. I don't know if that's how you say it, but I'm guessing. But good evening to you as well. For me, it is still fairly early in the afternoon. So out of all of the recent streams, this is the one that has started the earliest, because it's, you know, the Saturday stream. This is my usual streaming day. So we are starting at a fairly normal time. Generally speaking, I like to start around noon or 2. I actually was ready to start at 1, so basically immediately after yesterday's stream, as I said, I was exhausted, so I collapsed pretty much immediately. But then when I woke up... Nice. Yeah, I can't train that just yet. But that's 1 more elixir that I can make. So I'll make 5 of that, and then that'll get me to 75 skill. Then I should have just enough money to mail all of that over. But yeah, so I passed the fuck out. I was dead tired. And then I woke up fairly early, like 6 a.m. my time. And I've been just kind of getting a few things done, you know, like working on my alts, like farming. I got a ton of herbs, as you can see, and a ton of light leather, which you'll see when I swap over. Shouldn't have put the Troll's Blood Elixir in my bank, but yeah, whatever. I can just run back. And I should have barely enough money to send over all this stuff, because I'll need to send the 4 different stacks of elixirs and then the minor mana potions. And it's like 30 copper per item that you mail. So that would be, at 5 items, 150 copper. So 1 silver, 50 copper. So I should have just enough to cover that. Though my math on that, or rather my memory on the numbers, could be off. Worst case scenario, I just vendor some healing potions or whatever. Am I based in the US or EU? I am on US. The server I'm playing on is a Defias Pillager Alliance, but yeah, I'm in the US, so North America. Nisectio said, hello, thank you for your guides. No problem. I'm glad you like the guides. Hey, Neo, good to see you. What was I saying before? Oh, yeah, so... all things considered, this was like a fairly normal start time for me. Compared to, you know, some of the late starts that I've had before. I was actually going to start like about an hour ago. But, first off, my sister came over to, you know, check on the cats and whatnot. And then, right after she left... okay, yeah, that should definitely be enough. Right after she left, my cat Lexi, who is unfortunately sick, which is one of the reasons why, you know, my parents are really concerned about her and why we're spending so much time taking care of them. It's mostly because of Lexi. So she actually threw up. Yeah, that's all I need to send for now. Threw up kind of all over the kitchen floor, and I had to clean that up, and that took a little bit. And then at that point, since I was already like taking a little bit to start, I just pushed it back to 2, because that kind of set me back a little bit. Wasn't a huge deal, though. Overall, I would say this is like for how delayed I've been in the past, a fairly good start time. You did your first hardcore run today, died at level 8 to 2 wolves. Ah, unfortunate. But, are you gonna go again? That's the real question. Or are you just, like, calling it there? Because, I mean, level 8 isn't too bad. It always sucks dying. You never want to die. But... all things considered, you can still bounce back from dying at level 10. I can't learn any of these patterns just yet. My leatherworking is not done, so I'm just gonna take all this stuff. And I have all of that prepped. Yes, tomorrow? Ah, fair enough. But that's good, hey. Going again is always the right mindset to have. Long-time viewer, first time you've caught me live. Have a great stream. Thank you, Styx. I appreciate it, and I'm glad you like the videos. All right, where do I go for leatherworking again? Leatherworking is in Old Town. Yeah, that's the shop over here. So I can knock that out real quick. The main thing that I really want to get is a new pair of gloves, because I still have not managed to get any good gloves on my Druid. Like, I'm using some generic gray item level 5 gloves, and I'm all the way at level 15. I thought about just, at this point, buying one off the vendor, but if I'm gonna buy a generic pair of gloves off the vendor, I may as well just wait and craft it through leatherworking. So, I'm just gonna do that. Okay, what can I learn? Oh, I have a lot of recipes. I definitely can't train all of this with the money that I have. So... Ooh. Actually, rugged leather pants, that's quite good. Embossed, yeah, that's good as well. I definitely want to train that. Embossed leather boots. I think the boots that my friend sent me are better than this one. So I think the boots I have on my Druid are, it's like agility and stamina. Definitely want the gloves. And the cloak that I have is better. That said, the cloak might also be a good way to level. Okay, I want to save the rest of my silver so I don't go broke.
Go with honor, friend.
You don't know if this is off topic. You don't have to worry about things being off topic. I mean, I discuss, like, a ton of different stuff on stream, right? So never worry about that too much. As long as it's not, like, off topic and just really inappropriate. Which, generally speaking, my definition of inappropriate is, like, you know, people just doing really weird stuff. Like, but just asking me generic questions, especially related to rating and stuff, that definitely feel free to ask that. You're about to kill Echo. Do you think there's enough time to get Sark for CE? There definitely is, right? So obviously it depends on your guild's level of progression. If you're just killing Echo now, in theory, yeah, you should have enough time. The reality of Sark, though, is... I mean, the reality of Mythic raiding in general is you never know. Like, Sylvanas was a difficult boss. I think it took me, like, 200, 300 pulls to get Sylvanas. But I had a friend who took 700 pulls to kill Sylvanas on Mythic. So... Sylvanas was not a 700 pull boss, but his guild struggled. That's just how it went. And I can't speak for your guild personally. Some guilds just really have difficulty with a particular boss. I do also think that we haven't seen the last wave of nerfs, most likely, to Sark and Echo. Echo is definitely going to get nerfs, because the recent nerfs they did to Echo literally changed nothing. It just absolutely does nothing for making the fight easier. Sark is definitely easier now than it was before. But, obviously, there's still a lot of challenge there as far as the fight goes. So, I could definitely see Sark getting additional changes.
Hello. It's too expensive.
Man, I kind of want to... I want to be able to level my leatherworking by making cured light hides. But I don't have enough to afford salt. I could honestly just sell my light leather. I have way more than I need. Yeah, fuck it. I have so much light leather, I'm not going to be in danger of not being able to craft all the stuff I need. There we go. But yeah, so theoretically, right, you have plenty of time to kill Sark. We're still in August, right? And I would say I would give you like 99% odds that the next patch comes out in early November. Like probably second week of November or something. Basically right after BlizzCon is what I would predict. So you have over 2 months, roughly, to get cutting edge. Don't quote me on that exactly. I might be slightly off. But you have bare minimum a month and a half, most likely a little over 2 months. I would say at the very least you have over a month. And to be quite honest, like at this point, no guild should be taking over a month to kill Sark, right? Sark is give or take like a 200 to 300 pull boss. I think my guild, when I killed it, not my current guild, but my previous guild, which I left immediately after, part of it, I'm not going to say I left because of how bad they were at Sark. I would say their poor performance on Sark was more indicative of the issues I had with how the guild was run, which is why I was planning on leaving anyways, and then of course Sark just kind of exacerbated the issues, and, well, the guild imploded the other day, so we all know how that turned out. But even then, it was, not the best progression, and we were on the high end with, like, around 250 pulls. I forget the exact number. It was somewhere in the 200 or 300 range. But there are guilds that killed Sark in, like, 125, 150 pulls, and the thing about Sark is the average pull is a lot shorter than most bosses. Because, like, Sylvanas, that was, like, what, close to a 15-minute boss? Really, really, really long fight, massive slog. The thing about Sark is not only is Sark's Harldan Rage 7.5 minutes, so it's a final boss that can go no longer than that, but you also have like a lot of the difficulty front-loaded. I would say the vast majority of your wipes are going to be in P1, because P1 is very difficult, but the thing is, if you get fucked in P1 and a bunch of people die, you've lost 30 seconds. Just wipe, pull again. Really easy. So that means that overall it's a very forgiving prog boss. So as long as your guild knows what they're doing, yeah, I would say you definitely should be able to kill Sark still. Okay, so I definitely want to get one rugged leather pants crafted. It's a lot of coarse thread, though. And what's the most bang for my buck in terms of crafting? I guess embossed leather gloves is pretty efficient. So I can craft these and then sell them back to the vendor to get enough copper to afford the rest of the coarse thread. This is like so scuffed. I need to farm gold at some point. I'm like just so fucking broke right now. I mean, that said, I say I'm broke. It's not really so much that I am broke as much as it is I am just trying to scrounge and invest every last copper I have into getting my professions and stuff leveled up. And in the long term, I think that, investing all of my money is going to be a good decision, but it definitely sucks. Like, my Druid right now is sitting on 5 silver. So, yeah. I don't really have much golds, like, liquid at the moment. Alright, and now know what I could do? This is, like, so stupid. But can I? No. I'm just gonna make my last 2 things. I want to make the vest for 4 coarse thread. And then I'm just gonna make a pair of gloves. And can I send that over to... Or can I train anything new? Let me see. And I'll read the rest of your comments first, and I'm just trying to... I was, like, focused on this. Infinix said, "Yo, man, sorry for being late to the stream. You don't need to apologize, man. You're actually fairly early. We're still in the first 30 minutes. So if you're just getting here, you are still early to the stream." I got a low-level herb guy starting off. My main is actually herbalism. So my main druid is herbalism skinning, and that's what I've been doing most of my farming on. At the moment, the hardest thing is getting raw gold, because I've been spending that on training. No, the druid's alive. I'm just doing profession stuff really quick before I continue leveling it. But yeah, so I'm like low on raw gold because I've been spending so much of it on like crafting and training costs and whatnot. And also getting anything from mining is difficult because obviously I can only do herbalism skinning on druid. And that means mining I currently am doing on my warrior. So I'm probably going to have to level up my warrior at some point so I can consistently get ore on that. Because especially later on, whenever I start working on engineering on my druid, because as I get to like higher levels, probably 30 or 40, I'll make the swap. I'm going to drop herbalism and skinning. Maybe just herbalism. I think I'll only drop that because skinning is just, it's free money, right? But I'll definitely drop herbalism and I'll pick up engineering. And at that point, I'll need to be able to farm or to level up my engineering on my druid. And I'll probably need my warrior prepped at that point, so we'll see. Am I using alts for more professions? What's the catch? Yes. I'm not sure what you mean, what's the catch, though. Like, there is no catch. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, I just crafted pants. Rugged leather pants, which now I no longer need, because I can just get... What is this? Embossed leather pants. That recipe. I forget if I have better bracers than this. I might as well just make that. Just for shits and giggles. I'll get a bunch of coarse thread. Let's get 10 coarse thread. And then just make more gloves and flip them for a vendor price. So, yeah, Frozen followed up by saying, did I enjoy Echo? It feels god-awful. For you, it's a joke. You're just a melee, but proccing through it is not enjoyable. So I have two answers to that question. Did I enjoy Echo in practice? No. Echo in practice largely because of the weak aura or the weak auras, right, required for that fight. It is just a very miserable fight to progress on. And one of the problems with Echo is because of the weak auras, you're inevitably going to spend an insane amount of time just sitting there, like, you know exactly what to do, you've got everything figured out, and then, you know, little Timmy doesn't have his macro set up, and then you wipe because, you know, he's still getting everything sorted. And to a certain degree, it's expected, right? You can't expect everybody to magically have their weak aura working perfectly before the fight. There is some stuff where you just don't realize it's not working properly until you actually see P3. But it does really suck getting to P3 and then, like, 5 people die because their weak aura wasn't, like, set up properly. And it's like, yeah, maybe you could have tried to figure that out, but shit like that's just gonna happen. So, did I actually enjoy Echo in the moment? No. I think Echo was an interesting boss in theory, and, I've seen some people saying that Ziskarn, right? Oh, Ziskarn was such a cool idea, and it's just a shame how it ended up. No, Ziskarn, that is fucking cap. Ziskarn was a dog shit fight in practice. Anybody who tested it on the PTR will tell you Ziskarn fucking sucked from its very first iteration. It was the dumbest... Well, I take it back. Magmarax was worse. Magmarax, they actually improved before it went out. Ziskarn almost got worse. Magmarax was the most broken raid testing fight I've done in a very long time. I did not raid test Ashar's Eternal Palace, but some people have said that Blackwater Behemoth was apparently a bigger shit show. So apparently it was not the worst raid testing fight ever, but out of all of the ones I have tested, Magmarax was just a fucking dumpster fire. It was completely unfinished. The mechanics were just broken. They managed to get a slightly finished fight out for live servers, of course, but there's a reason why Magmarax is just a complete shitshow of a fight, and it's because we basically never tested Magmarax as it currently exists on retail. Because they just never really got a working version of it done in time, so they had to completely redo the fight before the patch went live, after all the raid testing was already over, and because of that, they didn't actually get to test it and practice and test the numbers. And what do you know? It was a mess. So that's what happens. But Zaskarn was equally a shit show, and Zaskarn did not really get changed. It still was a shit show on launch, and we all know how that turned out. Or if you don't, just look up how Zaskarn went over the last few weeks or months of the tier. Zaskarn is just such a fucking mess of a boss. It has been one of the stupidest things, you know, in terms of how this whole scenario is played out with, like, the nerfs and whatever. So, I hated those fights, and I honestly don't think conceptually they were ever good. Echo was actually conceptually a good fight, and it was one that I had fun testing. When you were doing it on the PTR, because obviously in raid testing we had no weak auras and stuff, so we just had to actually YOLO it. And I was doing raid testing with some European group, and we got to, like, mid P2 just by YOLOing assignments with no weak auras, and it was actually a lot of fun. I had, you know, a lot of fun actually doing that testing and just trying to figure out the fight on the fly. And obviously, that's not really a practical solution. You can technically YOLO it, but, like, nobody does, because why would you, when that just makes it so much harder? So when Echo is done that way, which is kind of, I think, how Blizzard intended it to be, it actually is a fun fight. Now, it is, of course, 100% Blizzard's fault for being on this, like, crusade. Oh, my quest log is full. Whatever, I'll abandon these quests and then come back to them later. Then, it's 100% Blizzard's fault for going on this stupid crusade against weak auras and making mechanics on Echo like that, where they are cheesable by weak auras. They set themselves up to fail. But having seen what Echo could be like when it is done properly, I actually do think it could have been a fun boss. All of that being said, in practice, yes, it was terrible. It was not fun to prog. I completely agree. Let me scroll up. You don't even know how Sarkhan Mythic works? Yeah, I mean, if you're not doing Mythic raiding, there's no reason to understand how it works, right? Because at that point, it doesn't apply, but it's not like a super hard fight. Did I pick up the quest? I interacted with the mob, and it just didn't give it to me. Alright. You play on an extremely low-pop server on retail. Should you re-roll on another realm if you plan on joining a guild? So, yes and no. I would say if you really want to get into raiding and like that, you're dead set on doing that, then probably it's a good idea to re-roll at some point anyways. Just because, yeah, you kind of need to be on a populated server if you actually want to do raiding in retail WoW. That said, at the immediate moment, that is, like, middle of the tier, what's it called? Mythic is cross-server, so you don't actually need to have, you don't actually need to be on the same server as everybody else to raid Mythic. So if that's what you're interested in, and obviously Heroic is always cross-server, so depending on what you're interested in, you could just find a guild first and then raid with them cross-server and worry about the other stuff later. It's up to you. I think either one works, but definitely retail raiding can be a little bit tricky when you're on a dead server because early tier Mythic is same server only. Until, you know, the Hall of Fame closes up. Sarkis is short fights, you can get more pulls into a single evening? Yeah, definitely. You're 150 pulls into Sark with him being on 17%, so yeah, should have time. Oh yeah, that you definitely have it then. Get an ult high enough for herbs in Westfall. Spam Mage Royal and Briarthorn for the Swift Thistle procs. Yeah, I mean, if I wanted to just sell herbs, which I might do, honestly, because since I am running low in gold, I've been trying to get alchemy and whatever up, but now that I have maxed out my alchemy, at least for, like, the tier 1 of it, I would have to train to get higher. I think I could, of course, level my alt up further and then continue leveling my alchemy, but I think this is probably a good point to, now that I have all the main elixirs at low level, just start farming golds by selling herbs and stuff. So maybe like after stream today, I'll spend time doing that. I don't know. I'll see. I'm gonna fly to Sentinel Hill. Then I can catch up and chat a little bit more. What's a good way to get gold around level 12 crafting mats? Probably, yeah. I think. Obviously, that takes time, though, and while I have been farming a ton, as you can see, I've been funneling all of my mats into actually leveling up the professions. And while I have a ton of light leather, and I could just start selling that, light leather can eventually be converted into medium leather, into heavy leather, etc., so that actually will have usefulness down the road. Sent you a Discord message for a good raw gold spot. You might be too low for it now. Let me check it out. If you go to Moonbrook, there's a few... Ah! So, the only problem, though, love, is keep in mind, treasures right now are ridiculously hard to find. That's not a bad idea. I can absolutely see that being good if you're on, like, even a regular pop server. But at this moment in time, when, like, literally half the server population is in Westfall, I think there's going to be a lot of people just covering Moonbrook. I can check, though. That's not a bad idea. I just don't think I'll actually find anything. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. But I just mean any interactable things like that, even if it's not a treasure chest. Maybe you are right, though. I think that stuff probably will get overlooked. I mean, I can check. I'll head over there. I don't know if the Moonbrook mobs are scary. I think at this point they might be a little bit too spooky. So I'll check later, because I think the Defias Pillagers are covering that area, and they're like level 17 or so. So yeah, actually, come to think of it, I don't really want to fuck with that right now. But I'll check it out later on. It's not a bad idea. But the TLDR of what Zach was saying is engineering part boxes in this area. There's a bunch of those, and that can be pretty good golds at low levels, just because a lot of people overlook them. That said, I do think it might be hard to actually find them, because even if they tend to get overlooked normally, I do think there's a decent amount of people who would just loot it for shits and giggles. But it's not a bad idea in theory. Swift Thistle farm is the best. Yeah. I mean, I have a bunch of Swift Thistle on my Alchemist. I've been kind of holding on to that in case I get the Swiftness Potion recipe, which I actually managed to get that on the PTR, but I have no idea if I'll manage to get it again on live servers, so who knows. Should also rebuff while I'm at it. You want to be at least level 20 for that? Yeah, that makes sense. Be careful, I don't want to pull a bonus coyote. I miss. When do you get cat form? You get cat form the moment you hit level 20. So there's an unlock quest for the other forms. So bear form, I did a quest at level 10. Aquatic form, I have the quest now. That is the principal source over here. That's one quest in the entire chain. There's a bunch of other things I need to do after that. I'll probably do that towards the end of the stream. I kind of want to be like 17 or 18 before I attempt that, because parts of it can be a little bit spooky at lower levels. So I think that is probably what I'll be doing. But cat form, it's just the moment you hit level 20, bam. You just go to the trainer, you learn it. Much, much easier. Hardcore looks so intimidating. You've never played Classic WoW. Well, I mean, that's the thing. If you have never played Classic WoW, it definitely would seem intimidating. Because, said it before, but hardcore is like 99% game knowledge. I would say it's 90% game knowledge, 10% just like basic precautions. You know, if you're not playing super recklessly. The problem is a lot of people ignore both of those things. So I've seen... am I 100 skill in herbalism? Yeah, I just barely passed that. So now I can finally get bruiseweed. But yeah, I think it's unfortunate that a lot of the people who are new to Classic are the ones who don't really know enough to be cautious and take their time. So I've seen a lot of people who go into Classic with the attitude of, oh, like, I've played retail, I know what I'm doing. And then they'll just do super aggressive pulls, not realizing that you can't really do that, depending on your class, at least. And then they will get their cheeks clapped. And it's like, I'm a cutting-edge raider on Mythic, and I still respect the difficulty of, like, a boar 2 levels higher than me. If you get really bad misses or parries, like even something as weak as that can just clap your cheeks. You gotta respect the difficulty. But as long as you do that, you know, you're pretty fine. Just understand that you're not going to be able to just kill whatever you come into contact with, like in retail. Play safe, do small pulls, and then if you're brand new to Classic, research. I still look stuff up sometimes. If I'm ever unsure, like, oh, does this quest kill me? Is there some dangerous thing that I need to look out for? I look it up. And I double check and research before I start that quest so that I don't risk getting killed by doing something stupid. So you still want to do that even if you are relatively familiar with Classic, but of course if you're brand new, then definitely spend time researching things so you don't die. Echo on Mythic is a straight shit show, yeah. Any interface add-ons to install? Speaking of which, a detailed show. I have details, but I haven't been showing that. I don't know if you count details as an interface add-on. I can quickly show the add-ons that I'm using in general. So, you can see here, DVM, Atlas Loot, Classic Bestiary, Classic Cast Bars, Details. I have Deathlog. Deathlog's a neat little add-on. A lot of people are using it. Shows when people die. I have it disabled while I'm streaming just because it has like non-stop pop-ups and sound effects, which, while I'm trying to talk and stream, is a little bit distracting and annoying. Rare Scanner, that's the thing that, you know, if I open my map, I can see this thing and I click on it, shows all the spawn locations. What else? Sexy Map is the thing that makes my map, you know, a little pretty and customizable. Questy is this thing over here. Leatrix Plus has, like, quality of life stuff, like auto quest turn in, etc. And then weak auras. I'm not using any weak auras right now, but I have it installed in case I need it. And then weapon swing timer is this little bar you see in the middle of the screen, which does exactly what it sounds like. It tracks your weapon swing timer. Fuck, my inventory's already full, man.
King's honor, friend.
There we go. That should
Need help?
be enough space. Yeah. That's 75 cooking skill. I can get rid of most of this. I don't really need a lot of this stuff. Yeah. And then now that I finished that quest, I can get rid of, like, Gore Tusk Snout and all of that trash. Westfall Stew also isn't a food buff, so I can just toss that. And that should be good. Naomi said, hi, hello. Just came into the dead server thing. The answer to being on a dead server and raiding is moving off, honestly, yeah. You'll never need it to level. Swiftness doesn't have a massive amount of uses with no PvP. Better off selling it to rogues to make their pots. I mean, you're correct that it doesn't have many uses for leveling. But think about it from a hardcore perspective, right? I'm not going to be using a ton of swiftness potions. Like, I won't be chugging them while leveling. But what if I pull a bunch of mobs and my dash, whenever I get it later on, my dash is on cooldown and I don't have the ability to outrun the mobs? Suddenly, Swiftness Potion could genuinely mean the difference between life or death. So once I unlock it, I will probably be running around with at least 5 Swiftness Potions in my bags at all times. Because, you know, can't hurt to be prepared. You just want to be prepared for every situation. I won't be, like, making a shit ton of them. I will just be holding on to them in case I need it in an emergency. But I do want to at least save a decent amount of Swift Thistle specifically for that. And then once I'm covered, I can start selling the rest. Oh yeah, the flight path timers is something else. Where is it? That's its own... Actually, no, I think that is Leatrix. Yeah, that is a setting in Leatrix. I think I was initially going to download an add-on that showed flight path timers, and then I found that there was a setting in Leatrix that did it, so I was like, oh, cool. Leatrix has, like, so many little things that I don't even realize it can do. It's just very convenient. Keeping both your Horde and ally characters same level. Yeah, that's a good way to approach it. Just kind of level them up in tandem. Have I seen any leaks in regards to the next expansion? They're saying, no, that's not a leak. That is speculation. What you saw was not an actual leak or actual information. That is literally rampant speculation. I have seen that. It's total fucking cap. It's not going to happen. There's, first off, literally zero evidence to support that there's going to be a revamp of old zones. So let's be clear on something. If there is an old zone revamp, it is not actually rooted in reality. That nobody has actually leaked that or like data mined it or whatever. It is just something that like I don't even fucking know who started it, and I'm annoyed that it's become as popular of like a take at this point. But some content creator at one point said they suspect that there's going to be a world revamp, and then like a bunch of other, you know, typical like trash YouTubers who make that like regurgitated garbage worthless content just kept parroting that exact thing about, oh, there's going to be a world revamp. And now it's known, right? Everybody knows it's going to happen just because so many people are talking about it, because it's like a game of telephone where one person says they think there's going to be a world revamp. Next thing you know, everybody thinks there's going to be a world revamp. It's not going to fucking happen. Like, first off, like I said, there's no actual proof that that is something they are planning. But even like if we're just talking, is it something that theoretically could happen? Realistically speaking, no. There's absolutely no reason why there would be a world revamp. Just look at what happened in Cataclysm, right? First off, I will say there's a certain level of, like, just be realistic for a moment. Look at the level of quality that Blizzard has done with recent expansions. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, Dragonflight, it's a step in the right direction. It's better than Shadowlands and BFA, but Dragonflight is not revolutionary. You know, we're getting, like, pretty bare minimum, like, passing the bar levels of content. Raiding is still fun. I like Mythic Plus, kind of. I think it's at least more fun than it was in Shadowlands, for me personally. Some people might disagree. And I'm specifically talking, like, I like the dungeon rotations and stuff. Obviously, Mythic Plus balance has been a complete shit show with stuff like Aug Evokers, but I would say you gotta look at it separately from how it has been balanced and tuned relative to, you know, how they've actually designed it. In terms of designing, like, you know, making the new dungeons, you know, bringing back old ones, I'm happy enough with that. But Blizzard can't even make enough content to, like, really stuff a new expansion. Dragonflight feels pretty hollow. And I've said that before. It's fun enough to play. I enjoy it for the rating. But I've said many times that really, if you're not raiding in Dragonflight, I just don't see the point to playing it. It offers next to no content for casual players. The shit that they've been putting out, like Time Rifts and Dream Surges, are just hollow, uninteresting, and uninspired. Like, Dream Surges, it's like, it gives you extra experience, so it's going to help with leveling, but the actual content itself is so basic and uninteresting, and I don't know. Just none of the content they've actually done has been remotely inspired. So if you think that a team that can barely pack enough content into one expansion, and this is after coming off BFA and Shadowlands, where they couldn't even finish an expansion, right? BFA was just garbage, and, you know, Shadowlands was just half an expansion, and the stuff we got was trash. If you think this set of developers can not only make a regular expansion, which, as we've established, they're already struggling to do, but then they're going to do an entire world revamp on top of that, you're high. There's no fucking shot. Why? Especially because it's pointless. Like, what are they going to do? Like, make it... They're not going to throw out Cataclysm zones. They're still going to be here. Well, they're just going to revamp random leveling zones just so people have slightly more options when leveling low-level characters. It's not like the reason why the Cataclysm world revamp had to happen, effectively, is because by the time you started getting to the modern design, back when Cataclysm was modern, vanilla zones were starting to feel very dated. So it was effectively necessary for them to do a world revamp because the initial leveling experience just felt vastly different to Wrath and then the Kata stuff that they were developing. But here's the thing about Kata zones. They've aged really well. I mean, there's a reason why half of my leveling route right now in Retail WoW is Cataclysm zones. They're still very good. They have absolutely kept their age. So there is no reason at all for there to be a revamp. Do the zones feel dated? No, they're still perfectly fine. Do we need more leveling content? No, we still have more than enough, especially with Chromie Time. They've already said they're planning on doing a rework to Chromie Time, so it would just be weird to then, on top of that, just add additional zones, which, like I said, it's pointless. So it would add nothing to the game besides just being content for the sake of content. And here is another fact, and the main reason, like, if you want to say that everything I've said so far doesn't matter, you still think it would be cool to get revamped leveling zones. Okay, the reason why, definitively, it will never happen is we just need to look at history. This is why history's great, right? To see why the last time they did a revamp, which was in Cataclysm, it ended pretty badly for them. Because sure, the Cataclysm World revamp at the time was probably necessary, and I think it was well received, but Blizzard devs at the time even acknowledged that the amount of time they had to spend revamping the entire world came at the cost of endgame content in Cataclysm. And one of the things that a lot of people disliked about Cataclysm is it felt like there was nothing to do. I've talked to a lot of people who quit in Cata, and, you know, because when I'm talking about Cata Classic and I'm, like, excited for it, a lot of my friends will be like, oh man, I quit for a few years back in Cata, it was boring, there was nothing to do. And a lot of that was because so much of the development time went into low-level content, which a lot of people didn't engage with, leaving endgame players with nothing. And this isn't a case of like, oh, but it's a different dev team. Like, it's not like there's a separate department. The people who would be doing those world revamp things would be the same people that otherwise would be working on content for the endgame. So it would absolutely be a colossal waste of resources to put any more effort into revamping leveling content in retail when they could just sink that resource or those resources into something for endgame players, because God knows they need to do more of that for people that aren't Raiders or Mythic Plusers. So all that to say, it's not going to fucking happen. It's not at all a confirmed leaked thing. We have no actual leaks of the next expansion. I jokingly call it the Void Lord expansion, and that is completely a meme. There's absolutely nothing concrete out there about what the next expansion is going to be. Anything that you hear right now is complete hearsay. It is made up. You know, who knows? As we get closer to BlizzCon, there might be some credible leaks, but this is not one of them. Anyways. Let me scroll up. My bags are full already? Oh my god. The amount of garbage that you get from mobs in Westfall is wild. There's just so much useless shit that I don't need any of this in my bags. Oh, there's another thing to skin. Cata is the next classic expansion, yeah. Basically, pretend you're leveling an Assassination Rogue on retail and you'll be fine in Hardcore Classic. Yeah, pretty much. DBM or bigwigs? Yeah, keep scrolling. Source of the leak, the voices in your head. Pretty much. I wish I knew who, like, which content creator started that rumor, just so I knew who to direct my anger towards. I mean, if I knew, I probably still wouldn't, like, say it on stream, but at least then I would know who to silently be angry at for having to field this question a million times. But I do know that it was one of those where the rumor spread. Like, it definitely was one of those where Bellular is one of the people who kept propagating it. I'm going to be completely real here. I've lost a lot of respect for Bellular. I've said it before. The quality of his content in the last, like, 2 years or so has just gone down the fucking tubes. At least in terms of, like, the actual information side of things. I actually liked, back in Shadowlands, I still think Bellular made good videos, but it's been clear that, I mean, I don't really think he plays World of Warcraft much. I don't think a lot of the people on his team play World of Warcraft much. And either way, if they do, they clearly aren't putting in much effort into making sure the stuff they're making videos on is, like, accurate. Because I've just seen so many videos pop up in my recommended from him that just make me go, Jesus fucking Christ. And I've already said the main thing that kind of made me say, yeah, no, fuck this channel now, is when he basically completely ripped off my leveling guide and then did a shit job at it at that, when Dragonflight launched. that one pissed me off, because obviously that one felt personal. But I already ranted about that extensively on a different stream, so, yeah. Do I have leatherworking? Yes, my Paladin is my leatherworker. Might as well. 71 copper, so higher vendor value. Classic Hardcore is out? Yeah. Classic Hardcore has been out for 3 days, my guy. If they could balance it properly, M Plus would be amazing. Overall, though, it's in a great state. Yeah, I'm happy enough with how it is, even though, like, I'm not playing it right now. I will say I did not like Season 1 of Dragonflight, though that was in large part due to Thundering. So I think the general M Plus changes they've made have been good. Thundering was just a complete mistake, but the changes they made in this season were overall very, very, very good. And I'm happy with them. But the balancing has left a lot to be desired. So. Alright, a little bit spooky there. Nice thing is, once you get bear form, you're kind of safe. I still can't do as aggressive pulls as I can when I eventually get cat form. Cat form is a big game changer for sure. Bear form is at least enough that I can scrape by... Just get rid of Cortus now. Bear form I can kind of scrape by and survive tricky situations like that, and I'm, like, relatively okay. I didn't even use a healing potion or anything. I could have Entangling Roots if I really wanted to. Like, I had options there. That I wasn't, like, in actual danger. But that was, like, a little bit spooky. But once I get cat form, yeah, I'm pretty fucking safe overall. PvP is amazing? Yeah. I mean, I've heard... Oh, that guy's gonna skin it? Okay. I'm obviously not a fan of PvP, as many people know. But I have heard a lot of people who enjoy PvP say that it is in a better state now than it has been for a while. Largely because of solo shuffle. That being said, some people would disagree. I know there's a guy in my guild who, I don't know, maybe some people... If you are familiar with PvP, maybe you know him, but one of the healers in my guild, Getro, is apparently, like, kind of infamous in the arena scene for... I think he, like, queued up with tanks or something. And a lot of people really hated him because he queued up with tanks. I didn't even know this, right? But after I joined, somebody, like, mentioned it in passing, and I was like, oh, what? Like, what's the deal there? And apparently, like, he did an interview with Peekaboo, and he was on Peekaboo's stream and just... was it Peekaboo or somebody else? One of, like, the top arena streamers, and he was basically just being a complete asshole and just shit-talking them, and the person, like, whatever the streamer was, I forget which one it was asking him, like, why he always queues up arenas with tanks and just makes things miserable, and he was just like, you know, oh, I just think it's fun, I don't give a fuck if people don't like it. So, he, like, I enjoy the guy's antics, he's, like, fun to play with, but he definitely has that, like, don't give a fuck attitude, right? And apparently, I guess he used to queue up with tanks. And all that to say, when the topic of PvP came up in conversation at one day, he was ranting about how he hates solo shuffle, and, like, solo shuffle ruins arenas and stuff, because I guess maybe tanks aren't quite as good in solo shuffle, apparently. Oh, shit. Wait, that's actually pretty good. Huh. Alright. I can't learn maces yet, but... And also, Spirit isn't bad, but I don't know if I like Spirit enough to... Yeah, I don't think I'll use that mace. At the very least, 8 silver vendor value is pretty massive, so won't complain. But yeah, so I know at least one person who doesn't like PvP, but I think most people would arguably be happier with tanks not being good. Scroll up. I'm still in the process of catching up on chat, so bear with me. Especially because, you know, I do kind of need to focus, because there's, like, random fucking coyotes like that one. There's, like, stupid coyotes just beelining right for me. You got lost in Baldur's Gate 3 for a few weeks, and bam, everything comes out. Yeah. You think part of Dragonflight feeling hollow is that there's just so little forced content, which is a good thing, but they could add what would be forced as cosmetic reward stuff instead. Yeah, I think you're not wrong to an extent, but I've said before, Dragonflight, like I even prefaced when I said that, with Dragonflight is a step in the right direction. I am glad that there is not a Torghast to do, and that there's not generic forced content that nobody actually wants. I would much rather, and like, so, if we're talking about Dragonflight as a whole, you know, would I love for Blizzard to design a World of Warcraft expansion that has a ton of really good content at max level, and there's all this stuff to do, and it's amazing, woo, like, yeah, sure, that would be great, but it's unrealistic. You know, if they put in more effort and they were better at their jobs, could they do that? Probably. I do obviously have some issues with the dev team. I do think stuff like, I get that they're trying to have this whole really fast content release schedule where they have new things every few months, and they've been getting a lot of praise on social media. Like, every single time a new patch comes out, there's like a million developer appreciation posts on Reddit and shit like that. Can we really give a show of thanks to these devs for constantly putting out content? Dragonflight is such a breath of fresh air. And it's like, sure, but it's just not really good content. Like, I guess it's great and all that we aren't having 5 months of nothing, like Sanctum of Domination. But, like, for most people, it still is 5 months of nothing. Like, the only tangible thing they've added recently, which, mind you, was good, is Dawn of the Infinite. Dawn of the Infinite, I liked it. It was fun. I enjoyed doing that. I think, that said, of course, I will still complain. The hard mode was shallow as fuck. I am still kind of a little bit annoyed at that. We've gotten really good, really memorable hard modes for every single Mega Dungeon they've done since Karazhan, and then Dawn of the Infinite was just nothing. It was, don't die, and then pick up some hourglasses. Completely uneventful, considering how interesting stuff like the Karazhan hard mode was, with like Nightbane, or Mechagon with the like diffuse a bomb mechanic. That was really cool, and it honestly became expected. I was expecting a new interesting hard mode, and at least I was correct in my original theory that there was something more to it than just don't die, but it was really not much. I expected it to be a lot more interesting, and it wasn't, and I'm still kind of disappointed about that. So the only good piece of content we've gotten was pretty lackluster, or at least compared to what it could have been. It was a fun dungeon. They were going to do it anyway. They've always added a new Mega Dungeon. Was it bad? No. Could it have been a lot better? Yeah. And then time rifts are basically non-content. Time rifts are, like, neat in theory, but a lot of it is just regurgitated, copy-pasted stuff. Like, at the very least, the cosmetic rewards, they clearly put a lot of effort into, like, getting a lot of that, or not, like, artistic effort, but the developers clearly put effort into bringing back a lot of unused appearances, which, hey, that's cool, you know? I won't knock them for that. But the actual content side of things, you can literally AFK time rifts and get the same reward. And most people do AFK time rifts because even if you try to participate, your actual effort basically is just non-existent. Like, it doesn't matter. It's just such a mindless, boring bit of world content. And Dream Surges are even worse, in my opinion. The actual content for Dream Surges is just nothing. Is extremely lame. The only reason to do it is for the leveling bonuses, which you don't even need to interact with it, you just need to be in the zone. So, yeah. It's one thing to basically actively work on developing new, interesting content, but there are at least some developer resources going into putting together some generic throwaway events every 2-3 months just to say that they're releasing a new patch. And I don't necessarily know if that's a good thing, because just because they can release something doesn't necessarily mean they should. I would honestly rather there just be 5 more months of Aberrus with none of the generic events in the middle, and then we get more content added to, like, 10.2. Like, if they can do both, great, but they clearly have shown they can't, considering Zaralek Cavern, as a zone, is also very shallow and doesn't really have a lot to offer, so... Yeah, effectively my entire point, right, is... So what... back to what Naomi said, which was what I was originally responding to. Well, part of it feeling shallow is definitely because there's no Force content, and I'm glad there's no Force content. I do think the bigger thing making it feel shallow is their attempt to just vomit out all of these generic things that really add nothing to the game, but are considered quote-unquote new content. So, yeah, that is to me why it feels shallow. Now, admittedly, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Because as long as... I've always said, as long as the World of Warcraft gameplay that I am actually forced to play, or, well, that I choose to play, is stuff that I enjoy, I will continue to play it. So, what I enjoy doing is Mythic raiding, and sometimes Mythic Plus. Do I need to go through a bunch of boring chores and stuff to do that? No, not really. Do I still enjoy Mythic raiding and Mythic Plus? Yes? Okay. Well, then I will continue to just do that. Does retail World of Warcraft have a lot to offer outside of that? Not really. The only other thing that I do is the leveling speedruns, which I don't really do because I enjoy them at this point. I do them because, you know, I have the retail guide. So, I mean, there was a time when I enjoyed doing leveling speedruns, but I've been pretty open about the fact that I absolutely hate doing them these days. It's my least favorite thing to do, which is one of the reasons why I try to stream as much of it as possible, because at the very least, if I'm streaming it, then, you know, I can just interact with stream chat and, you know, talk to people, and that's fun, right? So then I'm at least doing something enjoyable, because otherwise I'm literally just watching something on Hulu, and it is, like, you know, boring, and I'm basically just kind of completely out of it. Because once you've leveled your... I don't even know how many characters I've leveled at this point. I'm at least over, like, 100, 200 characters that I've had to level over the years, and at this point, yeah, it kind of gets tiring, I've got to say. I should also vendor things first. Can't, because Leatrix Plus.
Need help?
There we go.
For the Alliance. Be careful.
Actually, a pretty good quest reward, though. I think the pants that I crafted on my Paladin earlier are probably not going to be better than that.
Well met.
But, nah, not a big deal. What else can I sell? I'm honestly just going to sell that for 9 silver. I'd rather have the 9 silver right now than wait. I'm also going to apply an armor kit there before I forget. And at this point, I mostly just need to kill Defias mobs, so I'll probably head up there. I'm going to quickly kill this just because I'm 1 mob away from hitting level 16, and then I can spend that talent point before I forget. Yeah. Your only gripe is lack of MMR inflation? Yeah, I've heard that's an issue. A few people I know have talked about that. You 100% totally agree. You're not playing because if you're not raiding, you're not having fun? Yeah. I've said multiple times, if I was not doing Mythic raiding, I wouldn't even bother doing, like, the leveling speedruns. I'm doing the leveling speedruns because it's something else to do while I'm actively playing World of Warcraft, but that is nowhere near enough to keep my interest within the game. BFA became an expansion in the last season? Yeah. I think if you look across, like, all of BFA's content, it at least had some stuff to offer. It was definitely better than Shadowlands. Never thought I would end up saying in the future that BFA was a better expansion than something, but Shadowlands somehow managed to lower the bar. But BFA overall, BFA was not a fun expansion to play through. You know, Nyalotha at the very end, like you said, was somewhat enjoyable, and I would say Battle of Dazara Lore was a fun patch. I had fun, but Nyalotha early on was kind of exhausting, and Ashara's Eternal Palace, I mean, that tier caused me to quit the game for like 4 months. Like, once I got like towards the middle of Mythic Prog, I gave up. So, yeah, definitely not great. Lub said they're going to add a battle pass. Nothing in the world will change that. And yeah, I do like how Naomi said there already is one. Yeah, Lub, you've been gone so long that you completely missed the trading post. They've already, not only have they added a battle pass, but they've already started to add microtransactions to it and like monetize the battle pass thing that we have, which they promised they wouldn't. And then within less than half a year, they already went back on that. Fucking wild how quickly they added ways to pay to win on that. I don't know if you could call it pay to win. It's pay to get cosmetics. You're not really gaining any power in the game, so it's like, for me, I think it's shitty, and I still don't like the way that they've marketed it, because it's, yeah, I guess FOMO would be a better term to use than pay to win, because you're not actually gaining or losing power in, like, the end game, but it does suck for anyone who's, like, a collector, and I know a lot of people who play this game for the collection aspect, and that is, like, their entire end game, so they're definitely not happy about it, but yeah. You've missed a lot, Lud. Pretty sure they see any cost as too much for WoW? Yeah. There are definitely like a million tiny little things in World of Warcraft where you could look at it and be like, this should be easy enough to fix, and it just takes them an excruciatingly long time to fix. Like, I don't know, the leveling fixes. Admittedly, I've given up testing that, so I probably within the next few weeks, I'll go and test the 10.1.5 changes to see if they are actually functional now after over a month. But Jesus Christ, it's been almost 2 months now. Like, one of the most basic costs, quality assurance, to make sure that the things you're putting in your patch notes actually end up in the final version of the game. They don't even do that, right? So you can't expect much from Blizzard.
Light bless you.
Okay, my elixirs finally got here. Or at least some of the elixirs finally got here. I think there's a few more that'll arrive in like 1 or 2 minutes. Light hide. And the rest of the stuff I use for cooking. Revamped zones are also just too high of a business cost? Yeah, absolutely. Same happened with Draenor and the model rework for every race? Yep, exactly. I mean, WoD had a lot of problems, but you're correct that was something that they held back on. For people who didn't play in WoD, they weren't even able to finish updating every single race by the time of launch. Ironically, the race that they struggled to finish was Blood Elves, which, considering Blood Elf is one of the most popular races, I remember just being flabbergasted that of all the races to leave until the last second to update their models, to the point where they didn't have it done in time for the expansion, they left Blood Elves for last. Like, what? Update, like, Gnomes last or something. At least Gnomes, like, barely anybody plays. Or maybe some people play Gnomes. I don't know. Don't hate me, Gnome players, but you know. Blood Elf is definitely more popular. I think every Gnome player could at least acknowledge that.
Have a good one.
Let's see. The thing with the world revamp requests is that they want the story to progress in the zones. It's been stuck in perpetual destroyed state with too many outdated pop culture references. Yeah, I mean, Sith, you're not wrong, but at the same time, though, I agree. Like, I've said already, would I love to have, like, all of this amazing stuff in WoW? Yes, I would love for the game to be better. But one of the other things is, you cannot expect Blizzard to be able to string together a coherent story for low-level content. They can't even string together a coherent story for high-level content. Like, have you seen Dragonflight's campaign? Dragonflight's campaign is fucking trash. It is so bad, so disconnected, so terrible. They can't even do it right at max level. There's no shot they can do it right for leveling content. I do not trust them to be able to put together a good storyline campaign. So that is something that, yeah, would it be awesome if they could fix it? Yes. Is there any prayer that they could get that right? Not even close. Any sort of low-level story they do would be just half-assed, cliched garbage that just would be not interesting at all. If just changing every playable race costed content, imagine the entire world. Yeah. Your brain is dripping out of your ear with all the retail talk. Does that count as a leak? Fair enough. I don't blame you. Make WoW 2 in a new engine? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think WoW 2 is ever gonna happen. So, the thing that you have to realize is, as much as I hate it, the reality of the modern gaming market is that MMOs are dying. And I say that as somebody who still likes MMOs. This is not new information, right? There's a lot of people talking about this. There's a lot of good videos out there by multiple, like, larger YouTubers who cover MMOs talking about this. But you can just look at the numbers. MMOs are on the decline. And it's kind of easy to see why, right? As somebody who loves this style of play, there's a lot of, you know, younger people who are getting into games. And when you have games like Fortnite, where you just drop in and play whatever, convincing, like, a little kid to dedicate hours and hours and hours to slowly progress through WoW Classic to get up to 60, that's a tough sell. Obviously, modern MMOs are more streamlined, sure, but it's just a very different time compared to, like, the early days when MMOs were very popular. And one of the other issues is that, of course, developing a good MMO, especially with, like, you know, the new standards of quality in the current day, it's a lot of money, right? So, World of Warcraft 2 would not only require Blizzard to invest probably an insane amount of money, but it would be a market competitor for World of Warcraft because they would have to be insane to turn World of Warcraft off. So, you know, it would probably, if World of Warcraft 2 ever came out, it would be like Guild Wars 2, where it is a different game, but Guild Wars still exists. But, like, the only MMO to ever successfully pull that off, and while Guild Wars 2 is a popular game, it's not like it's a juggernaut, right? And it definitely had a slow start. Guild Wars 2 had a lot of hype around it, and it kind of flopped on launch a little bit. And I've sung Guild Wars 2's praises. Over time, there have been amazing changes and updates to the game, and it is now, in my opinion, a very, very good game. But the main reason why Guild Wars 2 was even a thing is because Guild Wars 1 was fundamentally different. Guild Wars 1 was like, it was kind of like an MMO Diablo. It was instanced where, you know, you go out into, like, little separate zones, and you have, like, NPC party members, and you can group up with other people, up to 5 people, and they can join you out in the open world, and you do, like, little campaign missions and stuff like that. It was very much like Diablo in that general structure. It was not an MMO. It had MMO elements, but it was not an MMO. Guild Wars 2, then, was an actual MMO set in, you know, the same world as a natural story progression. So that is the kind of thing where it makes sense because they are fundamentally different games. But it just does not make sense from a business perspective for World of Warcraft to make a second one. It's one of those things where I get it. A lot of people think it would be cool. I've seen a lot of really cool, like, concepts where people write up, like, you know, a gigantic paragraph on Reddit about, oh, I have this amazing idea for a sequel to World of Warcraft. But the reality is it's just never going to happen from a practical purpose. Like, I hate to be the realist who tells you, sorry, that really fun thing that I know you probably would love to see is never going to exist. But we are never, ever, ever going to see World of Warcraft 2. And personally, I'd rather they just continue updating World of Warcraft and making the game better. Like, the only advantage to a World of Warcraft 2 is that it would be a new engine, which, once again, would be a massive investment, and that is not something Blizzard's going to do. But anything really that you can do with World of Warcraft 2, you can do with World of Warcraft, you know, from a design perspective. And honestly, I don't know, like, some people are graphics fiends, right? And they look at things like, you know, if this game doesn't have top tier, like, spaceship level graphics or whatever, and everything's super fancy, like, I'm not playing this game and it, you know, it's a bad game or whatever. I think graphics are not important at all. Graphics are, like, the least important part to me on what makes a game good. I mean, I'm playing fucking classic World of Warcraft, right? So obviously that's what I think. But I do think a lot of people's obsession with games looking good is, yeah, a little bit just like, just play it for fun, right? So I don't really think there's any massive advantage to that anyways. I don't know. I mean, there are so many different things in the topic of, like, WoW 2 that we could talk about. So I'm going to cut myself off there because I'm already behind the chat and I want to, like, ramble too long on that subject. But, yeah. Part of you wants a world revamp, but another part knows it's going to be horrible. If the same people writing the story now will be writing the story for the revamp zones, yeah, exactly. It's, like, it goes back to the topic that we talked about on yesterday's stream about Classic Plus, where it's like, so many people have this perfect idea in their head of what Classic Plus will be. But then it's like, motherfucker, who do you think is going to be making Classic Plus? It's the same developers making retail, which a lot of those same players claim they hate. So it's like, you were asking the developers who made the thing you hate to design new content for the game you love. Like, there's no way that's going to work out. And the same thing applies for, like, retail. Anything storytelling-wise in retail, WoW's story is dead to me. I don't know. I literally could not tell you a single thing about Sarkareth. I have skipped every single cutscene in Dragonflight. Well, most of them. I watched, like, the first 3 when I first leveled up in the beta, and then I was just immediately like, fuck this, I'm done, man. It's so dumb. I can't take the story seriously anymore. As somebody, mind you, who used to love World of Warcraft writing, and somebody who doesn't skip any cutscenes in Final Fantasy XIV, I watch every Final Fantasy XIV cutscene. I love a good story, but when it comes to the absolute garbage storytelling that World of Warcraft has devolved into now, I'm not wasting my time on that. I have better things to use my eyes for than watching a garbage cutscene. The person that started the rumor was most likely just somebody going, I'd like it if this happened, here's some reasons it's possible, and then others spread it and exaggerated it. Yeah, that's fair. I would like to hope at least that that's the case, and whoever initially talked about it wasn't actually trying to spread misinformation. The reality is, though, there is an equally high chance, knowing how a lot of WoW content creators operate, that it was just a case of, I'm going to rampantly speculate and claim that this is going to happen. Because it's not like people haven't done that before, to my frustration. Because, mind you, these are the people who I have to compete against. I have to compete against blatant misinformation half the time, and poorly researched content with extremely clickbait titles and thumbnails, and I have to try and compete against that while actually doing research and not blatantly lying in my videos. Sometimes it's exhausting, and it's definitely frustrating. You lost all respect for Bellular when he said Dragonflight's writing was good in any aspect? Yeah, I saw that. I saw him, like, around Dragonflight launch claiming that he liked one of the plot points, and I don't know. Yeah. Let's just say I agree with you on that take. There's absolutely no way to claim that Dragonflight's story is anything but trash. The most that you could say about it, which I would say is at least true, is that it is better than Shadowlands. And I would maybe go so far as to say it's better than BFA. I at least found the ideas of BFA more interesting, because BFA at least used a lot of the concepts we're familiar with in an interesting way. That said, it kind of didn't... Ooh, nice. It didn't really stick the landing with a lot of them, unfortunately. And it speedran certain plot lines, like, you know, Ashara and N'Zoth and whatnot. So BFA, I was more frustrated with the wasted potential. But the quality of the writing in Shadowlands was definitely worse than Dragonflight, but Dragonflight is still pretty terrible from a storytelling perspective. Do I have a guide on the best enchants for speed leveling? Not yet, because of certain bugs on retail. So, there are issues with retail enchants where they can't be applied to certain heirloom slots because of scaling issues. So until that gets fixed, I'm not making a full guide on it. If you go to my consumable guide, so like the best consumables for WoW speedrunning or something like that, I forget exactly what the title is. I discuss it briefly, and I link a separate video. It's an unlisted video. You can also find a link to that same unlisted video in my, what's it called? In my current 10 to 70 world record run. But it's not super thorough, because it's one of those things where until I make a full guide on it, I'm not going to spend a ton of time doing write-ups or whatever for that, and I can't make a full guide on it because stuff is bugged, unfortunately. Copious amounts of swear words indicates a lack in vernacular. Is that a knock on me? Because I do say fucking shit a lot and stuff. In which case, you know, if you want to say that the fact that I swear makes me look bad, alright, I don't give a fuck. Yes, do I swear a lot? Yes. Do I give a shit? No. It's whatever, I'm gonna talk the way I want to talk. Destroy 2 linen bandages, I'm just gonna craft this. Since there's a vendor literally a stone's throw away, I might as well go, clean out my bags a little bit. But the Metallodon, if you are commenting on me, I mean, I'd like to say I do have a fairly good vocabulary, right? Like, so, whatever. Just because I like to say swear words a lot, especially when I'm frustrated, doesn't mean that I don't know how to talk. Anyways, I think I get... I'll just cook 5 chunk of boar meat. Oh wait, I just realized I don't have bag space to do this. What can I clear out? I don't need boar ribs, so I'll just cook this, and then I need to get 1 mild spices for the last herb-baked egg. Oh, fuck. It's a yellow recipe, so pray that we get skill points from all of this. And if so, that'll be a huge relief. 1 more. Okay. Now, I just need this 1 herb-baked egg to hit. Don't fuck me over. Yes! Okay. I got a skill point off it. Perfect. Finally, I can learn all of these cooking recipes that I've been sitting on for ages. What else do I need? So, Gortusk liver pie. I guess, from here on out, have I sold any Gortusk livers? I've not. Yeah, I should start holding on to Gortusk livers, because that's free cooking skill points whenever I get it. What else have I gotten? Is Devi leveling right now? One second. Man, I've gotten like 1,000,000 pings. Oh, it's... My classic guilds pinged like 5 times for PTR runs. Okay, there we go. I should be fine. Speaking of Getro, so I mentioned Getro before, the one who played tanks in arenas. He actually just messaged me and said, "Am I really paying people 100k?" Yes. You make it to... Yeah, I'll send you the gold beef. Look, it's been a hectic 24 hours, all right? You'll get your 100k. Don't you worry. Did Sembu already send you the gold? Because, like, he posted in Discord that he needed to liquidate some assets to be able to pay you, so I don't know what that was supposed to mean. Sembu sent you the 500k. That's the most money you've ever had. Oh, man. You need to start doing more carries, then. Also, my bags are fucked. Hold on. I'm gonna fly back to Stormwind really quick.
You need something?
And clean this out. Because also, I've been sitting on a bunch of things that I can use for cooking skill ups. And I dumped them on my bank, so I can now grab that. Cheeky said, you've never had more than 60k gold. You'll get there. I mean, it just takes time to get enough. You did M+ carries a lot more in BFA, but you gambled literally everything. Oh, man. Well, now that you made 600k, you better bring that to Poker Night, Beef. You know? That's one of the things, right? I take solace in giving 100k to, you know, guildies who reach level 20, because at the very least, that's 100 more thousand gold that's going into the poker pool, so... Technically, I still have a shot to get it back. The most gold you've ever had in WoW was 100k, and you got that off a BOE in a raid. Damn. Yeah, you guys definitely need to, start farming more. But yeah, 100k BOE is definitely a very nice pickup. And hello, Elax, good to see you. That said, I went down to the bottom of chat because I knew Beef was gonna say something, since I mentioned that Getro messaged me. But, also, I'll message him. Where was I? At this point, what you want is a game that offers a world exploration like WoW did when everything was new, but it wasn't just WoW, so your entire mind and games were new for me. Yeah, the problem is that's the kind of thing that, like, you just can't get that anymore. I don't know. Daherg said, I also noticed the quality dip. It's kind of sad because you used to be a highest tier patron for him a few years back. Yeah. I think I remember you mentioning that on a stream, like, a while ago. Might have been somebody else as well, but I definitely remember somebody in my stream chat years ago mentioned that they were like a highest tier Patreon sub to Bellular. Why is my phone ringing? No, god damn it. Why? Okay, one thing I hate this new phone. I like the phone in general. But the way to decline calls on this phone is such a pain. It's like, for whatever reason, the button to decline a phone call, like the little hang up button, it's a little circle, and I have to click the circle and then drag it diagonally. And then if, like, I go off, like, a little bit in the wrong direction, it, like, snaps back and then doesn't hang up the call. Like, whatever happens to just having a hang up button and you just fucking put your finger on it, right? Like, smartphones back in the day, figure that one out. There is a accept call and a decline call, and you just press the green button or the red button. Easy shit. Now, it's like, there's so much technology stuff that is just so over-designed. Like, why do you need a little glowy fancy button that you have to put your finger on and drag in the right... What does that add? Why? It's just so fucking stupid.
Hey there.
I feel like an old man yelling at the sky, but, like, come on. Why do we need that? Yeah, that's what I needed. Raw, Rainbow Fin, Albacore. Let's see. Yeah, I'm, like, decently far behind in chat. Hello, Rox. Rox said, Harldanger, my man, when am I whipping out the legendary Larry in hardcore? The legendary Larry? Like Larice? I actually named my warlock Larice. So, Larice already has a presence on hardcore, technically. Obviously, though, Larice is not a monk, because... Duh. Because there's no monks in Classic. But Larice has already made an appearance in that way. else? I have a lot of food now. I'm tempted to start vendoring some of my food items. I'm going to throw the copper tube into storage for now. You know, some of this is not nearly as good. I'm going to vendor the Strider stew. I don't really need that. I'm more than covered as far as food buffs go. Actually, I'm going to vendor the Calderai Strider kebab as well. I just really do not need that at all. There's just no advantage to it. I have more than enough food just for healing, and I have food for generic food buffs.
Inventory is full.
See you around.
Crap. Okay, let me just vendor. Solo Shuffle's the future WoW PvP, and anyone that disagrees is straight up wrong. Even if they don't like it, that's totally fine, but it's 100% the future of PvP, unless Blizzard makes some revolutionary new design mode or something to kill it off for no reason. Shuffle's great, but what makes PvP so good right now is the overall viability of everything and how easy it is to gear. This is the most alt-friendly X-Pack you've had for PvP. Yeah, the Spark catch-up, the fact that you can get stuff like Sparks in PvP very easily, that's definitely a plus. I can 100% see that being a good thing. And I think the whole discussion, so just reading through what Naomi and Shellstorm are talking about for PvP, I agree with that. Personally, saying as somebody who is not a big PvPer, I understand the popularity of Solo Shuffle and why people enjoy it. Prince Teddy said, you were playing WoW while you replied to a previous comment that I had. Just got a character level 70 and not sure the realm you're on is lively rating, even though you looked on Guild Finder. Thoughts? Yeah,
Hello.
the in-game Guild Finder. So there are certain things in World of Warcraft that just should not exist and serve literally no purpose. The Guild Finder is one of those things. The in-game World of Warcraft Guild Finder is so terrible and just has literally no purpose in this game. I don't know. I have no idea what they plan on doing with it, because it's just very, 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 very bad. Can I get anything with crawler claws? I forget if that's something that's actually used in a recipe. It doesn't look like it. Maybe one that I don't have yet. Supposedly your realm is high population, but the guild you're in isn't active. Yeah. Prince Teddy, what realm are you on? For context, just so, you know, it'll make it easier to tell whether that's good. Yeah, I'm not signing any guild charters unless that guy's gonna pay me money. Right?
I buy and trade.
Might as well just do this now. I'm gonna need this in the future, so I don't really feel like going out of my way to find the nearest fireplace, so I am just going to buy the ingredients for a campfire. And while I'm at it, because I will need at least one spot in my bags, I'm gonna go just clean something up. Let's see.
How are you?
Just drop this in here.
See you around.
And basic campfire. Recommendations on good realms to go to. I mean, for retail, for NA at least. I don't know if you're EU. If you're EU, I can't really recommend anything. But NA would be like Area 52, Mal'Ganis, Illidan, Tichondrius. Yeah, those are the big ones, I would say. Chat, I need your help. Can you confirm that in retail during leveling and stuff, you can't really die? Yeah. Zaralek Caverns in particular is a lot of just do it once kind of stuff. Exactly, it's not really interesting. Do I have a link for the add-ons? I don't have a link for the add-ons. I showed it on screen, like, a little while ago. I'm not going to go through that again. If you scroll back towards the start of the stream, I walked through all of it. What do I still need to cook? If I don't have the recipe for the other stuff, I'm just going to vendor it now, or I could just drop it back in my bag. I don't have the recipe for bear meat yet. I know that bear meat is cookable, but I forget where I learned that recipe. I want to say it's like Loch Modan. I get it there, but I haven't gotten it yet. And now it's just taking up space. Also, I need to add that elixir to my bars. I can mail this over to my Paladin.
See you later.
Let's see. Oh, Naomi gave some good examples for EU, so that helps. All right, and then send this over to my human pally. So this is better than the bracers I have. Nice. 2 stamina, 3 spirit, 2 agility, 3 spirit. You know what? I'm just going to throw this in the auction house because it's worse than the pants I got from that quest, but it's still decent, so I might as well sell it. How much are people selling this for? Embossed leather pants. Embossed leather. Legs. Okay, never mind. There's a million of them. At this point, I'm barely making above vendor value. Chest piece. Yeah, this is better. And the gloves are definitely better. That is a huge upgrade from generic worn leather gloves. And then I can use the 3 armor kits I have on this stuff. I'm just gonna vendor the last armor kit just to clear up bag space, because I don't really think I'll need it.
Looking for something specific.
And there we go.
See you around.
Light be with you. Bless you.
I think the dwarf weapon trainer can probably teach me 1 or 2 things. I'm like half tempted to learn weapon training now that I have a bit of extra silver, just because if I get a mace, I want to be able to actually use it. Because on the PTR, there was like 10 levels where I forgot to train maces, and I kept getting really good 2-handed maces, and just, I couldn't actually do anything with it. And that kind of sucked. My bags are decently clear at the moment. Westfall still just gives a million garbage whatever things that I don't want. I should go to Lakeshire to start this quest chain, because eventually I'm going to need to start doing, like, Defias quests. Like this one, the People's Militia and stuff. I also have red leather bandanas, so... What? I don't think he meant to open trade with me, it looks like. I can check out the dwarf guy whenever I'm heading to Loch Modan, which I'll probably do at some point. Anyways, let me scroll up. Still catching up. Any general crafting leveling tips? I don't know. I mean, there's really isn't much for crafting leveling. Really, there's only one thing you need to know for leveling crafting in World of Warcraft. I guess maybe 2, right? Obviously, the main reason to level crafting is to unlock recipes that are useful, right? So if you know that you're going to craft something anyway, make sure you're getting like the most value out of the skill point. So if something switches from orange to yellow at like 70 skill points, then, and you want to craft it regardless, then wait till you get to like 69 skill points to craft that. That way you're getting a guaranteed point. And I guess kind of the follow-up to that is generally when it comes to leveling crafting stuff, you're obviously going to want to always craft things that are most efficient. So generally speaking, you want to craft things that are orange or yellow, obviously, because that gives you the most bang for your buck in terms of skill points. But like one of the other things that's really good for leveling crafting is, for instance, making the materials. So, bolts of linen cloth, turning rough leather scraps into light leather. I think that's what it's called. Smelting ore into bars. So, whenever that is an available way for you to get skill points, you should always level entirely just through that. There are inevitably going to be breakpoints within the profession leveling process where you are unable to get points by doing that. So, like, at low levels, you can only, like, for tailoring, for instance, you can only get skill points by making bolt of linen cloth, you know, up to a point. And then there's, like, a decent gap where you have to make other stuff until you get bolt of wool cloth. But then the moment you get bolt of wool cloth, don't make anything else, only get skill points from creating bolt of wool cloth. Because, obviously, you need to do that anyway. You're going to be turning wool into bolts to use in profession recipes later on, so that is something that no matter what, you are going to be crafting that eventually. So you may as well be getting skill points off doing that. That way you can actually then save those materials on recipes that will gain you skill points, instead of just creating junk early on that you're not actually going to make use of. So I guess that is probably the best tip that I have. Don't sleep on that. Whenever for leatherworking, right, whenever I get a new type of leather, so the moment that I unlock the ability to craft medium leather, I am not going to do any other recipes except that. And I am just going to farm a metric fuckload of light leather and then convert all of that into medium leather for the skill points. And that continues, mind you, even when it is a green recipe. Because even if you are only gaining like 1 skill point for every 10 medium leather you craft, you are still going to be using all of that medium leather in future recipes. So none of it is wasted. It's just free skill points, effectively, that you would have to get somewhere else otherwise.
It is too far away.
I should also note that this is, like, specifically for Classic WoW in particular. Things get a little bit weirder in retail, because a lot of times retail has certain recipes that give you, like, multiple skill points at a time. So sometimes a very difficult retail recipe might give you 5 skill points from one craft. So in that case, you can justify actually leveling up by that because you get, like, more efficiency from each individual skill point that you're gaining. And a lot of times, like, when leveling professions in retail, the best way to do it is to craft stuff right up to the end of a bracket where that thing will give you additional skill points. So basically, if crafting an item will give you 5 skill points from one craft, you get right up to, like, the last thing where it's orange, because at orange, that's when it gives you the bonus skill points. Then you craft it, and then those 5 skill points shoot you way past the point where it would have turned into a yellow recipe. I guess all that to say, crafting in retail and classic in that regard is a lot different. But yeah, you just gotta kind of figure it out. It's all about resource efficiency, right? Because that's the main idea. Usually if you're doing professions, you're trying to make money, or you're trying to save money on getting the items you want. And in either case, you want to spend as little as possible to get your skill up to reach the recipes that you want to actually craft. Let's see. It's hard to get into an MMO. It's a big time commitment. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of MMOs that I'll say are good, and I don't play them. Like I've said before, I love Final Fantasy XIV. I've played Final Fantasy XIV a lot. Haven't played it in months. And there's a lot of games that I will play just because it's easier. Like, it's one of the reasons why I play mobile games sometimes, because mobile games don't require a lot of commitment. So I don't have to exclusively play a mobile game. If I play it for like an hour or two at night before I fall asleep, that's easy for me, right? I can even play it while I'm sitting in bed, which is usually why I like that. Is that way it's like half the time I pass out while playing. And that's the goal. But when it comes to like games that I have to actually invest time in and play on my computer, like Final Fantasy is objectively a good game. I don't have the time to invest in it right now. Same with Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 actually just got a new expansion. I looked into it, looks actually pretty neat, but I mean, I can't play it right now. I don't have the time. I'd love to go check it out at some point in the future, but just no, not something I'm doing at the moment. Oh, Getro messaged. Both are good. Devi is playing a mage. It's obviously the strongest option, but rogue is solid, and I don't think we have one. But yeah, that is like the major issue with an MMO for sure, or MMOs just in general. Speaking as somebody who loves MMOs, like I love playing MMOs, but the reality is I can only dedicate time to like 2 or 3 of them. At this moment, my 3 MMOs are Retail WoW, Classic WoW Wrath, and Classic WoW Hardcore. So I'm already juggling so many different WoW-related MMOs, which effectively each one requires its own separate time commitment. So I don't really have time for that. Honestly, I don't really think I'm going to play a ton of ICC. Like, the main reason that I've been playing Wrath Classic a lot right now is because, you know, I've been doing TOGC reclears and stuff, and I've farmed Ulduar a million times at this point, but my Protection Paladin is almost full bis. I'm like 5,600 gear score or something. I have like absolutely crazy items, right? One of the only slots that isn't either best in slot or second best in slot. I'm pretty sure every single other slot except my necklace is either the best possible piece I can get or the second best possible piece. Technically speaking, I think 2 of my slots, if I were to, like, I can either get, like, TOGC tier, which isn't realistic, so, like, I don't really count TOGC tier as, like, best in slot, because as a prop paladin, TOGC tier is, like, it's not even good. It is, technically speaking, BIS because it is slightly higher stats and, like, item level compared to some of the items you just get off the bosses, but because you are competing with the other DPS and stuff who actually do need their tier set bonus, and the tier set bonus from TOGC is just basically worthless for Prop Paladin. There is just no universe in which I'm getting that, so I don't even think I'll have 2-piece or 4-piece, at least from Heroic, going into ICC. I have the regular 2-piece from just, like, Crusaders trophies and badges and stuff, but my Prop Paladin basically is almost full bis, right, going into ICC. So I should definitely be able to, like, if not with the guild that I'm currently in, that, like, I honestly don't really fully know how that situation's going to work out. Like, I don't dislike the guild that I'm in, but I did mention the other day I, like, was frustrated with kind of how they handled the scheduling for TOGC this past week. Because, like, they put me in on Friday, and I told them Friday doesn't really work for me this week. And then the officer was kind of, like, saying, oh, well, please try to make it if you can. And I'm like, I'm telling you, man, I'm not going to be able to make Friday. And then still, after the stream, after my stream ended, he was still messaging me, like, hey, you're going to be able to make it to raid? I'm like, no. It's like, at that point, I literally, I fell asleep so quickly. I would have been literally a dead man walking mid-raid. And I did tell him ahead of time, right? So, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm fine to stick it out, like, but I have no idea if they're going to be annoyed that I missed a raid. If they are, worst case scenario, I could probably find somewhere new to raid, but also, I have a feeling that this guild is probably going to be, like, doing a million farm runs and stuff for, like, getting Shadowmourne for people, because they've farmed out, like, 6 Valeniers in Ulduar, and we're still doing Ulduar reclear. I should probably kill this. That's an annoying resist. So, like, not gonna lie, one of the things that I hate the most about reclear right now is that it's Ulduar. Like, Ulduar is a fun raid, but it is a miserable raid when you've done it, like, 20 times, as I'm sure anybody who, still raids Wrath Classic can attest to. Fun on prog, holy shit can I not stand it. Like, I enjoyed tanking Algalon for the first 5 times. I hate tanking Algalon now. Yogg-Saron, I also enjoyed tanking the first 5 times. It is one of my least favorite fights to tank now. Yogg is just such a fucking miserable fight. Especially because some pulls, you just get turbo fucked. Like, there was one pull last week on Yogg where going into phase 2, I had like 15 sanity as a tank. Just because I got absolutely fucked by RNG. And that's just annoying, right? Like, luckily we wiped to something else. I think they mistimed coming out of the downstairs phase, and we wiped to that. So in the end, it actually didn't matter, thankfully. But what would have happened if we had not wiped is I would have absolutely 100% gone insane in the middle of P2, which is really, really, really bad, because if your tank goes insane, then all of the ads start running everywhere. So that probably would have caused a wipe, and I was already annoyed because there was literally nothing I could do. I did the exact same thing I do every single pull, and I just got screwed over that time, because RNG. So Ulduar is just not a fun raid to re-clear in the slightest, and the end result is that I'm just not really having fun with Wrath Classic anymore, and I'd still like to do ICC like once. I want to kill 25 Heroic Lich King just to get it done. But honestly, after that, I really have negative interest in doing farm runs of ICC. So I have a feeling that the moment that comes out, I'm going to do it like once or twice, get it done, and then I'm just going to kind of take a break until Cataclysm Classic. Cata Classic I am very excited for, and I will definitely play that when it comes out. But I just have zero interest in farming ICC. The only reason I am still farming TOGC is because I want to be able to get ICC done when it comes out, and I don't want to, like, struggle to find a raid team to do it with. So I guess we'll see how that goes. And, what's it called? Trying to think. The other thing that I obviously want to do in Wrath Classic is I want to eventually try to do leveling speedruns, and one of the main things that has previously held me up on getting those runs started is I need heirlooms, of course. Or at least I want to do the runs with heirlooms. I don't want to do, like, level 1 no mailing runs. You can do that, and there are people who do Wrath Classic level 1 no mailing speedruns. I just don't think that's fun. It's the same, you know, philosophy for retail WoW. I could do that, and a lot of people have said, why don't you do that? And it's because I've tried it. It is boring. It is not an interesting way, at least for me, to play the game. Where is... I'm guessing this guy's upstairs? Yeah, there we go.
You need something? Have a good one for the Alliance.
I forgot my Leatrix Plus was disabled. So yeah, heirlooms basically was something I needed, and the nice thing about doing a million re-clears of Ulduar and TOGC is I am swimming in badges right now. It is absolutely crazy how many badges I have. So not only do I already have a full set of plate and leather heirlooms, but I bought all of those like over a month ago, and since then I've accumulated something like 500 badges of whatever. So I think at this point I can buy a full set of cloth and mail heirlooms as well, and like all of the different weapons. I have a lot of badges. So I'm pretty set on getting heirlooms, which means I have everything that I would realistically need to do Classic Wrath speedruns from a, from like an heirloom perspective. The only thing I really need now is gold, which I guess I'll have to find ways to make gold. But we'll see. But yeah, so honestly, all of my goals in Wrath Classic are kind of met. I'll probably drop that off my schedule. And while obviously I'm enjoying playing Classic Hardcore right now, I have no idea how long I'm going to keep playing this. It's like if I hit level 60 and I'm still really enjoying it, I might play it more. But then, of course, if I die at level 60, I mean, I'm probably not going to level a second character all the way up to 60 after that point. So, we'll see. I mean, all I know right now is that I am having fun playing this, and I'm going to keep playing it until I stop having fun, but I have no idea when that will be. You can agree, it's 6 years that you've heard MMO is dying, and you're just saying this because maybe there is a market for this genre. I mean, people have been saying for years that MMOs have been dying, because MMOs have been dying for years. So, while it is something that people have been saying for a while, it's not like a boy who cried wolf situation. They have been shrinking in terms of market shares and just like the competition, right? So, yeah, it is not brand new information. It has definitely been happening for a while, but it's also not like people complaining over nothing. They have been growing smaller. There is, though, that being said, there absolutely is a market for MMOs, right? I'm not saying that. That's why I think saying MMOs are dying is maybe a bit of a misleading thing. I did use that term just because it is what a lot of people are claiming, that it is dying. There will always be a market for MMOs because there will always be people like myself and like presumably everyone watching the stream who enjoys playing MMOs, right? That's why we're still playing a game that came out in 2005. But the main point that I was trying to make with that is while people will still play MMOs, the fact that it takes so much money to actually develop one and create a new MMO, and the market for that is not like super large, it's really hard for like a game design company to justify allocating a ton of resources on building a brand new next generation MMO when as a genre it's not even that popular. So the unfortunate reality is when you can spend a fraction of the cost to develop a basic like battle royale game that all the kids will play and buy skins for, and it'll make 5 times the profit of an MMO that would have cost 5 times as much to develop. Frankly, it's a no-brainer. As much as I wish it wasn't the case, it's just how it is. So that was my main point there. Also, Fromage became a member. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I noticed the pop-up as I was ranting about that. So, yeah. I think, actually, you became a member while I was it you that said that? I forget which message I was reading. No, that was Ari Luna's message. But I have seen you in chat a lot from Monch. So, once again, thank you for becoming a member. I very much appreciate that. What should I do next? So, I turned in that quest in Stormwind. Do I have to go back to... Yeah, I have to return to Lakeshire. So there's all these like Lakeshire quests where you have to bounce all over the place. The main reason I'm doing this now is because one of them will direct me to Westfall. So then I'm heading back to Westfall anyway. That way I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone and just turn both of them in at once. Eventually I know it directs you to Darkshire, which I'll probably do much later. There's so many more options out there for gamers in general, yeah. World of Fortnite. There's actually good MMOs out there, yet many of us are stuck in WoW jail. I mean, I would not be playing WoW if I did not enjoy it. I know a lot of people will say, oh, they still play WoW because of, like, you know, sunk cost fallacy and stuff. I'd like to think that I'm, generally speaking, in control of, like, my gaming habits, right? Sometimes I will maybe give a game too much of a chance when I should probably just give up on it. But generally speaking, if something pisses me off and I'm not having fun with the game, I will stop playing it. A good example that I've said recently is Legends of Runeterra. Legends of Runeterra is a mobile game that I had a lot of fun with. They completely fucked everybody over, and I uninstalled it on the spot. Quite recently. And was I a little bit annoyed? Did it suck that a game that I previously enjoyed went full pay-to-win mode? Yeah. But I had no sunk cost fallacy thing about it. I said, well, that's a shame, and I decided not to waste any further time with it. Oh. Thank you, Cybelin. Assuming, since you said love the stream, I assume you're watching, so thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Totally agree WoW 2 would be useless for you, yeah. Final Fantasy, Guild Wars, Lost Ark. One of these things is not like the other. I don't know, personally, I don't count Lost Ark as like a real MMO. I haven't played it, I've watched friends play it. It seems like a fine game, but I would not, package it in with the other names on that list. You like graphics, but it's a matter of styles you can like, not how realistic it is. You'll open the window if you want super realism. Also, you find it a bit creepy sometimes, super realism in a game. Yeah, I think it depends. But I will always say that I prefer when games are more stylized and have, like, you know, an actual defined art style compared to whenever they like try to be hyper realistic and fail. A good example of that I brought up a few times, there's this game on my DS that I got back in like 2003 or something. It's Age of Empires 2 for the DS. And not only is it just a good game for its time, like 2003 DS game that actually is insanely fun. I've played it like a lot of times when I was bored before. I would just open up my DS, which is like super old at this point. It's like some old DS from like the 2010s and stuff. And I would play Age of Empires from 2003. And the way that they like ported it over, like basically converted the real-time strategy version of Age of Empires 2 from the PC into a turn-based game for the DS. Actually, they did a fantastic job with it. Really good game. But one of the coolest things about it is, despite being this game that came out in 2003, it actually holds up graphically because it has a very, like, stylized, art thing. Like, it's historical, but they don't try to make it, like, realistic. Like, the characters like Joan of Arc and King Richard the Lionhearted and stuff like that. It's very, like, artistic and more, like, based on... like the character designs are based on kind of like the artwork from that period. So it still looks good for a very old game on the DS, despite being a very old game on the DS. And there's actually a DS game that I have that's like a few years more recent. It was like from 2007 or something like that. And it's like a Star Wars game. I forget which one it is. It's Star Wars, like Lethal Alliance or whatever. And playing that, because they did try to go with fancier graphics, right? It looks terrible. It is objectively, better, quote-unquote, graphics than the Age of Empires one, but because they tried to go with a more realistic art style, and it's a realistic art style circa 2007, which in the modern day, it just looks so bad. Like, I cannot play that game without just getting distracted by how jarringly bad the graphics are. But when I play a game like Age of Empires that, despite being very old, has a more stylistic design, right? I don't notice at all. It fits right in. You don't really say, like, it doesn't clash in your mind of like, this just doesn't seem right. Seems perfectly fine. So I absolutely think that for graphics, that's a much better option. I also just scrolled down and saw Ramon said, "Dude, I became a member because of your rants." Awesome. I'm glad you enjoy them. Unfortunately, it's because of these rants that I am now 30 minutes behind on chat. If not more. We're getting there slowly. Let's see. Is it a hot take to ask why the people that keep complaining about WoW don't just stop playing it? I mean, I would say that's a bad way to word the opinion, right? I know, Cheeky, that you're not necessarily referring to me, per se. And obviously, I've explained my take on that multiple times, right? Like, obviously, I have complaints about WoW, but as I've said literally multiple times in this stream alone, if I was not enjoying WoW, I wouldn't play it, right? I enjoy the parts I enjoy, and I keep playing that. Also, before I forget, just something really quick that I noticed. I'll do the usual YouTuber thing. Don't forget to like the stream, because, helps the algorithm promote it and stuff like that. And I know a lot of times people forget to like streams and whatnot because they don't think of it the same way as they do a video. But it does actually function effectively the same way, especially later on when it becomes a VOD and like a recording and stuff. So, did want to quickly throw that out there just before I forget. Naomi said, yeah, go to the realm that Liquid is on. Yeah, Liquid is on Illidan for reference. I'm pretty sure they're still on Illidan. So Illidan is like the biggest NA server by far for raiding and stuff. But there's a lot of fairly popular servers on NA, so you don't need to be on Illidan. Bellular said specifically the stuff in 10.1 was good, and you were super baffled. You gotta disagree. You think Dragonflight's writing is worse than Shadowlands? So, I've said this a few times. I think it depends on how you're viewing it. I can definitely see why you would think Dragonflight's writing is worse than Shadowlands because there's a lot of stuff in it to dislike. The thing that I think pushes Shadowlands over the edge is the trampling on older stories. I think it's one thing to tell a bad story, but when your story is so bad that it kind of retroactively ruins original canon or original lore or something like that, I would say that is like one step even further towards being worse. And Shadowlands did that heavily. Dragonflight kind of rewrites some old canon, but not in like a really egregious way. Like there were a few that were a bit questionable, like there's the whole like Tyr and the Titans like putting chemicals in the water to like turn the dragons gay or whatever. I don't remember the whole thing, but I remember people on Twitter were complaining about that. I'm like, oh, you know, the dragons were just poisoned from birth, or oh, this is a terrible retcon. And then apparently, like, Steve Denuser backpedaled on Twitter and said, like, technically speaking, the Titans didn't actually corrupt the water. It was a side effect that made the dragons more aligned with I don't know, whatever fucking bullshit Steve Denuser pulled out of his ass to justify his nonsensical writing, which is why I can't be bothered, because whatever the debate is, for better or for worse, like, it doesn't matter. The writing is just going to be whatever it is. There's no sense or logic to it. So in some ways, yes, Dragonflight has a little bit stamped on older lore, but I think the fact that Shadowlands went all the way back to Warcraft 3 and attempted multiple character assassinations and blatant rewrites, that is the thing that I just can't stand about it. Because in that way, it's not just a bad story, it is disgraceful to stories that were actually good. That is the biggest issue with Shadowlands writing. Oh, the YouTube bug got you again? Yeah. The best way to say it is stop fucking swearing. Exactly. Yeah, that conveys the point perfectly. Let's see. Oh, now I got to a point where I did read all of those messages when they first were out. Naomi said, if you don't try to make gold, 60k is a lot, but if you put in some research effort or just boost, you'll end up trading in gold caps. Yeah, exactly. You spent 40 minutes waiting for Harldan to reach your message, and he skipped over all of them. I assume you're saying that because I read the most recent messages for a second. Yeah. I'd prefer if you don't complain constantly about, like, me taking a while to read messages, because, like, I get around to it. I'd like to think, you know, pick your poison, right? I could try to read a message every now and then whenever it gets sent most recently in chat, in which case I will miss messages. Or I can guarantee that I read your message eventually by scrolling through it. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure I got to all of your messages. I think you're just saying that because at that time, right when you said that, I was responding to something that somebody said, like, 1 minute ago. So, yeah. But obviously, I will always go back and read all of it. And yeah, Cheeky, I would say, Cheeky, just, like, tone it down a little bit. Just a tad, right? Especially because, like, yeah, there's certain things, I don't know, just I don't like to be too harsh on people's sense of humor, but certain things I don't love joking about. Anyways. If you can level efficiently and care about the cost of transferring, just level a new character. Yeah. See, I'm scrolling down. There's a lot of stuff here that I can probably scroll through because it's like mostly just discussion in chat that doesn't necessarily pertain to me. There is Silverleaf over here. I don't know if I can get that without getting into combat with the gnolls. Yeah, I'm not going to risk it. I'm just going to fight the Defias mobs over here. It's funny how you can put fish in the bank and they don't rot. Yeah. Definitely is amusing how you can do that. Now, I kind of want to go into the cave to get better mob tags, but obviously fighting in a cave is inherently a bit spooky. I don't know. I guess there's a lot of people here, so it should be fine, and I am kind of over-leveled for the Defias at this point, so even if I pulled, like, 2 mobs, I should be pretty safe. So as long as I don't, like, face pull 3 mobs at once, and nobody is around to help me, I think I'm chilling. That should be fine. I do need to remember to rebuff. And since I now have all of these elixirs, I should be drinking that.
I cannot use that.
And I can get a food buff. Get all that rolling. And I'll just get one herb-baked egg food buff. You can't play Monk on this, so you couldn't call his Monk Larice, so you put that name on an evoker instead. Yeah. So... Wait, there's no Defias in here. Why is there, like, quest objectives for red leather bandanas in this mine? Okay. That kobold is just taking off. Yeah. I'm out. Jesus Christ. I am getting the fuck out of here. I'm gonna find another place to kill Defias mobs. I think this area is probably better to farm them. Because I didn't realize that mine had kobolds. I don't know why there's Defias outside the mine, and then kobolds inside the mine. Anyways. How do people find guilds? Usually websites like Raider.io, Warcraft logs, stuff like that. Let's head down this way. You're not worried when it brings out the in-game guide, you just love my work. I'm glad to hear you like it, yeah. As Naomi said, the in-game leveling add-on is not a priority for me right now. It is a long-term goal. I will have it done when it's done. But it's not... progress is going to be very, very slow on that. Do not expect it soon.
Need more rage. Not enough rage.
What is my favorite song from the Shrek soundtrack? Well, the only one I know of is, All-Star. So, I guess All-Star by default. Yeah, it should be more Defias up this hill, I think. You've seen some folks in retail have 2 gathering professions rather than a crafting prof. Is that even worth it? I mean, it's a difficult question to answer. If you really want to make gold, no, it's not worth it. Obviously, the real money will always come from crafting instead of gathering. However, if you are not interested in making money off crafting professions, like if you aren't planning on getting recipes and making rank 3s and stuff in retail, or in the case of crafted gear, rank 5s, right? At that point, then there really is no reason to have a crafting profession. So, yeah, I guess go gathering professions. It can't hurt, right? What mobile games am I playing and that I can recommend? So at the moment, the only mobile game that I'm playing, which I've talked about a lot over the past few days because it is really fun, is Honkai Star Rail. I downloaded that like a week ago, and I'm already like insanely addicted to it. It is a really, really, really fun game. And since I did quickly scroll down to the bottom of the chat, I just saw what Joseph Miller said. Have I tried Marvel Snap? Yes, I did not like it. I played Marvel Snap for like a day, and it is not for me. I found it to be way too RNG for my liking, and I also saw some complaints about like the microtransactions and stuff, and it was one of those where if it was a game that like I heard good things about, right, and you know, maybe I didn't initially enjoy it, I would have spent more time on it, but it's like I played it, I really wasn't having a lot of fun with it, and then I read about like apparently the microtransactions are insanely predatory, and I just stopped. I'm not really going to invest my time in that. I would say, honestly, like, while Hearthstone itself has a lot of problems. Out of all of the card games that I've played over the years, I would have said Legends of Runeterra was a really good contender until the most recent update, which just fucked it, which is sad, but is what it is. Hearthstone has its problems, and obviously it's Blizzard, and Blizzard does a lot of greedy shit. The one thing I can say in Hearthstone's credit is the PvE is very good. And I mean, I played a lot of PvP Hearthstone over the years. Like, I've gotten Legends 3 times, and I mean, it was fine. Like, obviously, there was a time in my life where I was enjoying playing PvP card games, and at the moment, it's just not really for me. I just haven't really been having a lot of fun with it. It's like, card games like that, if you have a ton of time to, like, grind, right? Because inevitably that's how it's always structured. Grinding, like, PvP rating in most games, really, is very, 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 very time-consuming. And when I was making legend pushes back in, like, high school and stuff, I had a ton of time to play Hearthstone. Because, you know, back in high school, which is mostly when I did that, I would, like, Hearthstone was a mobile game, so I would be able to play it in school. So I was literally playing ranked Hearthstone in the middle of, like, my high school math class, or at lunch, and, you know, whenever I could, on the bus ride home, etc. So that was one of the nice things about it. I had so much, like, slush time in my life back then, where I was doing something IRL, and I couldn't play on my computer, right? So it was nice to have a mobile game that I could sink a shit ton of time into. And, I mean, I had fun with Hearthstone. I also think partially one of the reasons that I don't like it is I just hate the design of modern Hearthstone cards for PvP. Like, I was looking at the Titans set, which they released a little while ago, and the design of the cards is cool. Like, I like what Blizzard is going for. But balancing-wise, what the fuck? There's absolutely no way that you can balance those cards remotely, to be fair. Where you have, like, some Titans that are just ridiculously overpowered, and then some which have insanely weak effects. It's just going to completely warp the meta around them, and that just seems so boring. Because nowadays, power creep in Hearthstone has gotten to the stage where it is just literally a coin flip on who wins. Right? You queue in, oh, is it a good matchup for me? Nope. And then you lose. And whenever I tried playing PvP Hearthstone before, like, I played a little bit of PvP Hearthstone in Nathria. Nathria, the card expansion, not Nathria, the WoW expansion. Because I know a lot of times I will refer to World of Warcraft patches as, like, a way to timestamp the story that I'm talking about. But there was actually a Castle Nathria expansion in Hearthstone, which was, like, late last year. And since I had been playing Hearthstone PvE a lot, I was like, you know, I'll try ranked mode again. I had, like, a bunch of cards that I got in for free while, like, you know, playing the game, because I got a lot of gold and stuff. So I built a Face Hunter deck, and I actually made it all the way to Diamond, just YOLO pushing with this Face Hunter deck that I built. But I'm going to be honest, like, I had no motivation after hitting Diamond to push any further, because, like, the entire time I got there, I went on, like, a 10-game win streak, where I just queued into, like, greedy control decks over and over, and I drew well, and then I just got, like, what was the card? I don't remember the name, but there was a card from Nathria where you deal 8 damage to 3 random minions, and any overkill damage gets dealt to the opponent's face. And there were just so many games where I would just draw that card, and then the moment, like, the opponent got low health, they would play, like, a few minions, because, you know, they weren't good enough to play around that card. I would just slam it. I think it was called Collateral Damage. And I would just play Collateral Damage, just destroy my opponent for massive overkill, and, yeah, GG next game. But as I started getting to, it's 6 damage, 8 mana, and yeah, collateral damage, yeah. What's it called? But by the time I started getting, like, to Diamond and stuff, you know, people began playing around that, and then it eventually turned into, either I would queue into a matchup where I had, like, a 70 to 90% you know, favor to win. And in most of those games I would win, or I would queue into a matchup that was like ridiculously anti-aggro and I had like a 10% chance of winning just because of the way that matchup works. And like, obviously stuff like that, you play it long enough, and that's how legend pushes always went for me back in the day. You know, you are eventually going to hit legend if you keep grinding at it. I just don't have the time for that, so I just gave up. I also just wasn't really enjoying it. I feel like, generally speaking, other than cases like Freeze Mage versus Control Warrior, back in like old Hearthstone, a lot of win rates were a bit more even and weren't as lopsided, but Hearthstone now more than ever feels like a game of glorified rock, paper, scissors. And I really don't enjoy that. All of that being said, though, the main reason why I said I can still recommend Hearthstone is the PvE game modes, specifically like Dollar Run Heist, Tombs of Terror, they're still good, right? They came out years ago. They haven't been updated since, but they are good content. It's like you pay once and you get access to it. They have like a wing that you get completely for free, so you can try it out completely free. But the entire thing is like, I don't know, $20 or something. But it's $20 for endlessly replayable content that I sunk a ridiculous amount of time into that is just fun. And there's no microtransaction bullshit because it's completely single player. And it holds up well. So I guess if you are like interested in solo like PvE card games, that is still a very good example, even though it is like a few years old at this point. But like I said, it holds up despite being a few years old. But as for recent games, definitely the only one I can say at the moment is Honkai Star Rail, which I have given the disclaimer, it is a gacha game, and normally I hate gacha games, but this one has like actually been able to hold my attention. I've been enjoying it just for the gameplay itself. Obviously, it's one of those things where some people may not like the microtransaction end of it. Why is this guy... Are you mad that I stole the tag? Like, we're both here. I've literally been killing Defias Trappers. Like, what do you want? Anyways. Since it's on topic, I'll quickly read the last, like, two messages, or a few messages about Hearthstone. Oh, man, Paripa. Paripa. I hate to break it to you. I've mentioned this in passing. Warcraft Rumble is dead on arrival. So that is probably something important to say. As somebody who has played... I played the alpha... Or I didn't play the alpha. I played the closed beta, and I played the open beta. Warcraft Rumble is fucking terrible. And it is... I hope it is dead on arrival, because that game does not deserve to exist with what Blizzard is trying to do with it. I played the closed beta for Warcraft Rumble a few months ago, because I got invited through Android. And it was okay. I had fun with it. I'll say that much at the very least. And I beat the entire game, right? So, you know, there's a lot of people out there who basically played through the first two zones and gave, like, a generic review of, like, it's like, it's okay, right? So, I am speaking with, I would say, pretty good authority on the subject, because I literally beat the entire campaign. Every single mission, which, as far as I can tell, there obviously are people who have done that, right? But looking through, like, because I joined the Discord after I got into the closed beta, I would say the vast majority of beta testers didn't even get that far. I mean, I didn't kill Onyxia. Onyxia is the final boss of it, but only like 10 people killed Onyxia total. I think less than that. Like 7 people in the entire world on the closed beta managed to kill Onyxia, partially because it's a grind. Onyxia is just, you basically need to grind for like 3 weeks after beating the rest of the game to even be able to attempt Onyxia, which is admittedly horrific design, but I excused it because it was still in the beta and I had no idea what they were going to do. I'm pretty sure that they have since made changes to at least make that not quite as egregious, but I couldn't tell you because I bounced off the open beta pretty early after seeing the other changes. But the TLDR is... the missions... a lot of the missions are fun in concept. The problem is the game has severe balancing issues to the point where it just is not fun to play. And I think the main problem, and this is like, I'm not opposed to a mobile game being difficult. Like, I don't necessarily play mobile games for insane difficulty. I like a challenge, I like a difficult game, but a lot of the missions in Warcraft Rumble are like, fuck you levels of difficulty. Like, not even just, this is slightly challenging. Like, for instance, playing Honkai Star Rail, which I talked about before, the campaign and stuff is pretty easy. Most of the missions for, like, the story and stuff, it's not meant to be hard. But there are, like, optional challenges and stuff that you can do. There's, like, that give you better rewards and whatnot. And so far, like, I'm not at max level yet. I've heard that apparently it gets even harder. But that makes sense. That is like a standard difficulty curve for a game. I expect that when I get to the very end game of Honkai Star Rail, it's going to kick my teeth in. But so far, the difficulty curve has been perfect. It's exactly what you would expect from a game. The campaign and story stuff is very easy, straightforward. It's not like shut your brain off easy. You still need to kind of know what you're doing. But like, I would say 99% of players would be able to get through it. I can do it without any real challenge. And then there's like these additional things. There's like a roguelike game mode within it, which I really enjoy. And some of the higher levels of that are actually quite difficult. And I had like a really fun run where I got like all of these like really crazy like shield and self-healing powers, and like basically 3 out of 4 people on my team got wiped out, and my tank character ended up soloing like the last 20% of the final boss of the roguelike mode. And that was like a really fun moment, and I had to like plan out my skills properly, and it felt awesome. And that's like the kind of difficulty and challenge that I like. But Warcraft Rumble is fuck you levels of difficulty 2 hours into the game. It is... The tuning on it is complete horseshit, right? And I say that, like I said, as somebody who likes a challenge, but just reading through the Discord for the beta and stuff, there are people who, like, can't get past, like, the 3rd or 4th zone. Like, Grom Hellscream is the final boss mission for the Durotar zone, and I actually... Out of curiosity, I watched a random streamer who apparently only streams mobile games attempt Grom Hellscream, and he wiped to him for like 45 minutes straight. And like, I mean, it's a hard mission, but it's one of those things where this isn't even like very far into the campaign. You can reach Grom Hellscream in like 2 hours. And the problem that I have with it, and this is like, I discussed this before, I can't remember if I said this on stream or in Discord. I posted a very long rant about this in my Discord. So I know I talked about it there. I can't remember if I talked about it on stream, so I'll give this rant. The issue that I have with Warcraft Rumble is when I played the game in the closed beta, all of these problems still existed. So the difficulty curve was completely fucked. The unit balance was completely fucked. And honestly, the game is just way too hard. And it's too hard to the point where it's just not fun. Especially because it's very grindy. And, like, to give another example from the recent game that I've been playing, in Honkai Star Rail, there's like a decent grind. But one of the nice things is a lot of the grindy things that you need to do are not, like, ridiculously hard. So I can kind of shut my brain off and farm some, like, easier mobs if I want to get, like, level up materials and whatnot. And, you know, I just spend 30 minutes, you know, pressing buttons, half paying attention, and then I get the shit I need. Cool, right? When I want to be focused, it's when I'm doing difficult content, not when I'm farming generic, basic items that, you know, I don't care about. But Warcraft Rumble requires you to grind a lot, and the way that the quests are tuned, so you grind through a system called quests, where it's effectively a rescaled version of one of the regular campaign missions. But for whatever reason, the quests in some case actually outscale your the level of your units. So if your average unit level is 9 or something, the harder quests will be level 11. And not only is that fucking stupid, because this is meant to be just a generic XP grinding thing to, like, level up your characters, so having, like, that 2-level difference may not sound like a lot. In the case of Warcraft Rumble, it is massive. That is a colossal difference, and you feel the impact. And it's a ridiculously hard mission to win. A lot of times you will have to restart multiple times to pull that off. So not only is that, like, just absurdly difficult for no reason, but it's also, like, the reward for doing that is trivial. You get, like, a tiny bit of experience, and you're expected to literally farm these quests endlessly to level up your units. So it's not even really that fun doing the same generic missions over and over. It's also random because you can get certain bosses are just harder than others. Some of the earlier bosses, like the first zone is Elwyn Forest, the second zone is Westfall. A lot of those bosses are very easy, but then you have like random bosses in Duskwood and like Durotar that are just ridiculously hard, and the scaling makes them so much more difficult. So because you can't target farm anything, it like randomly selects a unit that you get experience from, and then it randomly selects a boss out of the ones you've completed. It means that it's just such a massive pain to grind, because you have no control over how you get the experience, you have no control over the difficulty of the mission, and sometimes it is just blatantly hard for no reward. So the fact that the grind is absolute misery, and that did not get changed at all from... What the hell? Am I lagging? Okay, apparently I'm not lagging. I don't know why I'm unable to skin this mob. I skinned it, and then it said target is tapped and didn't let me actually loot it. So I don't know what happened there. I'm going to head back to town, though, because my bags are full, and I only need generic Defias masks at this point, so I can get that elsewhere. But yeah, so not only is it just annoying to do, but a lot of the missions themselves in the campaign, like, they are just not fun. So it has traditional, like I said, level scaling, where you have to, like, grind for things, and the missions, like, increase in level, and at a certain point, you will hit a brick wall where you just cannot kill the boss, right? It's just fucked. The stuff is way too difficult. So I could continue on, honestly. I've already outlined some of my major problems with the game. The final point that I'll make, instead of just going on and on about all the different things, there's like, they added a new gacha system, which is completely boring and uninteresting, right? It's like, they tried to add a gacha system because they're like, oh, you know, gacha makes money, right? And mind you, this game, right, they advertised it as it's gonna be anti-whaling. They literally, in the announcement, like, trailer, like, a year ago or so, they were like, oh yeah, we have anti-whaling features to make it so people can't pay to win. Bullshit, and I will get to that in a second. That is my biggest problem. But they also just randomly in the open beta just now added this new half-assed gacha feature where you have to like get duplicates of a lot of the things you already have, and if you get like a shit ton of duplicates and get all of these shards, you can power it up to get a stat bonus. And obviously, I have already said I generally speaking dislike gacha systems. But here's how you do a good gacha system, where at least it doesn't feel bad, and Warcraft Rumble's how you do a bad one. In Honkai Star Rail, right? Whether or not you like gacha, or whatever, when you get a duplicate of a unit, it gets converted. I think like Genshin probably does the same thing. I haven't really played Genshin Impact, or any other of the, like, games from, what's the company, MiHoYo, or whatever. This is the only one I've really played. So it might be similar in those other games. But when you get, like, a duplicate out of, like, whatever it's called, like the pulls, or I forget what the terminology is. When you get, like, a duplicate of something you already have, you get something called an Eidolon. And the Eidolon basically lets you unlock a new talent, which actually changes the way your character plays. So basically, you don't feel bad getting, like, a duplicate of something you already have, because, like, for instance, in Honkai Star Rail, I've gotten the character Serval out of, like, 5 times out of, like, the pulls that I've done, and I actually use that character a decent amount, and every single time I get a duplicate, it basically gives me an item that I can power up Serval with, and then she gains, like, new additional abilities that increases her like, potential in combat in an interesting way. It's not just like, oh, you gain additional damage. It's like, your abilities that apply, like, lightning debuffs have a 100% chance to, like, you know, strike an additional time or something, and it changes the way that I go about, like, you know, using that character in combat. So it's interesting. Obviously, gacha stuff in general, like I said, I don't love the monetization structure, but I think that is at least an interesting enough way to do it, because then I'm like, okay, yeah, so, like, the character actually changes and evolves over time. There's, like, you know, interesting rewards from that. Whereas the way they implemented it in Warcraft Rumble is, like, the laziest way possible, where it is literally just, you get duplicates, it gives you a currency, you use that currency, and you get extra stats. So it is just a blatant pay more money to get more copies to get a stronger version of it. You actually, stat-wise, you don't even really gain stats in, like, Honkai Star Rail by getting duplicates. Kind of a little bit, just because a lot of times the bonuses you'll get will make it powerful, but it's at least, like I said, it's more powerful in an interesting way that changes the way you play the game, ever so slightly, so it's still at least interesting enough. But it's not just literally completely transparent, give us more money to get more power type shit, which is just bad. Really, really, really bad. But they also just completely disabled all of the anti-whaling features in Warcraft Rumble. You can literally just buy as much gold in that game as you want for money. There used to be, like, a cap, right? And obviously, I know some people are going to think it sounds silly, like, oh, putting a cap on how much money you can spend, you know, it's still pay to win, whatever. And, like, yes, admittedly, the game was kind of pay to win before, even still, despite all of that stuff. But the key problem that I have with it is, like I said, all of those issues with grinding, all of those issues with, like, the difficulty curve, that stuff really sucks. However, when pay to win isn't really something that can happen, it's a little bit more acceptable in terms of, like, I am at least not completely turned off on the game by that, because the way I look at it in that case is, okay, well, this is obviously not fun game design, so surely, if it's not in there specifically to cause pay to win, surely Blizzard's going to realize this is terrible game design, and they are going to give players more ways to then earn experience in a way that is actually fun, or they are going to retune quests to be less garbage. And, you know, they have an incentive, because if the game sucks, obviously you want to make it better. But here's the problem. When you remove, like, suddenly, if you remove all restrictions on whaling and you give people the ability to spend as much money as possible, what was before, right, just a minor oversight in the game design that makes the game a little bit too grindy and, you know, a little bit unfun, suddenly turns into a transparent, no, they are actually intentionally trying to make the gameplay feel terrible, because now you can just spend money to skip the entire process. So that is kind of the big change. The actual, like, quality of the gameplay, technically speaking, was no different in the closed beta and the open beta, but the fact that all of these issues still exist from the time I played it before to the time that I played it when it went into open beta, all of those same exact problems have not been touched. But they did spend extensive amounts of time reworking the monetization structure to get you to pay more money. So I think that very clearly shows where their priorities lie with the game. So all of that to say, do not touch Warcraft Rumble. Avoid it like the plague. It is a transparent attempt by Blizzard to just rip money out of your wallets for a half-put-together garbage attempt at a mobile game. Do not fall for it. Just let that game fucking die when it comes out. Honestly, I am half tempted to actually make a video talking about it, because it is so bad and so egregious that I want to make sure that nobody actually falls for that shit. Because there is no value to that game whatsoever. It is such a transparent cash grab that I don't want people to even potentially waste any money on it. And I know that around BlizzCon, Blizzard is going to probably do a lot of stuff in BlizzCon about Arclight Rumble, or Warcraft Rumble, just to try and get people to download it. They are already in the open beta now, and with the open beta being out now, you can expect a full launch shortly before BlizzCon, so that way they can very clearly push it, get people to play it, and then hit you with the fucking microtransaction garbage, and fuck that. So I might actually make a full-on, like, review for it, because obviously I still have access to the game. I've uninstalled it because I have no interest in playing that. But I might actually reinstall it and do a bit of recording just so I can put together a review, or like, I wouldn't say a review, but like at least an overview on how bad the game is to explain why you should not play it, because I don't want people to fall for that. You hate cash grabs so foul like that, so you'll totally have to avoid it. Yeah. And it's a shame because oh, here is the classic enemy, Defias Pillager, the namesake of the server. Oh, that was nice of this guy to invite me, so I get credit for it. Because like you said, Paripa, where you said it seemed cute and you were completely sold. The chibi, white mane, or herald, you're fucking... yeah, definitely, I completely agree on what you said. The art style and the aesthetic of Warcraft Rumble is very cool. And that is why this really frustrates me. And I should also say, no hate to the developers of the game. Because I do think that the development team for Warcraft Rumble, most likely, based on everything I've seen with it, probably does care about the game and would want it to be better. But having played it quite a lot, I can tell you that it's pretty obvious that when it clearly was not coming along the way Blizzard wanted, because let's be real, they announced it over a year ago, and then it effectively vanished off the face of the planet, and they're only just now bringing it up. I completely forgot it existed until I got invited to the closed beta. So any hype whatsoever around that game has completely died. It honestly doesn't really have a place in the market. It doesn't do anything particularly special. It's kind of interesting, but it is basically, it is a infinitely worse version of Clash Royale, which I've actually, since trying out Warcraft Rumble, I did some research into Clash Royale to, fuck no, I'm not fighting 3 mobs like that. Yeah, I did some research into Clash Royale, and apparently it has its own issues. But yeah, the PvP for Warcraft Rumble... Did this guy just... Okay. I guess that guy didn't want a group after all? Anyways, yeah, so the PvP for Warcraft Rumble is terrible. That is like one of those things where, like I said, I could go into detail on all of the myriad of issues of the game. The main problem is the microtransaction garbage. The PvP is bad, but that is like a separate point. Yeah, if this guy's not going to fight it, then I'm not going to bother. But the PvE is like at least mildly entertaining, but fairly uninspired, and definitely not worth it with the level of grinding implemented right now. So what I think happened is the team probably had a lot of these cool ideas. The art style for Warcraft Rumble is amazing. I love it. Like you said, it's very cute. I really like the stylization of it. And one of the coolest things about it, the only praise that I will give that game, is the design of like the campaign missions and stuff. And the general way that like the characters are depicted is actually very cool. So a lot of the missions in Warcraft Rumble are, oh, that guy got whacked. Okay, I think we should be fine. Worst case scenario, I'm actually going to shift out and throw a regrowth on him. Just because his health bar was a little bit spooky. The general design of missions and stuff, like the mechanics for it, are actually pretty neat. I kind of like that. And pretty much the bosses and stuff that you see in Warcraft Rumble, it's all like a love letter to classic WoW. So a lot of like the characters, like Westfall, the Westfall bosses, Foe Reaper 4000 is a boss. Where is it? Voltros, is that this rare? Voltros is a boss. Edwin Van Cleef is the final boss. What are the other ones? I'm trying to remember what the other Westfall bosses were. One of them is like an original character, which is weird considering most of the rest of the game isn't. But like, for instance, what are you doing, buddy? Okay, I guess because there's no pillagers in this pull, it's kind of fine, but if he had pulled like a Defias Pillager with this pull of 3, I honestly would have just let him die. I'm fairly confident in my ability to take on 3 Defias Looters, but like, yeah, this is absurdly aggressive for no reason, and I no longer want to group with this guy. Doing dumb shit like that, yeah. Pulling 3 mobs and dragging it back, get the fuck out of there with that. Anyways, yeah. All that to say, it had a lot of potential. I think the developers clearly care about it. I don't think the game conceptually at the start was going to be a cash grab, but it's very clear based on the changes that have been made from the closed beta to the open beta that some higher up at Blizzard clearly dropped the hammer on the game and said, this is not going to be successful, so you need to squeeze every last drop of money out of it. That is the only way to explain the hyper monetization changes that they've implemented. So, unlucky. Anyways, that was like a 30-minute rant or something, so I fell way far behind on chat. I am going to try my best to catch up. Apologies if I have not read your message yet and you sent it like an hour ago. I will get around to it, but, you know, when I start talking about stuff like that, which, you know, the Warcraft Rumble stuff really pisses me off, so when I get going on that, I really get going. And now I need to find, what was the last thing I read before? Oh yeah, I think the thing that spiraled into this whole discussion is when John LeDerp asked what mobile games I'm currently playing. So I remember that message. I think that was the last thing I read. Yeah, because then Sticky Sauce said, Final Fantasy is great, but it does suffer when some bosses can take a day to beat. Well, are you talking about Final Fantasy in general or FF14? Because when I was saying Final Fantasy, I specifically meant, like, FF14. I don't know what that's in reference to, of some bosses taking a day to beat. I will say, though, endgame in Final Fantasy, yeah, it is kind of ass. Savage rating is at least okay. I don't think it's terrible. The problem with Final Fantasy endgame is, for all of the flaws that retail World of Warcraft has, the actual curve of being able to get into endgame content is surprisingly good. And it can always get better. You know, some people will say getting into a mythic guild from a heroic guild can be difficult, but I would actually say that is more on the community side of things than any issue that Blizzard has done. Because, right, like, Blizzard can only do so much to make mythic rating and stuff accessible. At the end of the day, like, there's no way that you can make that type of stuff queuable. It is what it is, right? Also, is Sembu playing Classic? Or no, he's playing a character on Mal'Ganis. But, what's it called? For all of its flaws, retail WoW's difficulty curve is actually quite good. There is a very clear path to getting into endgame raids from max level. It may take a while, right? You know, you may have to go through a lot of different steps. Like, you'll probably start with, like, low Mythic Plus keys, then get into normal raids, then get into, like, heroic keys, and, of course, higher Mythic Plus stuff. Or heroic raids and higher Mythic Plus keys is what I meant to say. Stuff like that. But there is a very clear path, and there's, like, multiple stepping stones along the way to getting into endgame content in WoW. A lot of other MMOs, like Final Fantasy and Guild Wars 2, has this problem as well. But Guild Wars 2 admittedly has a much more, like, fleshed out endgame in general, so it's not really as much of an issue in total. But getting into raiding in Guild Wars 2 is definitely a massive leap from everything else. But Final Fantasy, it is really, like, the entire game up to the end is mostly single-player story stuff, and then you hit endgame, and it's just, like, regular raids, which are so trivially easy that they may as well not exist other than the story, and then savage raids, which are, for all intents and purposes, brutally hard compared to everything else in the game. And yeah, there's no clear path to it. So getting into savage raids in Final Fantasy is one of those where you kind of need to know somebody. And I'll take 2 agility over an additional spirit. You kind of already need to know somebody. So, like, if I know a few people who play Final Fantasy 14, so if I wanted to do Savage again, I'd probably, like, talk to them and just based on the fact that I've raided in WoW, probably get in that way. But there's like no real clear path to demonstrate that you know what you're doing and that you're a good player. You know, you either have prior experience, you have friends who do it, or people just take a chance on you, which is, yeah, kind of difficult. There's a lot of issues with Final Fantasy's endgame. Admittedly, though, I don't play Final Fantasy for its endgame, so obviously every game has its own strength. Would it be nice if the endgame was better? Absolutely, but I think, you know, the stuff that Final Fantasy does offer is at least good enough. How long have I been streaming? 3 hours. Yeah, so at some point, actually, I'll probably do that just in a moment, and then I'll catch up with the rest of the chat when I need to go. I'll need to take a break because I need to feed the cats around this time, and it'll give me a good chance to make some more coffee. MMOs are from a different era when folks had more spare time, yeah. The best of the worst complaints you heard about Final Fantasy XIV was, it's too Japanese. Yeah, pretty much. I have heard a lot of people call Final Fantasy XIV a weeb game, and Final Fantasy XIV definitely is not a weeb game. It is Japanese, right? But I really hate when a lot of people think that everything that is made, you know, in Japan is automatically a weeb thing, right? Like, there are weeb games. Final Fantasy is just a JRPG. JRPGs do not equal weeb games. So that is, like, the complaint I've heard a lot that just always irks me whenever people say it. Just get the Lich King kill and run? Yeah, I think that's what I'll have to do. Free said, I really need a Harldan approved leveling guide for Wrath. You started recently and you're having too many issues with the WoW Pro add-on. Yeah, we'll see. I will say, though, do not expect... I honestly don't think I will make a Wrath Classic leveling guide. Because I am not familiar enough with Wrath Classic leveling right now to make a leveling guide. And while I do want to try and learn it so that I can speedrun it, the amount of effort to already learn how to do the speedrun in the first place, right? That is, like, a lot of time that I would need to spend. And then to, on top of that, spend all the time writing and developing a guide and stuff like that, and then, of course, testing my guide to make sure it works. That is just way too much time, and I would be willing to spend that if it was not for the fact that by the time I'm finished, we're probably already going to be done with Wrath Classic, and then, you know, its relevancy will be over. So unfortunately, Freeze, I don't think I'll be doing that. Honestly, by the time I'm ready to do Wrath speedruns, it'll probably be close to the end of Wrath anyways. So we'll see about that. A lot of what I'm working on in Wrath Classic right now is, I've kind of mentioned this before, but I have, like, big plans for Cataclysm Classic. I'm very excited for Cataclysm Classic, and I've already been doing a lot of research into different video topics. Obviously, we're going to get dungeon guides again. That much is no-brainer. My Wrath Classic dungeon guides did very well. I got a lot of good reception to those, and Cataclysm dungeons are even more important to have guides for because, by all accounts, Heroic Cata dungeons are fucking brutal. So that is something I am very excited to make guides for. That is definitely planned, right? But I also do want to make a leveling guide for Cata Classic. And one of the reasons why I'm interested in learning Wrath Classic leveling is primarily so then I can take that information, apply it to Cataclysm Classic, and have a full leveling guide for that on launch. Obviously, my timeline on that is uncertain because Cata Classic hasn't even been announced, so we don't even have a release date yet. So I don't know exactly when I will need to have that done by, or what my timeline like that will look like. But that is primarily my goal. Unfortunately, I don't think I will have a Wrath leveling guide itself done. With that, real quick, I am going to take a quick 5-minute break so we can bust this beautiful piece of art out again. 5-minute break, and I, like before, since, you know, I'm taking a break anyway, I'm just going to quickly throw a mid-roll ad here, and I will be back when I have made coffee and finished giving the cats food. Okay, I'm temporarily back. I will need to go back to feed the cats in a second. Or rather, I've given them food. But here's the thing. I have about like 1 or 2 minutes because the moment my cat Finn finishes eating his food, he is immediately going to run over to my other cat Lexi's food bowl and start shoving his face in there. And a lot of times Lexi won't fight him, so she'll just walk away, and then he will eat the rest of her food. And, well, we can't have that. So, yeah, I need to at least go and check. He usually is good enough to not do that until he finishes his own food bowl. Unfortunately, yeah, the reality of, I hate having to take breaks on stream. It's why on my regular streams you normally won't see me doing that. I will try to prepare ahead of time and just power through the entire thing, because the reality is, I took a break, immediately lost 20 viewers. It's like, literally, I can look at the analytics, just a cliff drop happens, right? But the reality of, taking care of the dogs and cats is that I am the only one in the house, so I'm the only one who can do this. So, it's just something that I have to do. You have the same issue with your cats? Yeah. My cat Finn is just a complete gremlin when it comes to food. Alright. I'll continue reading chat and stuff when I get back, but I do need to now go up there. I just wanted to at least bring my coffee downstairs. actually back now for good. 20 viewers lost to keep the cats fed is worth. You don't control your cat's food; they eat whenever they want. Yeah, I don't know enough about. Yeah. I mean, I guess everybody has different philosophies on it. Obviously, it's like, you know, it's my dad who wants like specific schedules, so I don't know. He has specific times when the cats get fed. The cats get fed at like 8 in the morning, and they get fed like from 3 to 5 in the afternoon. And right now it is 5 in the afternoon, so I'm just doing what he says. I don't know any of the, like, what the best method for handling that is, but that's, you know, I trust his judgment, right? Obviously, doing what he's asked. You don't like people controlling you, so you don't control others. That's you see it. I mean, I think I get what you're saying, but I think there is a little bit of a flaw in that logic when you consider that cats are not humans. Let me take the OBS thing down. Like, obviously, as humans, we have enough self-control and stuff to, or most of us do, have enough self-control to say, like, this is, like, you know, this is probably unhealthy. I shouldn't eat this, right? Like, I could eat 1,000,000 Oreos a day, but generally speaking, I will at least try to do things in moderation, right? Because I don't want to be, like, overweight or whatever. But the reality is, my cat Finn, for instance, if I left food out for him, he would eat all of it. We are 100% sure he would eat all of it. He is obsessed with food. So, yeah. It is not ideal. So, he would eat literally whatever is in front of him, and he has already gained a lot of weight. Like, he's getting a bit chunky now because he eats so much. So, we've been trying to, like, cut down on that a little bit. My stepmom even got, there's this, like, little plastic thing that she now gives him his food on, where it's, like, it's a little plastic thing with, like, little, not spikes per se, but it's, like, it has little bumps and ridges on it, and she puts his food on there, because apparently it's, like, a specially made cat feeding thing for cats who eat too fast, because apparently if you eat too quickly, or if cats eat too quickly, I don't know, it's bad for them. I don't know the details. She was explaining it to me, I didn't know exactly. But he will literally just inhale his food. So the fact that it has like little ridges on it means that he eats it more slowly, which is apparently healthier, right? So definitely if I left infinite amounts of food out for my cat, he would eat himself to death. So I guess it depends on your cats. Like, if you said your cats don't seem too fat, I mean, in that case, maybe they wouldn't. My other cat, Lexi, doesn't eat that much, which is unfortunate, because actually, one thing I need to do is, I'm going to send a message to my dad and let him know. Unfortunately, she barely ate anything at all. So yeah, I mean, that's a little bit concerning, obviously, when animals aren't eating. Like, we know my cat Lexi is sick, so all I know is, I didn't talk about this a lot, especially when it was happening, because obviously it was, you know, not the most fun experience, but, I had a cat named Mittens. If you go to my YouTube channel, like, main page, and you look at the background picture, there's actually a picture of my cat Mittens with my dog Tucker, both of them lying on the couch. I made a YouTube post when it happened, but Mittens actually passed away, like, last year, right around, it was actually right before Dragonflight, which, You know, obviously I was upset about it because Middens was like my cat, right? Like my 2 current cats, Finn and Lexi, they were my stepmom's cats, like when my dad got remarried a few years ago. And like, obviously, I love these cats, right? At this point, you know, I've been living with them for years now. So they are, like, to me also my cats, right? I still consider them my cats. But Middens, I have had for many, or I had for many, many, many years. And she was like my cat, right? She would always like sleep in my bed and stuff. So that hit me pretty hard, right? And one of the things especially is when they are very sick, one of the worst signs was whenever they would stop eating as much. And towards the last few months, Middens just really wasn't eating much at all. So, considering Lexi barely touched her food today, and, you know, my sister fed her this morning, and my sister was telling me that she was having trouble getting Lexi to eat her food. And Lexi has a medication that she needs to take, and they've been giving her medication through her food, but if she's not eating it, then she's not getting her medication, so I don't really know. So I let my dad know. I don't know enough to know what to do in that situation. But yeah, that kind of sucks. Yeah. Hopefully Lexi feels better soon. I mean, look, I love Lexi, and I really hope she does, but just being realistic, she is an old cat, and, like, I mean, they've taken her to the vet, right? Like, she has health issues. It's not, like, she's not, like, in pain, and she's not, like, going to die tomorrow, as far as I know, but I will say, it is very much already in that stage of, like, it is gonna happen soon. So quite frankly, I am already kind of mentally preparing myself for that, because it's just, yeah, it's just kind of how it goes, right? Honestly, like, Middens was a trooper, right? She pulled through way longer than I thought she would. She had cancer for quite a while, and she still pushed through it for like a year past when the vet thought she was gonna live. So, yeah. But I had already been like mentally preparing myself for that for a while.
Not enough rage.
What if you open 10 incognito windows on my stream? I mean, isn't that basically view botting with extra steps? Oh, shit. I guess this mace is technically slightly better than what I have. I'll hold on to this. I would not be opposed to using this. Oh, crap, wrong bag. Yeah, I would not be opposed to using that mace once I had the proper training for it. You feed your cats roughly when you eat Roughly when you eat breakfast and dinner, plus they have biscuits during the day whenever they want. Yeah, that's fair. It could work if you don't own cats. If cats are half in the wild, but if you have them at home, they need specific things. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever you decide, you have to start at a young age and keep it that way. That's definitely very fair. Cat food should be elevated too, or else they're more likely to throw up. What does that mean, elevated? I'm not sure what that's referring to. You had one of those bowls for your cat. Those bumps in the bottom do stop them from eating fast since they grab less food with each bite. Yeah. Thor81 said, "Hi, Harldan, are you insane? What are you doing that's not a Tauren?" Yeah, I'm Alliance for Classic Hardcore. Because, Alliance is like the meta, right? Also, where are the Defy smugglers? Do I need to kill them outside of specifically the Jangalode mine or whatever? It looks like there's just a lot of the other mobs and not the one that I need, unfortunately. I'm gonna head up the coast and kill gnolls in this area while I head back up there, and I guess I'll finish off that quest. I think after I do these two quests, the Null one and the Defias one, at that point, I also kind of want to kill Murlocs to get the Captain Sanders' treasure map quest, because that one gives me an 8-slot bag, which is kind of nice. But after that, I kind of want to move over to Lochmodon, because a lot of the later quests... Or where do I go next for this? Oh yeah, I have to go to Stormwind for that quest anyway. But a lot of the later quests within Westfall require me to be a little bit closer to level 20. For treats, you have to control them. That's fair. Just started watching your channel this week. Really enjoy your speed leveling. Have I considered doing SGDQ or AGDQ for charity? I have not, no. While leveling would probably be a lot harder to get into AGDQ than most games. You meant the bowl is raised off the ground. Oh, so they don't extend their neck downwards. Yeah, that's fair. We have a little stand like that that's a little bit off the ground. So we do have something for that. So that's a good point. Did I miss my Murloc questing in Westfall? I haven't really done any Murloc quests yet, actually. When do I get the quests for Murlocs? Because, like, I had Westfall Stew, you obviously kill Murlocs for the Murloc eyes, but none of the quests have direct me to kill Murlocs. I know there's, like, 1 or 2 where you have to kill Murlocs to access a quest item, but yeah, I'm not sure. I just haven't run into it yet. Maybe it's, like, one of the later parts in one of these chains. Don't know. Whew. That reminds me, I need to drink my coffee. Oh no. Is this guy... Okay. I
can't cast that yet.
There we go. I think he probably would have been fine. The mage helped him there. If me and the mage weren't around, he probably would have been dead. Look at these fucking mobs. They are just booking it halfway across the zone. What is this range?
Not enough range.
I mean, at this point, I'll just fucking kill them. Why not? That is an unreal leash range.
Spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
Anyways, wow. Has anyone hit level 60 yet? No. I would imagine somebody's probably got into 50 at least today. Hold on, let me respond to my dad. And she barely ate anything. And I be going back up until much later since stream. I guess at this point I should just kill gnolls for the quest. Do the smugglers and trappers share the same spawn point? I don't think so. I think it's slightly different. Am I going to do any dungeons this stream? No, definitely not. I mean, the lowest level dungeon I could do is Dead Mines, and I am definitely not doing Dead Mines anytime soon. I know that people want to see dungeons, but here's the thing, right? One, I am not going to do dungeons until I am at least level 20, probably level 23, 25. There is just literally zero reason to go into dungeons at level. It's stupid. It is just taking an unnecessary gamble on something that has a high chance of killing you when you can just wait until later, get the gear very easily and stuff. And some people might be like, oh, it's against hardcore. It's like, no, just don't do stupid risks. So do the dungeons when you are safely over-leveled for them. Enough that you're still getting experience, but, you know, not so low that you're in any actual danger. And don't run with randos. I am not going to do dungeons with random people. So right now, I will say I'm not going to do it for content, right? I am not going to try to kill myself for content. I actually enjoy playing hardcore. This is not just like cheap content for me. So I would actually like to make it to level 60. And as a result, I don't want to have to re-level if I have the option. Obviously, if I die, I die. And, you know, we'll see. But I'm not going to intentionally put myself in dangerous situations just to get content out of it. Fuck, I missed both of the tags. My tab targeting targeted that mob that I didn't want to hit. Oh, well. At least I get bruiseweed. Also, right now, only one person in my guild is... And by guild, I mean my retail guild. Is at level 20. I don't know... Beef might still be watching the stream. He's the one who hit level 20. I don't know if he continued playing after that. He definitely said, I'm pretty sure, that he would be interested in doing dungeons, but everyone else is either still getting started, so a few people in my guild weren't going to start until the weekend, and they're only just creating their character now. Oh, you have continued leveling. You're at 22 now. Nice. Yeah, so is Devi playing? I know Devi... Yeah, Devi's not online right now. Devi said she was going to play later today. So... Definitely, the three of us will be at level 20, or 25, roughly around the same time, I think. And then there's a bunch of other people from my guild who are starting this weekend. A few of them got to, like, level 8 or level 10. So we'll see how far they come along. But I am not going to do dungeons without at least 3 guildies in my group. So... Right now I have a Beef, who's Palandrew in chat. Devi is a mage in my guild. And then a few of them are leveling. And then if I have to pug one person or like grab a viewer from stream, I might consider that. But I am not doing like full pug dungeons. I did full pug dungeons in the PTR. And if you want to see how that went, watch the short that I posted on my channel the day of Classic Hardcore launch. The night before official launch, I pugged Wailing Caverns, and it was a fucking nightmare. So, been there, done that, don't want to fucking do it again. On official servers, I have no reason to take risks like that. I wanted to get footage before the PTR ended, so I just grabbed whoever I could, but obviously at this stage, I have no reason to take unnecessary risks. No one's at 50. The highest is around 44. Gotcha. Yeah, I wasn't aware. There we go. I got the smuggler.
I can't do that yet. Need more rage.
The trek to the dungeon portal is harder than the dungeon. Yeah. There's so much elitism in the classic community. Yeah, I don't know. It's like... I've said before, I'm doing what I think is fun, and I'm, like, obviously when I get to higher levels, I'll probably do dungeons at around that level, but the problem is, like, at this point, I don't really have many tools at my disposal, so most of my ability to do stuff as a Druid tank right now is I press Demoralizing Roar, I press Thrash, or Swipe, I mean. Then I press Maul on single target to get threat on, like, bosses and stuff. And it's like, if I get a lot of parries, then I might accidentally lose threat or something. And if I get really unlucky with dodges and stuff like that, I might take a lot of damage. And then it's just, is my healer going to heal me? I really have no control over my survivability in a dungeon setting. Get wrecked, nerd, my tag. Yeah, when I get to higher levels and I actually have tools and stuff and ways to have more control over whether I live or die, then I might start being a little bit more aggressive. But for now, I don't have enough agency to really take those risks. You kind of doubt that nobody's 50 yet? Well, to be fair, somebody on yesterday's stream said that the highest level was 41. And I never actually got any proof of that. So, the highest level that we are for sure aware of, as of yesterday, was level 35. Now, if that was the highest somebody got, I don't actually think it's unreasonable that they wouldn't be 50 already. If somebody was already 41 as of this time 24 hours ago, then realistically there is a chance that they could be 50. But I think 35 to 50, that's maybe a bit of a reach. So I am not entirely sure if that person was correct when they said in chat that 41 was the highest level. But like I said, 35 was the only one I could officially see with my own two eyes. I can check in a second. After I get this next tag on a smuggler, I just don't want to miss this, because there's one that's probably about to spawn. Okay, I don't want the trappers. There we go. There were many others around that, 32 to 35, yeah. The person who was 35, that was almost exactly 24 hours ago. I think it might have been 23 hours ago or so. I forget the exact hour when I checked, but it was roughly that time. I feel bad for this Paladin, but like, you're trying to compete for tags against the Druid. And I just want to get this quest over with, so I'm going to tag snipe to my heart's content. What would I say is the least played class on hardcore? Shaman. It's kind of a trick question, because the answer is unanimously Shaman, and it's not even close. But it's also like, the reason why it's Shaman is because Shaman is Horde only. So, if you could have Alliance Shamans, you would maybe have more people playing it, but because it is Horde, it is absolutely 100% Shaman. Now, if we're discluding Shaman and Paladin, I am not actually sure. I think it might be Warlock, but don't quote me on that. It's either Warlock or Druid, I think. Because, well, Warrior is hard to level, relatively speaking. Obviously, I've said before, I think people vastly underestimate Warriors. But Warrior has a reputation for being bad at leveling. But it is very popular for obvious reasons. It is a very, very good spec, or good class to have for multiple specs in endgame. So, Warrior is definitely one of the more popular options you'll see. Obviously, there's a shit ton of mages, shit ton of hunters. So, after that, it's like, I've seen a decent amount of priests. Priest is, like, fairly popular. What else? Let me make sure I'm not forgetting any classes. Yeah, I think, yeah, Rogue is another one that's, like, decently popular. I don't know. I think I would say it's probably Warlock or Druid. Though, you get a decent amount of Druids. The thing about Rogue is actually a decent leveling spec, and it is very, very good in classic endgame. So, you're going to find a lot of people playing Rogue. I'm not getting that tag. I only need one more. And I don't know, because, like, Warlock is also good, but I think Warlock's not S tier for leveling. So, it is probably played less than a lot of the other specs, like Hunter and stuff, which are very, very easy to level with. And, what's it called? Huh. Druid is not bad, and obviously I'm going to be trying to play Feral Druid. And, you know, people were asking about Feral Druid yesterday's stream, and I talked a little bit about its viability in endgame and stuff. Feral Druid can absolutely work, it's just you need to work twice as hard on Feral Druid to make it competitive with Warriors and Rogues. Now, at the very least, you can compete with Warriors and Rogues provided you put in the effort to, like, do all the farming and stuff to get the right gear. So at least it is an option. You can get it there. For tanking, Bear is, like, a little bit further behind compared to Warrior, at least for some of the harder fights, but it is still a viable option. And then Resto Druid is good, but from what I remember, you can't stack Resto Druids, so it's just a much less popular healer overall. And I think Resto Druids struggled in original Classic because with the buff limit, a lot of times with world buffs and such, if you got healed by a Resto Druid with HOTS past a certain point, their HOTS could, I think, buff or bump off your world buffs and basically overwrite it. So for that reason, a lot of times you weren't allowed to use your healing over time effects as an R-Druid. I don't know how much of a benefit it's going to have now that the buff limit has been removed for Classic Hardcore. That might make them slightly better, but I'm pretty sure you still have to compete with other Resto Druids. Not entirely certain on that. After all, I'm not planning on playing Resto Druid whatsoever. It's not something I'm going to do. Like, even if I am unable to get into any raids as a Feral Druid, I just won't play then. I have zero interest in healing just for the sake of getting into, like, a Classic Hardcore raid or whatever. Let's all pour one out for Bob Barker. Yeah, I heard about that earlier today. That sucks. Ooh. Okay. Now we're talking. So I know how to fight this mob. He was 99, he had a good run? Yeah. Crazy. Barely missed 100, unfortunately.
I can't carry anymore.
Toss that. Toss that. Okay, how do I want to approach this? So, the way I tried this... Oh, this is juicy, too. Look at this. We got a chest and a rare mob. The way I did this in the PTR when I found this rare is, for starters, I'm just going to rebuff. Just get this rolling, and then I'll get the Herb Baked Egg for the food buff. I'm going to clear the entire surrounding area, so that includes this Coyote Pack Leader. So there we go.
It's too far away. I can't cast that yet. Not enough rage.
Can you group with them instead of fighting for tags? I guess I could have grouped with them. I didn't consider that. Yeah, whoops. Because those were just mob kills. I didn't need a quest drop. Obviously, think of it this way. If I need to get an item from a mob, I have zero incentive to group with somebody, provided I'm able to snipe the tags, because then it's just faster for me. Okay, I'll read the rest of chat after I'm done with this. So the way I want to handle this...
I need to get closer.
Moonfire and run.
It's too far away. That's still recharging. Not enough rage. More rage. Not enough rage.
Nice.
More rage. Not enough rage. More rage. Body isn't
Ah, that got parried. That sucks.
Need more rage.
Did you just say F?
Rage.
The fuck do you mean, F? Like I don't have this in the bag. I know what I'm doing, good sir. Unfortunately, they just stole my rare. So... No, that was 100% calculated. That wasn't even like a meme. I knew exactly what I was getting into. Yeah. 100% sure someone steals the rare from him. Joke's on them, at least I get the cape. You know what? No, they're struggling. I think they get this. That sucks. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Happens. You know, I wish they didn't steal it. I probably should have waited and had somebody do the first tag so I could have done that and snatched it out from them, but oh well. if you weren't Druid with Bear Form, other classes would die for sure. Yeah, but keep in mind, I literally prefaced that by saying I had done that pull on the PTR as a Druid, right? Oh. I knew exactly what I was doing there. Like, I had everything calculated. I've done that exact pull. I did it that exact same way. It went like clockwork.
That's still recharging.
Didn't hear that? Yeah. No, I'm not new to this. I am no amateur at leveling as a feral druid. I know my shit. Sauce that. Didn't know that you did that on a PTR, yeah. I got a druid up to 30 on the PTR, and I did literally that exact pull to get that rare mob. Because the thing is, those mobs are not attached to each other, the entire pack. The only mobs that are tied are those specific ones, the 3 that I fought. It wouldn't pull Sergeant Brashclaw along with it. So you can pull those 3, and then honestly, with Bear Form, it's not too hard, right? Just dot them up and then go to town. And then with Bear Form and, you know, Demo Roar and stuff like that. And mind you, I didn't even use all of the tools at my disposal. I still had healing potions. Worst case scenario, I could have used Entangling Roots, Kited, used a Regrowth. Like, yeah, I have lots of tools that I could have used to survive there, even if things didn't go according to plan. Alright, my coffee is finished. Lub, what the fuck did you send me? Bill Nye the Science Guy Chinese intro? What the fuck?
Not enough rage. Need more rage.
You hope I find some bigger bags soon? I hope so as well. Yeah. Well, I know that there is a Captain Sanders' treasure bag from a quest in this zone, so I'm going to do that, or at least try to do that soon. I still need to get the item that starts the quest. So we'll see how long that takes. I'm working on my tailoring, right? So my tailoring is close to 75 skill right now, and I have the recipe for red woolen bag, like the 8-slot bag. So I can craft that whenever I get to the required skill, which is like 110 or something. So I'm not going to do that on the stream, but my top goal in between today's stream and tomorrow's stream will be to level up my alts to get professions at level 10. Because I've maxed out most of my professions up to like 75 skill points, which is the highest you can go on a level 5 character. But if I get to 10, then I can go up to 150 points, and then that'll be enough to get 8-slot bags. And then I can actually, in that case, craft it for everybody in my guild. Speaking of which, Beef, how many bags do you have at the moment? And, like, how big are they? Did you, like, invest your tons of gold into 8-slot bags already? Oh, yeah, Shailstorm. I just saw what you said about if you're in combat and somebody starts stealing the chest, you can heal them to put them in combat. That's interesting. I remember hearing about that. I forgot about it. But I'm glad you reminded me, because now, if I remember, I will try to do that at some point. So, unfortunately, yeah, it's... The problem with, like, chests and rares and WoW is, especially in Classic, a lot of times you need to clear a path to it. So whoever clears a path is usually the one getting fucked, because they can't realistically tag it at the same time. So, yeah, just happens like that sometimes. Since I missed a few messages before, let me scroll up and read. 4 more levels until cat form? Yes, I cannot wait. Maybe if I have enough time, I'll be able to get cat form before tomorrow's stream. We'll have to see. I also, let's see. Yeah, I also want to start farming gold at some point, just so I have more money to throw around. Because I've been kind of operating on, like, bare minimum. I mean, hell, I'm literally using an herbalism bag just so I can collect herbs to then funnel into my alchemist. So I'm kind of tight on bag slots at the moment. Oh yeah, and something that I forgot earlier. Let's check levels. So there are people at level 40. You can see here, Bob, Kaz, and Legwin are both 40. Let me do /u. /41. Oh, wow. So there are people at 41, and there's an entire group already doing Oldemon. So, huh. That's pretty cool. What about 42? Yeah, there's some people at 42. 43. Nobody at 43. I'll keep pressing refresh just because this takes time. Looks like nobody at 44. And nobody at 45. Nobody at 46. Nobody at 40. Wait, whoa! Okay, never mind. Somebody at level 47. God damn. It's a mage, unsurprisingly. Nobody at 48. What up, 49? Yeah, it does not appear to be anybody there. And then we checked 50 earlier, but there's nobody there. So the highest level that I can see right now, I'm pretty sure it was the same person from yesterday, but yeah, the highest level seems to be 47, and it's a mage, presumably doing AoE farming, so I'd have to imagine it's a frost mage doing AoE farming. That makes sense, considering there is just a massive gap in between, like, level 44, and then that guy is 3 levels ahead. That is crazy right there.
Not enough rage.
Definitely Mage has that going for it. That's a huge advantage. Mages are the Superman of Classic, yeah. So, I don't know. I kind of feel like that has to be the highest level, right? There's probably people around that level still on other servers, but I mean, most people are playing Defias Pillager. Maybe somebody on one of the other servers is further. I don't know, like, someone on Europe. Can you tell me what the highest there is? Because obviously I can't check European servers. But how far along are things there?
I cannot do
Well.
that right now.
Well, that Silverleaf is bugged. I think that's the mage from yesterday, yeah. I'm not entirely sure, and my memory on that isn't, like, perfect, but I recognize that name, so I think it's the same one. Could be off on that.
Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage.
What class is the highest level 60 success rate for new people? I guess it's hard to define.
I can't cast that yet. Not enough rage. Need more rage.
Right, because there's obviously varying degrees of new player. So, a brand new player to Classic in general, or a brand new player specifically to Hardcore? Honestly, I don't know what it would be. I would say I could speculate, right? I don't know if we have enough data on that, and also just because there's, like new is kind of subjective. I'm pretty sure there's data from, like, the Hardcore add-on on the general success rate, just for everybody, not, like, necessarily for new players. I would say a new player will probably have the most success.
That's still recharging.
Let me just buff this guy up. A new player will likely have the most amount of success with Hunter. I would say Hunter. Obviously, Mage is definitely very easy once you get high enough level. The thing about Mage is, like, AoE kiting can be a little bit sketchy. Once you get the pattern down and you're used to it, from what I've heard, I don't play Mage, but I've been told it's not bad when you get... it's not bad when you get comfortable with it, but a new player might struggle to, like, actually pull that off properly. Whereas, playing a Hunter in Classic, Obviously, there are still things you need to keep in mind, but it's a bit more straightforward, and Hunter is very safe. So I would say Hunter is probably the easiest and safest pick for a new player. Priest is the easiest. Yeah, I would say Priest is another really good one. Priest is pretty safe. You agree with Priest as well? Yeah. I could definitely see that. I could go either way. Personally, I think Hunter... Obviously, Hunter is faster than Priest, but I think the fact that Hunter doesn't have self-healing means that if you fuck up and you find yourself in a tight spot, which admittedly you shouldn't get into as a Hunter unless you are doing really stupid stuff, which is one of the advantages, but Priest has a lot of ways to escape from tight spots, so I think that is a pretty safe thing to say. Hunter is good, but you do need pet control, and yeah, I guess that's another thing. Being able to play around your dead zone, that is something that maybe new Hunters wouldn't be quite as good at. I don't really think it's too hard to figure out, but that is a fair point. There is probably enough complexity with Hunter that it is not completely free. Whereas, yeah, Priest is one of those where if you play safe, it is kind of free. So, I could see that. Oh, no. Oh, shit.
More rage. Not enough rage. Need
Oh,
more
no.
rage.
I
Not enough
did not mean to... Oh, wait. I kind of... Should I help him? I feel like I should help him, but I don't know if he's got that under control.
rage.
Well, I feel like such an asshole. I did not mean for that to happen. Shit, I don't know if he's actually got that under control. I'm gonna go help him. Because if I end up killing somebody... Oh, well... Now that I'm in combat, and I don't have the tag, I'm not gonna bother. What happened there, though? Like, did you guys see what happens? I don't know if it was entirely clear. But, like, I pulled a mob, and it leashed in, or it chained into two other mobs, and instead of going after me, they just said, fuck this warlock, and went after him instead. And just charged at him. So... yeah. That was, interesting. He seemed like he had it under control. If he was, like, actually in danger, I would have, like, gone into bear form and charged in there to help him. Yeah. But, like, his pet was tanking it, and he was at full health, so I was like, yeah, he's probably got it covered. But... that was, interesting. I would have felt bad if I unintentionally griefed someone like that. Hardest class for hardcore? I would say it's probably Hunter. I think Hunter is... maybe Shaman. Or, I said Hunter. I meant to say Warrior. Probably Warrior. Definitely not Hunter. You could maybe argue that Shaman is harder. Because, like, Warrior is harder at low levels, but once Warrior gets going, it actually gets going. And I think the thing about Warrior is, it's harder when you're unfamiliar with it, but Warrior has, like, a very high skill cap for classic leveling. So, you can absolutely make it pretty efficient. Shaman, I don't really think there's a whole lot you can do to speed it up. I think it just kind of is eh. But yeah, I don't know. Kind of subjective, I would say. Man, I already finished all my coffee and I'm still yawning. Let me scroll up a little bit. You saw somebody once get to 60 in hardcore and then delete it. However, they were a streamer and obviously it wasn't official hardcore. You still wonder why, even as a streamer, you've just waited a lot of time to delete a 60. I mean, yeah. Here's the thing, though. I would say if you are exclusively a classic hardcore streamer, and that is all you do, like, that is literally the only thing people watch you for, which right now is the case for a lot of them, A lot of people's channels like live or die by their ability to make classic hardcore content. No, I'm just doing this for fun. Quite frankly, my retail stuff does better. But at that point, I could understand doing anything for content, because you're gonna make a new character anyway, because that's the only thing you have. So might as well just kill it off to get like a bunch of easy views, because people are right. I mean, frankly, it got you talking about it, Sticky Sauce. So that's kind of why they do it. And I can't even blame them for that, right? It's a smart move. I don't want to do it, of course, because I am not just going to like make a new character if I hit 60 and kill it off, right? Like I've said before, I have a lot of things that I want to play. I don't have time to like level a second 60 character on hardcore, so I don't know what I'll do if I die. I'll figure that out when I get there. But I'm definitely going to do my best to not have that happen, because I ideally would like to keep this character.
Enough rage. Need more rage.
Toxic streamer kills player in hardcore for views. Some random YouTube vid. Yeah. Man, I would have looked like such an asshole.
More rage. Not enough rage.
You feel ultimately it's better to jump in on what seems cool, but for the most part, Paladin or Priest, yeah. Hunters are great for everything except dungeons. I mean, hunters aren't bad for dungeons, I would say. Like, what about hunters make them bad for dungeons in particular? Yeah, fuck it. I'd rather have the linen. I need to train the next level of bandages at some point. Also, like, every single knoll across the entire coastline is just dead. I'm gonna head further down over here. I'd imagine people aren't farming knolls over there. Mage called Chubby is 42 on EU. Ah, nice. Chubby being the king of EU is the most WoW thing. Yeah. You saw some streamer try Hunter and he couldn't kite between shots even with chat backseating. Well, obviously, if you are experienced with Classic, you should be able to kite in between shots, right? Like, that is kind of essential for playing Hunter. But if you are brand new to Classic and your first experience playing is Classic Hardcore on a Hunter, yeah. I don't really expect people to immediately be able to figure that out. It's not hard, but it is one of those things that requires at least a little bit of practice. Definitely, I don't know. I never like to go into something not knowing what I'm doing at all. So, I would never want to end up in a situation like that, but I also wouldn't put myself in a situation like that. How much does this pull? 3 mobs, we can handle that. Nice.
Not enough rage. Need more rage.
Yeah. Bear form is pretty insane, I've got to say. The difference... not bad. I'll toss Light Hide. Don't really need it. The difference between Druid before and after bear form is pretty significant, but the crazy thing about Druid is the fact that it gets even faster later on once you've gotten cat form. Druid stonks go up and up and up while leveling. Is this guy skinning? Nice, my leather. As an absolute new player, death is inevitable. I feel like at least doing 1 to 10 And each until you hit something you like will probably be best. That's true. Yeah. Like, I only have died once so far in all of my classic hardcore characters on retail and PTR, or well, on official servers and PTR. And it was because of like stupid murlocs, like I said. But even though I haven't really died yet, I've also played classic on non-hardcore for quite a while. So I'm generally familiar with the game. And, I mean, a lot of World of Warcraft knowledge in general is transferable, and obviously I've been playing retail since I was 5 years old, so, you know. I'm familiar with all of this stuff. So there's a few additional precautions that I need to take in order to not die, but generally speaking, you know, it's... a lot of the skill is the same. But a brand new player will definitely struggle. A small retail druid question. What druid has to fall down and not die? Oh yeah, flap, cat form. The best thing to do is, I would say you don't even need to use flap. 99% of falls, just shift into cat form. Cat form makes you take reduced damage in retail. But, I mean, flap is nice. But, it's not always the most useful thing in the world. Because you have to switch into Moonkin form, which a lot of people don't have bound naturally, and then activate it. Shifting into cat form just to get the fall damage reduction is just, on its own, very easy to do. And you'll pretty much always want to have cat form bound, because every single druid spec will want to swap into cat form for dash. So, that shouldn't be too hard. Blizz banning folk for griefing would make killing somebody in a stream dangerous, even morality aside. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I would say the whole anti-griefing policy, I don't really know how enforceable that is for random players. So, obviously, if you grief a streamer, I don't even know if I would fall into the category of people who would, like, if somebody griefed me, I don't even know if they would be banned for it, right? Like, I don't know if I'm a big enough streamer for Blizzard to actually give a shit. If somebody griefs Asmongold, right, they're getting banned. That's obvious. And I think the whole anti-griefing rule is mostly for that. Basically, don't grief big streamers or you will get banned, that type of thing. But if, like, Little Timmy griefs you in the Deadmines, Little Timmy probably isn't going to get banned. Unless, like, a bunch of people report him, Blizzard is not going to manually review every single reported case of griefing. And also, at a certain point, unless there's, like, video evidence, it can be really hard to prove whether something is just an accidental pull, where, you know, shit happens, right, or intentional griefing. There are some very obvious cases, like, you know, the Naxxramas tiny violin thing, but, you know, if somebody just makes a mistake, is that griefing? I would say no.
Not ready yet. Not enough rage. Need more rage.
Some streamers become the bad guy from South Park's WoW episode since they only live for WoW content, good or bad. Yeah, I mean, pretty much all of my content is World of Warcraft focused. I just, you know, I've diversified myself over time. So I make a lot of different, content for like a lot of different areas in WoW. And I'm not like hyper focused on just one version of WoW and one aspect of one version of WoW. And that's like something that I've spent a lot of time doing over the years because I wanted to diversify out of just being the retail leveling guy. Which is, of course, what a lot of people knew me, because that was the first thing I ever did on YouTube, which makes sense. You know, most people found my channel from my leveling videos, but I've always wanted to make videos on more topics, so I've made an effort to do that over the last, like, year or two, and it's worked out well. So, even if, like, one subject that I'm covering isn't performing super well, I still have other topics. That's why you're trying to level multiple characters very close? Yeah, that's a smart way to go about it. I think I might die in Duskwood to the shadow mobs. I doubt it. I mean, I've already done most of Duskwood on the PTR, so... I did almost everything in Duskwood. The only thing I didn't do was, like, Morladim and stuff like that. But, yeah. We'll see. Obviously, anything could kill me if I'm not being careful. But it's not like the Duskwood mobs are really that difficult at all. At least only a 5-level deficit so the death doesn't hurt as bad? Yeah. You're playing Horde and Alliance, so you want to be able to play both sides in the late game? Yeah, that makes sense. Man, I only need one more Nullpaw, but these respawns are, like, absolutely brutal. There's not many people here, so I'm tempted to just camp it out and try to snipe something with Moonfire. But now this guy's coming over here. Somebody in Westfall General Chat said, I hate these pig quests. They are a bore. Get it, anyone. Swine. Okay. And he typed it in all caps, too. Let me keep reading chat. I'm like, I want to continue reading chat, and I still have messages from before that I didn't catch up on, unfortunately. But I also want to make sure that when the gnolls respawn here, I tag them with Moonfire as quickly as possible. At least, that guy's a rogue, so my Moonfire... Oh, fuck. They all respawned at once. Man. Hey, buddy, you want to tag it first? I kind of don't want to tag all 5 of them first. There's probably more gnolls up here. Oh, look at this guy.
It's too far away. That's still recharging. Ability isn't ready.
Well, he brought the mobs to me. I think he was probably safe, I would imagine. But either way, it worked out well. Because I was going to be able to kill all 3 of those regardless. Nice. Yeah, I don't need that. I can just ditch that safely. You know what? At this point, I'm not going to go for Captain Sanders' map just yet, because my bags are just filled to the brim. So, I'm going to head back to Sentinel Hill, I'm going to turn in those quests, and then we will move on to Lochmodon for a little bit. Your level 9 warrior died. I don't know what that means. You hit 4 in 13 minutes. I don't know what some of the words in that message mean. 3 Defias bodyguards respawn on top of you at Jared's Landing on the docks. Ah, yeah, that sucks. I could see that being a very sketchy place.
Inventory is full.
Oh, the stereotypes that hunters wipe groups a lot. Oh, I see. Yes. Well, you are not... No. You were not wrong there, Sticky Sauce. You don't know how hardcore works exactly. You have a question that if you reach max level, can you die safely? No. You cannot. So, most people will just hit level 60 and then stop, because they don't want to die. Oh, this guy... Responding to that guy in whispers. Don't sell your light leather. There's a great vendor shuffle for the level 10 boots you can craft. Ah. I see. I mean, the only reason I sold the light leather there is just because I wasn't about to go and... I wasn't about to, like, wait and go farm silver and stuff just to be able to learn recipes. Though, I only sold it because I literally needed raw gold at the time, or raw silver at the time, to be able to learn stuff. But I'm well aware that I generally don't want to sell light leather. In fact, I'm not going to sell it or vendor shuffle it at all. The only thing that I'm going to do with it is I'm going to save it up so that I can convert it into eventually medium leather, and then heavy leather, etc. So I will try to hold on to as much light leather as possible. I just needed that money in a pinch. But yeah, most people won't actually even bother doing hardcore raiding, but no, you are not safe at level 60. At level 60, if you die, you die. So, still very risky doing raids or dungeons.
I can't carry anymore.
Flap is only for Boomkin. How do you not die when you jump down as a bear? Yeah, okay, so you saw heard the thing I said about cat form. Cool. Asmon is more likely to grief than be griefed, though in fairness, he'd stage it. He's not stupid. Yeah, that's fair. It's going to be auto-flag stuff on mass reports, nothing more than that, plus a lot you can chalk up to accident or being bad. Yeah. I imagine it's going to be, like, auto-flagged, and then there'll probably be an appeal process. I don't know exactly. That's just my speculation. So, out of the stuff I have, I should turn in my quests first before I mail anything over. How much money do I have now? 35 silver? Not worse. Or, could be worse. I've had less. The problem is much like the term troll, the term griefing has become hard to enforce as it can mean so many things varying from controversial jokes to actual crime. Yeah. Sometimes it still feels like everyone is playing solo self-found. Nobody groups or helps. Yeah, so I will group if it's just a quest for... Obviously, if it's a difficult quest, I'll group for it, just for safety purposes. And
You need something?
if it's a quest that just requires mob kills, I'm more than happy to group up for it. But I will be completely honest, it has nothing to do with solo self-found. If there is a quest that requires me to loot something off of the mob, and I am very safe, I have no reason to group up, and I am playing a druid, right? So I have Moonfire. You bet your ass I'm doing that solo, because that is just going to be overall much faster for me. Where do I turn this in? The Sectarian Starway. Huh. Man, I am yawning like crazy today. Okay, so I should fly to... Let me mail stuff over first. I'm going to fly over to Redridge, turn in that quest, pick up the follow-up, and then fly back to Stormwind, turn in quests there, and then I will head over to Ironforge. Okay, so send this over to my Paladin. I'm going to mail over... Let's go with 10 silver in addition to everything else, just so I can craft things. Here's all the light leather. I think that's all I need to send for now. Then Larice, I'll send 10 silver to that character, and I can send all of these herbs over now. And Harldan, 5 silver, and I'll send over the BOE. I think that's it for the immediate moments. And I'll hold on to everything else. Wait, oh, Hoyt! I missed it. I don't know if you're still watching, Hoyt, but thank you, and it's good to see you. It's been a hot minute. If you are still watching, Hoyt, by any chance, like, how you doing? Because ever since Vault of the Incarnates, I haven't really caught up with you much. But I know you said you were busy with work at the time, so... oh, you are still here, okay. Yeah, so how's work going? Because I know you were, like, really busy in Vault, and oh, speaking of which, yeah, because... So, did you hear what happened with OE? Because I know you joined and, like, you raided for a bit with us, and then you, like, because of work, you had to stop. But I never told you, like, what happened after that. You vanished, essentially? Yeah. Was that I think there was a rare mob that I flew over. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, man. So you missed a lot of stuff. So I left OE about, like a little over a month ago. Basically, right after we killed Sarkareth, I left. And honestly, like, shortly after you stopped raiding, things started to get, like, kind of bad. I already had issues with the officers. They were just kind of being toxic and pretty frustrating to deal with. I got into, like, a few arguments with the raid leader, and I kind of tried to settle my differences with them and kind of stick it out through Aberrus to see if it can work. It didn't, and it just got worse. It was a complete shit show. So I finally left about a month ago after Sark, and 2 days ago, literally in the middle of my stream on Classic Hardcore launch, OE Midweek's team imploded. They're done. They are literally shutting down. They're no longer raiding. Pretty much because, you know, the poor leadership, right? In addition to how they mishandled my whole situation, they also just mishandled all of, like, the leadership things in Aberrus. So they, after we killed Sark and I left, they have not managed to re-kill Sark a single time. So, you know, a lot of leadership issues leading to that and stuff. And I guess everybody just got fed up. The officers were burnt out. They were tired. So they just called it quits. Which, you know, it sucks, obviously, because I was friends with pretty much everybody on the team itself. And I've reached out to all of them. A lot of them have plans and stuff. But I have said, you know, hey, if you are looking for a guild, like, you know, I could try to get you a trial in my new guild, which I do really like it here. So, you know, we'll see. Some of them basically said they'll consider it, but obviously they all got blindsided by that. The guild was around for 8 years or something, and then it just kind of collapsed overnight. So a lot of them have been with OE for a very long time, and they're not really sure what they want to do. So we'll see. But yeah, a lot of stuff happened in the time since you stopped playing WoW. It's good to see you, though. Do you plan on playing hardcore at all? Because I remember you, Greg, and Andrew were playing Season of Mastery for a bit when it came out, right? So, I saw Greg made a character. Is he playing right now? Yeah, I don't think he's on right now, but I noticed he made a character. I forget if he was on this server or not, but I don't know if the rest of you are. You're on the Classic Life now, or are you playing Wrath Classic? I leveled up the PTR to level 30. So, the cap on the PTR was 30. That was the highest it goes. Wait, did I... I guess the next breadcrumb quest there is too high level. So now I'll head back to Stormwind. Yeah, so PTR was the level 30 was the PTR cap. So I did get my Feral Druid up to 30 on the very last day. Yeah, Wrath, just keeping it chill. Nice. Yeah, I've been playing on my prop Halley for a little while. Which server are you on? I forget what server, because I remember Greg was playing that a bit, but I forget what server y'all are on. But my, you're on Fairlina? Ah, nice. Yeah, my prop Paladin is on Mankrik on Horde side. So I've been doing Ulduar, TOGC, all that fun stuff. But yeah, guilds, like, I will say the entire guild of OE has not died, so the weekend team is still going. And they are largely unaffected by the midweek stuff, because obviously the way the teams were run is it was pretty separate. And I have a lot of friends still on the weekend team. In fact, while all of this was unfolding, a lot of my friends on the weekend team were the ones feeding me the information. I don't know if... a lot of times Rice watches my stream, so I don't know if he's here now, but... Rice was, like, passing me all the juicy gossip. Like, he joined in my stream in the middle and was, like, typing in chat, explaining to me, and then he sent me some stuff on Discord, so... yeah, the weekend team is still chill, and honestly, I always got along better with the leadership from there compared to midweek anyways. And I was, you know, friends with a lot of people from both raid teams. But, you know, they're still kicking, and I can't imagine they're going to have any issues going forward. Because, like... the officers that run weekend are very good. Like Eisen, the guy who leads the weekend team, Eisen is awesome. I love that guy. Ton of respect for him. He's the one who does all the Brewmaster theory crafting stuff on Peak of Serenity. Eisen's great. They opened up free transfers, so it's mostly Mega Surfers. Yeah. I mean... Fairlina's, like, I think one of the biggest servers, if not the biggest. But I have a lot of friends on Whitemane as well, and Mankrik is a pretty populated server. There's a lot of people here, especially on Horde side, at least. So I have to turn in that quest to Matthias Shaw. You think you did more with the weekend team than midweek, honestly? Yeah. Same here, in a lot of cases. I mean, I have a lot of friends from midweek that we raided with, right? But... a lot of the people outside of, there's a few people from midweek who definitely helped me out a lot, and I ran dungeons with them and stuff. But I would say there were like maybe 3 or 4 people on the midweek team that I ran with consistently outside of raid, and a lot of the others I would like talk to them, but they, you know, just had busy schedules, right? You know, no fault to them, they just had a lot going on. But despite not even raiding with them, a lot of people on weekends were really helpful to me in terms of like PTR testing. Like, if you remember, did you ever join any of the raid testing runs that I set up? Like, all of the raid testing runs were like 75% weekend and 25% midweek. Because, you know, Eisen basically helped set it up on the weekend side, and I was the only one trying to do anything for it on the midweek side, and, you know, I wasn't an officer or anything, I was just on the raid team. So I had no real help from any of the leadership in terms of organizing that. So half the time I would just work with Eisen on getting that coordinated, and it would be mostly weekend people. You didn't come to that? Ah. Yeah. It was fun. I honestly really liked organizing raid testing. I'm probably going to do it again. And honestly, the nice thing now is I'm sure when raid testing rolls around, I know like a lot of people who would probably be able to help out, you know, just across multiple different communities. Like, a bunch of people in my new guilds have expressed interest in doing that. And I'm sure, like, if I messaged Eisen, he probably still has a lot of people in OE that would be willing to group up for that. And honestly, one of the nice things about midweek imploding is I feel a lot more comfortable reaching out to a lot of my friends in OE, because the way the officers handled it when I left the guild, like, the midweek leadership was just super fucking toxic. Like, I was nothing but nice to them. I did nothing but try to work things out, and they were just complete fucking assholes to me for no reason. They literally kicked me out of the Discord, despite the fact that I did nothing. I said nothing. When I decided I was leaving, it was like, you know, I just did it completely peacefully. They wrote like a passive-aggressive message to me in my like communication thread, and then after saying nothing to them because I didn't want to cause any problems, they kicked me out of the fucking Discord, right? So I did nothing but try to be nice. They handled it terribly, and it kind of made it really awkward for me because I'm still friends with a lot of people on the team, but clearly the officers were really mad about me having any interaction with the guild whatsoever after I left. So I just kind of kept clear of that. But I'm sure if I, like, messaged Eisen and was like, hey, do you want to, like, work something out again for doing raid testing, I'm sure he'd, like, pool resources. I'm not sure. I don't know. Who knows? But maybe. I mean, he's a cool dude, so.
You need something?
We'll see. That guild invite promo. Looking for people to suffer with us. Come press F in the chat. We have a Discord, yeah. It's definitely a nice guild invite, but I've said before, I'm not really interested in joining a guild right now. I have no idea what I'll do for classic hardcore guilds yet. It's not that midweek wasn't nice, more clicky. So, yeah, the main issue was a lot of the people on the raid team were perfectly fine, right? But the officers were super clicky. You are completely correct there. They had their own group that they ran with, and a lot of times, basically, whenever, like, Mythic Plus Season 2 started, there were 2 groups. There was the officers and, like, whoever they wanted to run with, and then there was me and everyone else in the raid team. And I was the tank who was trying to get everyone their keys done, who wasn't able to get into, like, the officer clique groups. So, yeah. You are absolutely spot on for that. And I'll take the tram instead of flying, save a bit of silver. Naomi, you'd be down for raid testing if I need a tank? Yeah, I might, honestly. I have no idea, because, you know, obviously things aren't set in stone. And I don't know if my co-tank in my current guild is down for raid testing. I don't know his schedule at the moment, but... I mean, honestly, any bodies are nice. Frankly, 3 tanking raid testing bosses is never a bad idea. Because a lot of times if your tank falls over, it's, you know, you're not actually trying to, like, progress the fight. 99% of the time, you're just trying to get information. So having, like, 3 or 4 tanks can sometimes help, because you're not going to kill it, but that way you can just kind of keep going and see more mechanics and get testing done. And I do know, yeah, you mentioned you've DPS before, so I would definitely not be opposed to that. Being a tank during the first weeks is both nice and hell at the same time, yeah. You can't be asked healing? Yeah, I don't blame you. You had a good time, but you think you were still burnt from Shadowlands, so you should have just stayed away. You don't know if you'll ever come back to retail anymore at this point. Yeah, that's fair. I will say, credit to Dragonflight, right? Like, for the record, I completely understand being burnt about Shadowlands, especially, you know, everything that happened with Beef Society and whatnot. Like, that obviously sucked. I know you were in that guild for a while, and whenever your entire friend group quits, it's always, like, a bit demoralizing to continue, so I completely get that. And Shadowlands was, you know, its own brand of hell. But I would say credit at least to Dragonflight. From a Mythic rating perspective, this is, like, the most friendly Mythic rating tier ever. I don't even need to do keys anymore, right? I could... The only thing I could get from keys at this point is Bilesting Krogtusks at 447 item level. But because of the upgrade system, I have 441 Bilesting Krogtusks on my Demon Hunter, which, like, obviously a 447 would be nice, but I don't need it, and I'm still chilling with it. The upgrade system is very, 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 very nice. And outside of that, there's no, like, forced grind system or anything, like, ridiculously expensive. Crafting isn't too, like... The crafting stuff isn't super overpriced or whatever. So yeah, it's honestly pretty good. It's good, you won't deny that. Your friends who are still playing Dragonflight have nothing but good things to say, yeah. It's like, I'm not playing it all the time. I have enjoyed retail WoW more in the past, for sure. But one thing that is nice is the fact that because it is no longer quite as demanding as it used to be, I can safely play other games while Mythic is, like, on farm, because there's not, like, a ton of chores that I need to do every single week. And that is honestly a huge relief. Alright, I don't think there's anything... There's no quests that I really need to pick up in Dunmoreau. I can probably just run to Lochmodon. Oh, I do want to train First Aid before I forget. Definitely want to do that. Where is a guard? I'll find a guard. How has Hardcore been? You've been thinking of trying it out? It's fun. Yeah, I enjoy it. I would definitely recommend trying it. I mean, you may die at level 5 or something. A lot of people, you know, if they're brand new, they might struggle, but I think at least giving it a shot and trying it out is worth it. At least once. You all but abandoned your DH at this point. Still doing 3 raid bosses and 1 key a week for the chance at the second 447 Krogtusks and the 3 trinkets you want at heroic item level? Yeah. But it's practically full bis apart from mythic raid shit, vault stuff, and those trinkets you listed, for sure. Also, while I am in the Great Forge, I'm not going to read chat for a moment, because I don't want to walk into the lava and die that way, because that would be very embarrassing. So I'm just going to play it very, very safe. And let's head up here. Wait, is this First Aid? Oh, it's on the 2nd floor. Okay. Now, before I forget, just craft as many heavy linen bandages as I can. That's what got you so hooked to Wrath. You can just log in and raid, be done for the week, and play other games and do other shit with your time? Yeah, for sure. Especially right now with TOGC, it's super forgiving. I mean, TOGC is literally 30 to 45 minutes tops, so very, very nice. What level do you want to stop, or do you stop getting XP from dead mines? You don't want to overshoot it. I wouldn't worry about that too much. I would say a lot of the dead mines quests are... so the dead mines bosses themselves are like 18 to 22, I think. What level's Edwin Van Cleef? I believe he's 22. Edwin Van Cleef. Classic WoW. Oh, he's level 21. I was close. So yeah, Edwin is level 21. The other bosses are like, I think the lowest boss... What is Raxor? Raxor... Or, yeah, it's Rockzor. fuck, I don't know how to pronounce the ogre's name. But yeah, Beef, I think as long as you're like 25 or so, 25, 26, you should be fine. I wouldn't worry about it too much, right? Because here's the thing, you still get experience from the quests much higher, and even if you aren't getting a ton of XP from Deadmines, like, it doesn't matter, you still want to run it because the gear that you get from Deadmines will last you all the way until, like, early to mid-30s. So it's still worth running no matter what. I would say if you want to keep leveling, keep leveling. Don't let that hold you back. Especially because you're, like, on a roll right now. Good luck with the hardcore journey. You'll catch me another time. Yeah, I appreciate it. You should try it out at some point. But, you know, I understand it being, like, a little bit too much of a time commitment. Especially, like you said, you're enjoying the more laid-back approach to Wrath Classic. Either way, I appreciate you stopping by the stream point. It was really good to talk to you again. I need to manually run to lock mode on. I don't have the flight point. Okay. I'll just start walking. Did I read every message? I think I got every message. Now, there's a few that I need to scroll up to find, though, from earlier. Shellstorm said Grob Mob? Yeah. I mean, I played Grob on launch. Grob right now, I think, is still fairly popular. But it was a fun server. I just, at this point, I can't be bothered with the PvP stuff. But for, like, the whole classic experience of World PvP, that was definitely where it was at. Let's see. Oh, that guy in, Oh, this guy's name is Raban. Oh, that's sick. Wait, I actually like that. That's awesome. He recreated Raban in Classic Hardcore. Cool. How's Vin Diesel doing, Baron's chat? Oh, was somebody talking about that earlier in Westfall? Yeah, there were some weird messages in Westfall general chat before, for sure. I'm gonna scoot down the cliff here. Shouldn't be taking much fall damage. Just run this way. Lately, in general, you've been typing a triumphant roar echoes from the top of the seat of the aspects as Nazuro the Unbound Legacy is formed. Are you typing that in Classic Hardcore as well? Because I'd imagine you'd get two people, or two types of people hating at you. People in retail who have to read that message all the time, and people in Classic who are like, retail stuff. Fucking hell. I feel like that Grey Mob had a surprisingly large aggro radius. You'd think it would be lower. Ugh. You have to get back to your level 9 on your new warrior so your girlfriend doesn't find out because you've been running with her. So, you were leveling alongside your girlfriend, and you got to level 9 and then died. So now you're trying to quickly re-level the same warrior back up so she doesn't find out that you died. Oh, that's good. I mean, if you're already level 4 and you have 4 hours left... Or no, oh wait, she gets back from the gym in an hour? Oh. I mean, it's possible for sure, but getting to level 9 in an hour, you gotta be efficient. And that means you'll probably have to take risks, so... that'll be an amusing conversation. Endgame for Horde will be duels for golds. Yeah, interesting. I guess Horde probably won't have as much of a raiding scene, so... Give this guy a buff. Your ally character, you look to be chancing it with endgame dungeons and raids? Yeah. I'm definitely excited to do dungeons. I really want to full clear Blackrock Depths on hardcore. Like, that is my main endgame. I'd like to do every single dungeon at least once. Oh, there's some herbs here. Ooh, whoa. There's Earthroot. Okay, I want that. But, like, honestly, Blackrock Depths is kind of my main goal. I want to hit level 60, full clear that, and anything else that I manage to do will be a bonus. Oh, can this snow leopard fuck off? It's walking right at me. Oh my god. Well, at least it didn't interrupt my herb.
Not enough rage. Need more rage.
Oh, is this guy going for the Peace Bloom?
Not still recharging.
In that case, I'll take the Silver Leaf. I'll leave him the Peace Bloom. After death, does your dead character transfer to normal servers, or is it just gone? You can transfer it. So, if you want to, you get free transfers over to normal servers. But, I mean, personally, I'm only going to transfer my character if it's, like, high level. Like, if I'm level 50 or something and I die around there, I'll probably transfer it over and continue playing it up to 60 just for fun. But if I die at level 30, I'm not transferring my character, I'm just deleting it. And I'll probably remake it. I'm not entirely sure where that, like, breaking point is for me. But there's a certain level where I will die, recreate my character, and try again. And then there's, like, a certain level where I will just say, fuck it, and just move it to regular servers and play there for a bit, maybe, before giving up. And, like, if I hit level 60, I'm probably not going to get a second character level 60, so we'll just, stick with the one. And I just want to pick my herbs in peace. Is that too much to ask? And there's fucking Earth Root on the other side of this mountain, so I gotta go get that. What? Motherfucker! Herb Ninja. Naomi said, I hate people. Had a 26 Nelts layer going great after first pull, and the mage just leaves and joins another group. Wait, what the fuck? Just abandon it for no reason because he got invited to a different one? That's whack. You +2 the 25 Nelts layer, and yeah. That's definitely really lame. Oh, Nelslayer and Neltharis. I was, for a moment, trying to remember what NT stood for, and then I was like, oh, yeah, Neltharis. But yeah, that's good. That is super lame that he did that, though. Tragic skinning plus herbing first make DK. Are you saying when I die, I should turn my character into a Death Knight because it's dead? Is that the joke? Because obviously, we're on Classic Era, not Classic, we're on Classic Era, yeah, not Wrath Classic, so there's no DKs. In response to the mage thing, yep, you DM'd a screenshot with timestamps. I'll have to take a look after. He tried to invite 8 seconds after you left, and he was in another group. Oh, that's super fucking lame. Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, let me... Actually, really quick, I'm gonna shadow meld and check messages, because I got a message from my dad. And... I want to make sure it's not, like, something really important. Pious, Pillager, Alliance. Okay. My dad was just saying he was going to sleep. And... oh, yeah. Yeah, that's fucked. So just got to the first boss and then said, fuck it. Yeah. Man, people suck. Are there any other messages here? Let's see. I can catch up on chat a little bit. There were a few messages I missed earlier. Way earlier. That I can finally now read. Hopefully it still loads. Yeah, chat history goes back pretty far as long as I don't, like, restart the page. So, a very long time ago at this point, I think it was over an hour ago, Sticky Sauce said, no media dies, it just shrinks. Just like people say books and comics are dead, no, it's just a smaller market, yeah. Books definitely aren't dead. People will always read books and comics, just not as many in their prime. Goose Comics said, oh, there we go, level 17. Nice. One more point into Feral Instinct. Not entirely true. There's sometimes spending a lot of time in research to develop a niche genre game like Street Fighter VI does pay off. Street Fighter VI is the best-selling fighter game ever. I think, obviously, it's been a while since we were having that discussion, right? But my entire point for, at the time, wasn't necessarily that, you know, developing something for a niche genre is not profitable. Obviously, it can be. It's specifically for MMOs. And that's not, like... It is just simply a fact that the development costs to make and maintain an MMO are infinitely higher than making and maintaining a fighting game. That is just a reality. I don't know about Street Fighter VI. I don't know anything about it, but I would imagine that it is nowhere near the level of an MMO in terms of scale. But it might very well be a good game. People don't want their enjoyment sullied by their group project partners. It's like the old joke, you want your college group project partners to be your pallbearers so they can let you down one last time. That's good. I have not heard that one before, but yeah, that is pretty accurate. Fighting games have always had a bigger appeal than MMOs. You can pick up a fighting game like Street Fighter and play short or long times. Yeah, I also, like, I don't play fighting games, really. So I don't know a ton about them, but I'm pretty sure fighting games are, like, fairly popular. I mean, I've heard of a lot of fairly popular ones, like, a lot of my friends are into fighting games, so I've heard of Street Fighter and Tekken, and one of my friends was super into Guilty Gear Strive, and they were telling me a lot about it. And then obviously, like, you know, can't mention fighting games without mentioning Smash. I have a ton of games who play Smash Bros. Or, I don't know what I said. I think I meant to say I have a ton of friends who play Smash Bros, but I think I said ton of games. I don't know, words tired. I'm, like, especially tired today. I don't know. It's streaming 2 days in a row, and obviously, even off-stream, I've been playing this a lot, trying to get everything set, so I am just kind of in a perpetual state of exhaustion, right? Doing my best, but yeah, my brain is not at, like, 100% functioning power right now. I'll be completely real. I don't want to do these quests. This is like, gives me 5 silver and $1 on sharp. Yeah, I will pass on this stuff. I'm gonna go do the quests up here, because at least some of these quests are a little bit higher level. I think most of the higher level stuff is in this section. But at least if the rewards are decent, I'll do it. I should also drink my elixirs.
It's still recharging.
The fact Second Life still exists proves nothing fully dies. True. I technically didn't realize Second Life still exists, but I'm not too surprised. Michael Harrison said, I'm on Stitch's EU Hardcore Realms. Hello, Michael Harrison. Unfortunately, I'm reading your message an hour late. But, you know, I am on NA. They retconned a lot of lore in Dragonflight. I am herbalism skinning. 17 likes after that reminder, yeah. I mean, that's the nice thing. Whenever I remind people to like the video, it's the reason why whenever, you know, you end a video and stuff, it helps to say, don't forget to like and subscribe, blah, 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 blah. There's a reason people do that. And that's because if you draw attention to it, it will get people to like it more often. It's just how it works, right? So, I don't like to do that a lot. I don't like to do the whole, like, make sure to smash that like button and, you know, hit that bell, blah, blah, blah. It's fun to make fun of. I like saying that in parody, but I always, like, if I were to do that in videos, I'd feel dirty all the time, like, you know, begging people to like and stuff like that. But it is a nice thing to point out every now and then, just because it does help, right, in terms of algorithm shenanigans. Felsomer blood sausages. I get a recipe for this, right? Yeah, I get a cooking recipe, so... Even though that quest is gray, I'll still do it just so I can get the cooking stuff. You always respond, even to your troll behind, so don't sweat it, yeah. All caves are friggin' scary in vanilla, definitely. Caves are very, very spooky. This is Wanted Chok Sool, right? Yep.
How are you?
Oh yeah, there's no quests in there in vanilla. It's only retail where you have quests in the bottom floor. Comedy is subjective for a reason, so never feel bad telling a joke or telling if a joke goes out of your comfort zone. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I would say I have, like, a very broad comfort zone as far as, like, jokes and stuff like that goes. Because, like, I understand if somebody tells, like, a silly joke in chat and it doesn't land, yeah, it's whatever, right? It's, I would say the stuff that bothers me, not necessarily jokes and whatnot, is, like, obviously, you know, the very basic ones, like, no racism, no sexism, none of those very obvious, like, don't do that shit type things. Though I think, you know, you guys are all fairly mature people. Every once in a while, somebody will say, very rarely, a random new person to the stream. Like, in fact, when I was doing my shaman, like, over a month ago, my classic hardcore shaman, the first character I made, there was somebody who popped into chat, or no, wait, different one. The person who popped into chat on that stream, that was the guy who was complaining about it being not real hardcore. But he was not the one who said the sexist thing. But then it was a different stream where some guy asked me what my thoughts were on the 411 crafted gear, or it was 408 crafted gear with the Whelpling crests in retail, WoW. And I said I don't think it was worth it. And then Naomi was arguing with him in chat, basically trying to explain to him why, or rather, Naomi was trying to point out to him why it wasn't worth it in chat. And this guy started getting really offended and responded, like, really angrily. And then he just said some really sexist things. So I just banned him. But, you know, a lot of people, you know, most people don't do that, I should say. But there are some people who just, the moment they get angry, they just, like, bam, hit the racism/sexism button. And it's like, okay, nope, none of that here. So the obvious shit, like, don't do that. That is, like, the stuff that obviously falls outside of my comfort zone. And hopefully outside of everyone's comfort zone. But I would say the main thing that maybe isn't necessarily bad, but does, like, bug me a little bit, and I think it is generally considered bad etiquette, is, whenever somebody asks, like, an overly personal question. Like, I've gotten some, like, extremely hyper-personal questions where it's just, like, should be obvious to anyone that, like, that's just not something appropriate to ask, like, a streamer, and I don't even acknowledge those with a response. Sometimes it's, like, really bad, I'll be like, yo, hey, don't say, like, ask that shit. That's just weird, right? Or other times I just won't read it out, and I'll just kind of gloss over it. But that's, like, more so the stuff that bothers me. I'm, generally speaking, a bit flexible when it comes to things like that. Unrottable fish is, in fairness, hardly the weirdest thing That Azeroth could have spawned darn Titans, yeah. For someone who didn't play Classic and has minimal experience with it, why don't you use Bear Form in combat? Well, I guess if you've still been watching As of Flips, you've probably still seen me use Bear Form a decent amount. The main reason why I don't use Bear Form in combat as much, especially for single mobs, is Bear Form is good for the survivability aspect of it, but, you know, if I am only fighting one mob, it's much faster for me to just kill it off with Wrath and Moonfire, and then just regen mana and go to the next one. Now, once I get Cat Form tends to be more effective for quickly killing stuff. Bear Form does decent damage, but it's, like, not nearly as fast as Wrath, so I only really use it if I'm fighting multiple enemies at the same time, or if I am trying to get, like, survivability benefits. And then I'm just chipping away at a mob over time. Yeah, Bear is designed for tanking over DPS. Honestly, Bear damage is not bad, but one of the other things, though, is I don't have Swipe right now. So until I get Swipe, Bear Form for damage is not amazing. But it isn't terrible. Have I... Oh, I read that about Marvel Snap. So now I'm starting to get to messages that I did read at the time. How do you make money in hardcore vanilla? I mean, a lot of it is going to be professions. Gathering professions are going to be your best bet at the immediate moment. Marvel Snap feels like a really badly designed card game for those who enjoy card games, but a decent game for somebody that just wants a distraction mobile game thing. Yeah. It's... I don't know, like, monetization issues aside, which, like, I remember looking into it and just being kind of completely turned off by how excessively greedy a lot of the Marvel Snap stuff was, and that's one of the main reasons I never bothered with it. So, ignoring that aspect of it, I can kind of understand some of the appeal, right? Like, there are some elements to it that I think are kind of unique and a little bit cool, but it just...
I'm out of range.
I don't know. The RNG felt a little bit too high for my liking. It felt like a lot of times you were, like, the game kind of was won or lost just by which, like, landmarks or whatever were picked, depending on your deck. Because a lot of times, because certain cards really heavily synergized with certain landmarks, there were a lot of games where I just won by a landslide because I happened to get really good landmarks for what I had, and other games where everything just lined up for my opponent and they got the perfect stuff, and I effectively never even had a chance of winning. So, I don't know. I think it's a neat concept, but it just, to me, seemed way too random. I'm sure that there's probably a skill cap to it, and there's some, like, learning and strategy that you can get for it. Oh, nice. I got another, BOE. Neat. But, yeah, point being, right, I wasn't willing to do all of that research and stuff for a game that I knew had fairly predatory microtransaction stuff. Marvel has a big problem with predatory game tactics. Yeah, I could see that. It gets fun once you get a proper collection, but goddamn, do they make it hard. Yeah, and I mean, at that point, that is arguably pay to win, right? So, I don't know. I don't think that's super great.
Need more rage. Not enough rage.
Uh,
Don't have a target.
what is this reward? 26 armor. It's worse than what I have. That said, since I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone by doing the Miner's Gear quest while killing the kobolds, I might as well do this. Oh, the Titans in the latest Hearthstone set aren't even that strong? Huh. I mean, I looked at them and I just got the impression that they were going to be ridiculously powerful for control decks. Though, I mean, I haven't actually followed the meta, so I have no idea how good they are. With mobile games, you feel like most of your options are either Honkai or some card game. Pretty much, yeah. These days, those are, like, the best, mobile games out there. Generally speaking. Hearthstone Battlegrounds is the best for casuals. Quick, fun, and you don't need to pay anything to get better cards. I mean, I understand that some people like Hearthstone Battlegrounds, so I will at least say that, like, sure, maybe it's for some people. I personally don't think Hearthstone Battlegrounds is fun at all. I played that for 2 hours and hated every second of it. I do not enjoy it. I also I'm not a fan of, like, the auto chess genre in general. I don't think it's fun at all. There are some games where, like I've said, I personally don't enjoy it, but I see the appeal. I'm going to be completely real. Auto chess as a genre is something that I just fundamentally do not understand the appeal. I do not understand why people enjoy it. I do not think it is fun whatsoever. And I'm sure some people are going to try to explain to me why it's fun. And, you know, obviously to each their own. I'm not saying, you shouldn't enjoy it. Like, if you enjoy it, obviously, don't let me not liking it bother you, right? Like, have fun with whatever you want to have fun with. I'm more just saying, I can usually at least see the fun aspects of it that I'm probably just missing. This is not one of those. I just really don't get it at all. Battlegrounds in particular, I just did not enjoy. Also, Battlegrounds is just blatantly pay to win, right? So, I kind of disagree on the statement of you don't need to pay anything to get better cards, because yes, you're not paying for cards, but you do quite literally need to pay money to get more, what is it? I don't play Battlegrounds, but my friends were complaining about this. You need to pay more money to get access to, like... Fuck. I used my Scroll of Spirit on the fucking NPC. I always do that. I fucking hate myself. God damn it. But yeah, you need to pay money to get, like, the Tavern Battle Pass or whatever the hell it is. And that gives you access to, like, more hero options, which is just blatantly pay to win, so... Yeah, I personally, obviously, you know, this is my personal opinion, I would not recommend Hearthstone Battlegrounds. But, to each their own. You're on medical for the indefinite future, so you can do MMOs as much as you want, but you know this is far from the norm for most people, that's why MMOs are again changing. Yeah. You haven't played Constructed Hearthstone in years since Battlegrounds came out, and that's so much more to your liking. Yeah, so I guess multiple people, you know, Goose Comics and, whatchamacallit? Goose Comics and Paripa both are saying they like Battlegrounds, and yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people who enjoy it. Just definitely not my cup of tea. Face Hunter is trash right now, but you just win the games you win, and yeah, against super low-ranked players, Face Hunter will always be good. Because even against, like, low-ranked control decks, you know, if people don't know what they're doing, you can just kind of get free wins against them.
I can't cast that. That's still recharging. Need more
Drag these guys over here.
rage.
Come on. Put it with the dodges.
Rage. Not enough rage.
What's the range on Sapper Explode?
More rage. Not enough rage.
Alright, well, I was out of the range, at the very least.
Rage. Need more rage.
I like the flavor text. Dark Iron Sapper's eyes glow red as he lights his dynamite and begins to cackle madly. It's like such menacing little dialogue there. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this. And I can go back and turn it in. Whenever people accuse you of spending too much time on an MMO, just remember, at least I'm not that guy who leveled 120 characters to level 120. Yeah. No, I'm sure somebody did that. Let's see. Beware when they sell a game on cutesy designs. Yeah. Oh, I completely missed the message you sent earlier, Beef, about I'm in Westfall if you want strength intellect pants. I actually already have agility spirit pants, though, so I'm chillin', but I appreciate the offer. Sorry that I didn't notice it at the time. Ben Morgan said, morning, afternoon, evening. Hope your run goes well. Thank you. I appreciate it. Also, there's an engineering... Oh, it's a trainer, not a supplier. So I won't get anything good out of that then. Money speaks, so it's best to answer without opening your wallet, and in case Blizzard won't adapt, they're just going to suffer. EA and Blizzard, from your experience, are the greediest gaming companies? Yeah. I'd say that's probably accurate. And definitely accurate about, you know, just speak with your wallet is always the right way to go about it, for sure. A mobile game that you enjoyed for a bit is Swords and Sandals. Paripa also likes Swords and Sandals. I have never heard of that, so I am unfamiliar with it. Cataclysm is the point where you stop playing WoW, and if it comes out, you don't even plan on playing it. Yeah, I know a lot of people who dislike Cataclysm. Personally, I'm really excited about it. But, yeah, it's probably not going to be for everybody. Personally, though, I am very, very, very excited for Cataclassic. Cata is basically when you started playing WoW, so, you know, two sides to that, right? Elax quit in Cataclysm, Free started in Cataclysm. I also didn't really get into WoW until Cataclysm. Like, I played ever since original vanilla, but as I've said before, I was so young that, you know, I barely remember any of it. I remember some bits and pieces, and I, you know, wasn't really good at all. I'm, like, kind of sketched out because there's a lot of mobs just running all over the place. And I don't want to accidentally get a million of them chained onto me. Alright. I think I'm at the point where we got to the cat stuff. Yeah. So starting from the messages after I fed my cats... Oh, I guess one thing that I didn't really comment on. So Naomi said, WoW leveling would be a lot harder to get into AGDQ. Yeah. I guess I did kind of skim over the AGDQ question. I don't know. I mean, personally, I guess there's two sides to that, right? There's the question of, would I personally want to do, like, awesome games done quick or whatever? And in that case, not really. Especially a WoW speedrun. So, personally, I am a very... I mean, it might seem counterintuitive, but I am, like, fairly shy, right? Especially IRL. You know, online, I'm pretty social. I talk to a lot of people. There's a reason I don't have a face cam, though. I'm just very shy, very anxious about stuff like that. I'll probably eventually do a face cam, but, like, you know, that day is not today, and it would be one of those things where a live event like that, my anxiety would just be through the roof. So, if I were to ever speedrun something in, like, a setting like AGDQ, it would have to be a game that isn't World of Warcraft. Not necessarily just because it would be WoW, but because WoW speedruns, while they're fairly chill if I'm doing them, like, obviously that kind of format would be something like my stream speedruns, which aren't like world record attempts or anything super serious. But they are still kind of stressful having to do it all. I'm sure that there's something I can get rid of that'll be cheaper. Yeah, I'll get rid of the light hide. Fuck it. That's, like, worth more golds. There's a rare mob that can spawn further down here. So, in case that rare mob is up, I want to get here on my own. But, yeah, so, on the topic of, like, HEDQ or something, if I were to ever do a speedrun in that format, it would have to be something that was more, laid back and casual, and not like a World of Warcraft speedrun that requires a lot of stuff to go right and whatnot. Well, I want both of that. Do I have room in my bags for it, though? I need to be fast. Do I really care about Bolt of Linen Cloth and stuff? Fuck it. I don't really have anything that I want to remove from my bags, and I also don't really care enough about those items or whatever. Yeah, obviously I don't, like, seriously speedrun many other games. I, like, casually speedrun some other games, but, like, more just so for fun, not for anything serious. So, I don't know. But generally speaking, just live events like that I probably wouldn't want to do regardless, just because of, like, the whole anxiety thing. That said, so I said there were kind of two angles to it, right? There's that side of things. That is more just my approach to in-person events in general. The problem with World of Warcraft specifically, in a format like AGDQ, is it would need to be on, like, a private server. Because imagine, you know, I already get people, I wouldn't say trying to snipe me, but trying to, like, join in and level alongside me when I do, like, 100 to 200 viewer streams. So, fairly small stream, and people already try to join in and stuff. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I never mind when people do that, because it's usually just a few people, and it doesn't actually have any effect. But imagine if you were trying to do, like, a World of Warcraft speedrun on live servers when it was a stream like SGDQ or HGDQ where there's, like, hundreds of thousands of people watching. In that case, you would inevitably not only attract people trying to level alongside you, but you would absolutely 100% attract trolls. Also, that chest literally just spawned in front of me. That was not there when I looked just a few seconds ago, so hopefully I get something good.
I can't carry anymore.
No. It is dog shit. Alright, fuck that. Let's see. But yeah, you would absolutely get people trying to snipe you. So, a World of Warcraft stream in that format would 100% need to be on, like, a PTR or just, like, a private server type of thing where you cannot be griefed, and it is, like, entirely solo. And obviously that would mean that I would not really be able to do dungeons with people, so I don't know entirely how that would work. Basically, there are too many problems with doing it in a live event, and I've said before, there is a reason why I do not stream my world record attempts. That is, you know, the reason, right? The potential for griefing and stuff like that is way too high. Hell, even the potential for, like, somebody sniping my rare mob, which isn't even that impactful, but still sucks, I don't want to have to deal with that. That would just be a massive pain in the ass. So that is, like, the main reason why that will never happen. You know, I'm sure maybe, I'm not saying it can't happen. Honestly, I think it is theoretically possible for a World of Warcraft speedrun to end up in SGDQ. Because in theory, if I did it fast, right, 4 hours is not an unreasonable time for some SGDQ speedruns. Like, there are 100% runs sometimes that are done that are 5+ hours long in those events. When you start to go past 5 hours, that's when it starts to be a little bit sketchy, and I don't know if they would actually do a run like that. But anywhere from, like, 3 to 5 hours, it's not unheard of. I could see it being done. But I will not be the one to do it. That is, I think, the last message at that point in time that I missed. So let me scroll all the way back down to the present messages. So for context, those messages were, like, over an hour ago. And I was reading them at the time. Or I didn't read them at the time, so I'm reading them now. Just because like I said, I always want to make sure I get around to every single message, even if it takes me an hour. There's been 11+ hour runs before in GDQ. I didn't know that. It's interesting. So let me scroll up to... wow, a lot of messages happens. See, I decided to scroll up and read that stuff before because chat was, like, slowing down for a bit, and apparently in the time it took me to read those messages, a lot of stuff was typed. Okay, let me read this. question. Oh, Naomi said huge news. And then Fabian said, doesn't it suck that your whole character depends on 4 other people when doing a dungeon? Yes, but that is why I've said many, many times, if I do a dungeon, it is only going to be with friends. So, I mean, honestly, if I do a dungeon with my friends and one of them fucks up and, you know, we all die, oh well, it is what it is. You know, at that point, I trusted them enough as players to do the dungeon. And, you know, in that case, I would imagine it would just be that, you know, something astronomical happened and they made a mistake. But, I'm not going to do a dungeon with randoms, because if I'm doing it with a completely random person, then you are correct. It would suck if somebody just had no fucking idea what they were doing, and you lost your dungeon run as a result of that. I would not be happy, but considering I would only do it in a pre-made, it's not nearly as bad. Max, Scripe, and Sko are going to be discussing Race the World First and raid stuff off-stream, so indicates for design purposes with Ian and another 1 to 2 raid designers. What does that mean, Naomi? Like, I'm trying to, like, I get what you said. I'm just not sure what the implications of that are. Like, they're gonna try to talk, like, design to improve it or something like that? I'm just not sure what the impact of that would be. Put down the weed pipe. You're level 6 now. You think you're going to be able to get to... Oh, man, I'm full of light leather, too. Man, I should probably just, like... I'm gonna at least get the kobold quest done, because I'm 8 out of 12 on this. But I don't have any room for bear meat, so... If your character ties in hardcore, can you transfer it to Second Life servers? Oh yeah, totally. They haven't finished implementing that functionality, but I'm sure they'll get it there eventually. You only play Warrior on WoW Retail or Classic? I mean, Warrior is fun. Can't blame you. You don't like that much to order things in Dragonflight Crafting, also because your server's not that big, so you can't always find it, but you use your alts for orders now. Yeah, the work order system in Dragonflight definitely is not the best. I completely agree with that. You guys are all fairly mature people. Time to prove him wrong. Yeah. The sexist thing was funny as fuck. Insert meme of the 2 buttons and the guy swearing. One button is discriminatory comment, the other is admit I'm wrong. Yeah, exactly. How long is your left pinky finger in millimeters? Asking the true personal questions. Yeah, I don't even know the answer to that one. I was in Terran Mill, if I remember. Terran Mill, the server? Well, Terran Mill is a Europe server, so I definitely am not in Terran Mill. Unless, are you saying I was, like, in Terran Mill in-game when that happened? In which case, I have no idea. I don't even remember. That was, like... That was around a month ago at this point, when that stream thing happened, so my memory's starting to be fuzzy. Did I fart? If you hear farting noises or whatever, it's probably my chair. Because it usually doesn't pick up on the mic, but my chair, I don't know if you can hear it, like I'm moving back and forth. It makes, like, squeaking noises like that. So, if that ever picks up on the mic, I suppose it might sound like a fart, right? But, obviously, I don't believe I did. Am I doing the Wanted Red quest right now for content? I did this quest on the PTR at level, like, 26, and it still almost kicked my ass. So, no. I'm definitely not. I almost watched somebody die on the PTR doing Chalksoul, because, like, so, I told the story on my Discord when it happened, because it was off-stream when I did it. But I did Choxul, and I had like 2 people in my group that I was running with. One of them was a healer, another was a mage. I found them in general chat, right? And we just sent it. And there was another group of, I don't know if they were Chinese or just like some part of Europe that doesn't speak English very well. But the thing about the PTR is all regions. So a lot of times you'd be playing with other people, but they would have like a Chinese name and they wouldn't speak any English whatsoever, because that's just the reality of playing in the PTR. So this, I tried to like message the other people in that group and ask them if they wanted to like group up to like make a 5-man, and they didn't respond. And we fought our way over to Choxul, because Choxul's like over here. So we went all the way through the tunnel, and me and the people in my group, the mage and the priest, we did like most of the work. And there was this group, it was like a dwarf warrior, and I forget who else was there. Oh wait. Shit. There we go. Alright, this guy lives to fight another day. Seemed spooky there, so I wanted to make sure. Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, so these guys go into the Choxul cave, and we're doing most of the fighting. They're just kind of following around behind us, because they didn't have a healer. I think it was like, it was a warrior, not a shaman, because it was alliance. A warrior, a hunter, and what else did they have? I don't remember. But they were just kind of following behind us, not really communicating at all. And we get to Choxul, and they're like trying to steal our tag from it. So I had to stand outside of bear form and mash the Moonfire, like Moonfire tab, Moonfire tab, Moonfire tab. So the moment Choxul spawned, ooh, it's actually pretty good. Yeah, I can just... abandon that. I'll take the gold bar, and then I can get rid of that, take the linen cloth. That was actually quite a good chest. But yeah, so I had to start outside of bear form. I tagged Choxul with Moonfire and immediately ate like a meaty auto attack to the face. But it was necessary to get it. And then I grabbed the other mobs, and I shifted into bear form. The priest was healing me up. The mage ripped threat on one of the guys and was just taking a beating. He dropped down to like 25% health, and then I taunted the mob off him. And the mage then sheeped one of the 3 ogres, or one of the 2 other ogres that comes with Choxul. So we were just fighting Choxul and one of the elite bodyguards. We took out the bodyguard first, and then we killed Choxul. But they actually handled it really well, the 2 people in my group. Like, the mage was on point with his poly, the healer was really good overall. It was sketchy, but we actually handled it quite nicely. And then after trying to steal our tags, and not responding to me when I messaged them earlier, that random dwarf warrior says, "Can you help us kill the mob?" And I'm like, man, this fucking guy, you know, he was perfectly happy to not communicate and say nothing when I was trying to see if he wanted to work together. And the moment I actually managed to get the tag, then he goes and tries to ask me for help. But here's the thing, right? These guys were 100% fucking dead. They did not even have a healer for this. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. So I said, fine. The warrior didn't even have tank gear. It was like, he was level 18 or something, way below what he should have been for Choxul, and he didn't have a shield, and he was gonna fucking try to tank this mob. I was literally looking at 3 dead players within 5 minutes, and I could have fucking abandoned them, but you know what? I was nice, and I stuck it out. And even then, they came so fucking close to death. Like, when they eventually pulled the mob, I gave them a little bit. I'm like, let's see how they handle it. And then the warrior's at like 10% HP, so I hit him with a regrowth, and I just said, fuck it. And I went into bear form and taunted Choxul off of him. The hunter was running around like a chicken with its head cut off, trying to not die from the elites that it had threat on. The mage helped him out and basically ice nova'd them, so... yeah, basically we saved 3 idiots who tried to do Choksul at a low level, and now I am not going to repeat that, but be the idiot trying to do Choksul at a low level, because I have seen how that goes. I don't want to be in that position. Anyways. Hearthstone Battleground essentially forces you to pay real money, yeah. I've never played Teamfight Tactics, no. Marvel Snap is crack, even though the devs are kind of out of pocket with monetization stuff. Yeah, I mean, I know some people who enjoy it, but yeah, it's just not for me. I know what Teamfight Tactics is, by the way, I don't play it. And I haven't tried it. Now would be a good time to hide chat and show combat log? Wait, why? Was there weird shit going on in general chat that I missed? I didn't see anything. In my opinion, what's the second best stats for Brewmaster? Brewmaster still runs crit verse, I'm pretty sure. Brewmaster has run crit verse for a very long time. The main reason is Brewmaster's mastery is pretty terrible. It's not horrendous. There are worse masteries, but Brewmaster doesn't really get a lot of value out of the mastery stat. Like, its actual mastery effect is okay, but a lot of times the defensive benefit you gain from your mastery is just kind of fine, even without getting additional stats on it. Like, you get fairly diminishing returns. And as far as, you know, the offensive benefits, mastery is pretty fucking terrible. So... And haste almost never benefits Brewmaster. You want a little bit. Brewmaster wants, like, a tiny amount of haste, definitely, to, like, hit a certain breakpoint with Keg Smash. Usually that's the case. Generally speaking, there's a point where, like, double Keg Smash value gets pretty nice. But most of the time, it's crit verse. Don't quote me on that. Obviously, do research on your own. Like, check a website, see what it is. But I would imagine that has not changed, and I'm pretty sure it is still crit verse. Classic chat is much worse than retail chat, you find? Yeah. I could see that. That comment about spending too much time in an MMO, sadly, you can pretty much guarantee you had more playtime in half of Legion than that guy who took... Or the time it took that guy to get 120 characters to 120. Yeah, probably. I would say I probably did as well. You died this morning on your level 16 Druid, you got jumped by 3 bears and they kept stunning you. Ah... Yeah, the stuns that bears have can be pretty brutal. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Priest is now way easier with wands. Yeah. Once you get, like, good gear on a priest, if you know what you're doing, it definitely is pretty good. You remember leveling a prop Paladin to 20 before Cataclysm, and then you stopped playing, and then you picked back up after Cataclysm. Definitely prop Pally for around that time was very nice for leveling. Nice, I got all the quest items I need. OGs already remember face reveal? Yeah, I technically did a mini face reveal before, but I just still don't like to do it. I don't know. I did it once just for shits and giggles, but I would say if I do a face reveal again, that's the reason I'm holding off on it. It would probably be like, you know, a permanent thing, at least for streams. But I don't feel like doing that right now, so we'll see. At some point in the future. Face reveal only when and if you feel like you're here for what you say, so if you don't feel it's perfectly fine, yeah. No, I mean, I know it's important long term. I know a lot of people still watch regardless, but it is important eventually. HEDQ dono goals, choose a name for the character, extra one leveling rogue. See, that is actually the problem. I wouldn't even be able to have that as a donation goal, because at that point, picking rogue for the speedrun would effectively add another 2 hours, and it would make scheduling a nightmare. So, that would be funny, but I don't really think it would be practical. You go on HEDQ and there's thousands watching, you know one of them will show up in front of you spamming slurs. True. Yeah. That isn't something I even thought of, but that's another thing you have to consider whenever you're playing an online game like that. Do you go to Lochmadon at 15? Yeah, I went to Lochmadon around 16 or so. I'm just doing this in the meantime because, you know, I want to save the later Westfall quests until I'm like 18 or 19. And same with Darkshore. Darkshore, a lot of the quests are a little bit sketchy at lower levels. I could definitely do them, but I don't want to take any unnecessary risks. I'm definitely playing hardcore very, 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 very safe. I am not taking any super major risks. The raid thing, it just kind of means what it says. Max simply said the discussion is happening. There's a huge potential for impact, but of course the potential that it does fuck all. Yeah. I mean, of course there are things that could change. I think the main thing that I would really hope comes out of that was just a dumb decision from the start, and I really hope they revert it, is the whole Mythic releasing on the same week as Heroic. That has always been an incredibly stupid change, and I think it is so fucking dumb that they not only pushed that change through, but then didn't revert it for Aberrus, and that they are claiming they are doing it for the purposes of, like, World First Raiders. When it's like, I don't even think the World First Raiders like that. I'm pretty sure they also hate the fact that Heroic and Mythic release at the same time. It just makes their life a living hell. And it just makes things infinitely worse for everybody who's not in the race to World First. It is an incredibly terrible decision, and I really, really hope they go back on that. That is the only consequence that I hope really happens from that discussion. So, who knows? We'll see. Piece of a tortilla chip on the grounds that I must have dropped the other day. Crafting order is cool in concept, but yet another mega server creator? Yeah, for sure. It's so funny they do these two steps back, one step forward. It's like merging mats in the age, cross server and cross server trade. Yet they have these things like crafting orders that encourage mega servers, definitely. You mean the sexist comment thing? You were doing the quest with the oozes and stuff near Terran Mill. Oozes near Terran Mill. I don't even remember where the oozes are. My memory, I don't know, it's just fucked. Either way, I'll take your word for it. You guys probably remember that better than I do. I also forgot to learn weapon training when I stopped by Ironforge, so I can't equip this mace just yet. Where are the other quest turn-ins here? Stormpike's Order. I can return to Stormwind for now, just to complete this. And, I'll head back to Ironforge and then head to Stormwind, and I think I want to knock out a few other stuff. There we go. That was on my Unholy DK run? Man, you have a good memory. I could definitely not remember that. It was more than likely Russians if you don't recognize the characters as Chinese. Their names were English, which is why I tried to communicate with them. But I don't know. It wasn't Russian characters. Like, that's the thing. They didn't have special characters. And honestly, in hindsight, I don't think they were. I think they were also, like, US or at least, like, you know, Great Britain or something. Because they spoke English to me after the fact. I think they were just being idiots and ignoring me and not responding or something. So, in hindsight, I think it wasn't that they were not able to speak English. I think they just chose to not speak. Which, whatever. Do I have any opinion on whether Furi or Arms is better for hardcore? I believe Arms is better, right? I am not an expert, but for leveling, just in general, Arms is better. I can tell you that right now. I leveled as Arms Warrior in Original Classic, and I am 99% sure it is stronger. It just has better AoE. It is overall better. I think the main reason why Furi is even worse in hardcore, from what I have heard, is you have a higher chance of getting parried when you are attacking twice as fast. And when you parry haste a mob in hardcore and it starts attacking you faster, that is obviously bad. So you have a higher chance of parrying a mob's attack, which gives you a survivability bonus, and you have less of a chance of giving the mob parry haste, which means you are less likely to fuck yourself over that way. So I am fairly certain that Arms Warrior is better for Classic Hardcore. Shalestorm said, Arms is generally considered best, but you should get 5 out of 5 cruelty first. Well, I completely missed Vebsify became a member. Thank you. I did not notice that notification. I was in the process of catching up a chat and I was just zoned out, but thank you. I scrolled down to the bottom of the chat and I saw in chat the member notification thing, but I didn't see it when it popped up. There's like another separate notification thing for me that shows that stuff, but thank you. I really appreciate that. There's which quest? I think it's this quest, yeah.
Can I help you?
These ones send me, I believe, to Oshoni is in Stormwind, Bingles is in Lochmodon. So I'll have to do those at some point. Might as well pick them up now. So you get 5 out of 5 cruelty, then you go over to the arms tree for 5 out of 5 parry, 5 out of 5 tactical mastery, anger management, improved overpower, improved charge. Yeah. Whatever the, what was that talent as warrior that you really wanted to pick up ASAP? It's been such a while. Let me look up the classic warrior talent calculator, and I'll try to remember what build I went with when I leveled back in the day. Of course, I don't know if you change things for... You may very well change your talent build up for the purposes of hardcore. Yeah, anger management, that's what I was thinking of. Anger management was the big one. Impale was also really good. So, Impale was pretty solid damage. Because, you know, obviously that would give you really good bleeds from deep wounds. But I remember anger management being the major pickup, where that way you could carry rage in between combat, and it made leveling feel so much smoother overall. Yeah. No Mergon time? Not no Mergon time just yet. Let's see. Marvel Snap is by far the most boring game you've ever played. It has 0 depth. I don't know enough to comment on that. I think most games have at least some strategic depth, right? But obviously, you're not going to hear me defending Marvel Snap, because I do also agree that I personally did not find it very enjoyable. But yeah. Let me turn this in. You have about 5.9k crit and 5.7k verse right now in your monk, and your single target sims show crit over massed equals verse over haste. Yeah. Once, like, when I said you want haste, right, to be clear, you really don't want much haste at all as a Brewmaster. 99% of the time, the only haste that you will want, you will get, like, passively on your gear. So, like, Brewmaster wants Digiroon, right? And, does Digiroon have haste still? I know on... Oh, now it's Crit Mastery. Okay, they did change that. On the early builds of 10.1... Digiroon had Haste Mastery, and the annoying part about that was you pretty much couldn't take Haste on any other piece of gear because you were forced to take Digiroon. So that would pretty much give you your entire Haste budget. So you want, like, a very tiny amount of Haste, so if you have somehow literally 0 Haste on Brewmaster, that does matter, but it's like a very tiny amount just to make things line up properly, and then you want, like, literally no other Haste. After, like, a tiny bit, it has no value for you. You get enough haste from tier set? Yeah, I would completely believe that. That makes sense. Where do I want to go next? I guess next I would want to go to Sentinel Hill here. What is the add-on for the time of my auto attack? Weapon swing timer. That's the one. But yeah, I would say since Naomi, you have already a ton of verse. Obviously, crit is insane for Brewmaster. So Brewmaster's best stat by a mile is crit. Not only because it's really good for damage, but Celestial Fortune is so powerful. So crit is insane, especially for them, because not only do they gain a ton of damage from it, which is true for pretty much every tank spec. They get a lot of damage from crit. But Brewmaster gets, I would say, even more value out of Critical Strike compared to other classes because Celestial Fortune scales off crit and is such a ridiculously strong passive. But I would imagine your Naomi, your sim probably values Mastery over Verse slightly, just because at that point, you know, if you stacked even more Verse, you would start getting diminishing returns, which makes sense, right? Obviously, you don't want to only get one of every stat, but Brewmaster, you can pretty safely stack a shit ton of Verse and Mass, or Verse and Crit and be happy. And Megamat, I think there's like multiple versions of Weapon Swing Timers, so just make sure you have the right one. I'm not entirely sure. You're going to be attempting RFC later tonight on your 16 lock, and you're pretty sketched out about it. It's crazy how such a baby tier easy dungeon is intimidating now because of the threat of death. Yeah. I thought about trying to make like a mini guide for RFC, but the reality is I just don't have time to create a Horde character just for that. So, yeah. But I will be making guides for the other dungeons as I get up further, so maybe that'll help people out. I have one for Dead Mines at the very least. I said I'll do Dead Mines at 23. Depends. I said I'm not going to even consider doing dungeons until level 20. Realistically speaking, I am probably not going to be doing Dead Mines until 23. Anywhere from like 23 to 25 or 6. Though the time it'll take me to do Dead Mines is entirely dependent on how long it takes people in my guild to level. Because like I said, I'm not going to be doing dungeons without people in my guild. So if they take a really long time to get caught up, it may end up taking me a much longer time to level. Or a much longer time to do Dead Mines, because I'll be waiting for them to level. You're 99% sure what you read or said before was correct about talents, cruelty deflection. Yeah. That sounds right to me as well. You logged on your monk. 5,800 crit, 277 haste, 6,200 verse, and 1,700 massed. Yeah. That was with a bomb dispenser with, or that was with a chromatic essence with bomb dispenser. It's 5,600. That checks out. Verse starts the DR at 6,150. Crit mass DR at 5,400 and haste at 5,100. Interesting. Yeah, I think for a lot of people, though, it's still worth stacking it even after that, though, right? Like, doesn't Og Evoker just stack Mastery way past the usual DR limit just because of how good it is for them? So I could see it still being good for Brewmaster even past that point. Fire Soar. And send that over. I have no idea if Devi needs those pants. She probably doesn't, but whatever. Devi sent me BOEs, so I will send any cloth BOEs I get over to her. Fair is fair. Og wants over 9,000 mastery, and it starts to DR at 5,400. If you don't have Bomb Dispenser, crit devalues a little also. Yeah, I could see that. Crit is definitely very good for Bomb Dispenser. Verse crit are so insane with all the power, definitely. And especially with, like, Beacon and shit. Being able to crit on that. Is the chance for Beacon to crit affected by your critical strike chance? Or is it just a flat chance whenever you use it? Oh my god, this guild name. There are so many, like, these stereotypical classic guild names that we've seen memed into oblivion, and I've been invited to so many of them. Jesus Christ. Didgerin Beacon, Bomb Dispenser, all of that. Oh, it is affected by your crit. Yeah, it makes sense because I, generally speaking, have higher crit chance on my Beacon than than other specs that don't really stack crit as much. So makes it a little bit easier to get like consistency in parses and stuff. One time I will fall for the name and accept. Maybe, we'll see. If it's a really good name, maybe I'll accept it. I don't know. I will say I am fully caught up in chat, so I did say before, I am like kind of exhausted, and we've almost hit 6 hours. I think this is like a perfectly good stopping point. So I'm going to be stopping the stream here, but I will be streaming tomorrow once again, and I will be, as before, trying to start it somewhere between noon and 2 Eastern Standard Time. So usual time for Sunday streams, and we'll just be doing more classic hardcore. As for exactly where I'll be at that point, hard to say. I'll probably be fairly close to 20 at that stage, and I should have my alts at around level 10 and professions built up. So that will be tomorrow. So let me read the last few messages in chat. Your Death Knight has 4.8 king crit in verse, but prefers some haste. Mass is terrible. Oh yeah, definitely for Blood TK. Can not imagine stacking that. But that makes sense. Thanks for the stream. Good job not going splat on the Druid. Yeah. I mean, overall, things have been going pretty good. I haven't had any insanely close calls yet. Keep it easy, don't die. Yes, that's the plan. Hopefully I don't die off stream. If I die, I want it to be on stream for the content. So dying off stream is like the worst thing that could happen. But yeah, anyways, that's it for today. I will catch you guys tomorrow at noon EST. Thanks for watching, and peace. Do Feral Druids get to die an extra 8 times on... Oh my god. That's good. That's fucking good. But yeah, alright. I'll catch y'all later. Peace.